Tuo vortice, un sorriso nel cielo blu, come un falco che vola e va dentro il vento dell'amore.
Well, next year plans are already afoot to celebrate 100 years of the Giro d'Italia, but this time around the 91st edition will start right off the toe of Italy on the island of Sicily. Hi everybody, welcome to World Cycling Productions, a video of the Giro d'Italia. I'm Phil Liggett, alongside me Paul Sherwin, and here we are in Sicily for the start of a race which begins with a team time trial. Yes, the Tour de France seems to have turned its back on team time trialling, but not the Giro d'Italia, Paul.
No, definitely a very difficult speciality in the sport of professional cycling, because not only does it measure the strength of an individual, but it measures the strength of the individual's team. 23.6 kilometres, that's a fairly long team time trial to start off with.
22 teams on the start line, the very latest to arrive, still out of breath, fresh from the beach, Alberto Contador and Team Astana. And this is the start here of the Team Milram.
Well, Team Milram, based around the German structure originally, I have to say our riders who are great specialists at this kind of event. But the early times really, Phil, are more important because those are the benchmark for everybody else. And coming up to the line, Sonia Duval posted a pretty good time, but it was then a little bit later on that Team Slipstream came up.
Well, this is Slipstream approaching now, 26 minutes 21. This is going to be a bit of a surprise if they come in with the best time, but it looks like they are. Christian van der Velde is leading them up to the line. Tinkoff is the time to beat, 27.05. They've annihilated that time by 33 seconds, and look at that average speed, 53.366 kilometres an hour.
That's an impressive performance. In fact, I think this man must have been a fairly integral part of that, because this is David Miller, the British road racing and time trial champion. The fact that he's been dropped, Phil, indicates he must have put in a fast turn to help the team post that very fast time.
Well, it's very typical if Miller's done that, and I think you're probably right. He certainly will finish quite a way down overall. Remember the time taken on the fifth rider of the team. CSC are going to run Slipstream Chipotle close. This is the check at 10 kilometres. There are only 8 seconds in it, and so they're going to push that ride very close now by Slipstream, who I'd imagine are quite nervous just now as they sit on top of the leaderboard.
Yes, you can see the Australian time trial champion over on the left-hand side there. And they really are a well-drilled squad, Team CSC. They, I think, Phil, have got the ability to finish this off properly.
This is the situation. Team CSC, 26.32. Sorry, it's 6 seconds. They've come in with the time just 6 seconds off, so they did get quicker, but not quick enough. High Road in third place at 7 seconds. Liquigas is in fourth. But there's a little bit of history here. A pink jersey for Christian van der Velde, and that really is something of a surprise, but a very welcome one. 20 years after Andy Hampsten won the Giro d'Italia, and the American is in pink again. And there's confirmation of that at all the same time, of course, as the teams who finished alongside van der Velde, riders rather, they get the same time here. Onward we go. First stage on the open roads. We stay on the island here of Sicily for 207 kilometres.
A very testing route for the riders as well, with a few nasty little climbs out to test their legs on the first real day on the open road of the Giro d'Italia. As you can see, they pretty much cross right over the centre of the city and almost circumnavigate the finishing town of Agrigento, which hosted the World Championships way back in 1995.
Proud moments for the man in pink, and a wry smile there from van der Velde. On top of the 196 riders, a quick glimpse there of Magnus Bagstedt of Sweden as well.
Team Navigari. Euskaltel Euskadi is a team that I would expect to ride well down towards the end of the Giro d'Italia. As always, Phil, it's a very difficult finale, a very difficult final week of the Giro d'Italia, and that's what a lot of these riders are all banking on. That's where I reckon the big decisions will be made. Just a quick glimpse of Emmanuel Seller there checking in, and this is Team Gerolsteiner.
This is where they all sign in, all smiles, facing up to 3 weeks now. Baden Cook there. As the riders now, they all look pretty happy. Pelazzotti, he's expecting a good performance in this year's Giro d'Italia, at least that's what he tells us. As they roll away, 196 riders then, heading not far away to Agrigento, 207 kilometres.
A lot of nervousness on the first day of a big grand tour like this. The first day out on the open road, I have to say, and that's why, Phil, because of the crashes. Everybody's very nervous on the first day. I can't see who that bike belongs to, actually. In fact, that looks like Dave Zabriskie.
Oh, well, that's really sad. Now, that's happened as they're approaching. See a railroad crossing there? And he's gone off, and he doesn't look at all good. And that is out. Well, that is terribly, terribly sad for Slipstream Chipotle, Paul. They're in the pink. And Zabriskie, a powerhouse in that team time trial, already out of the Giro. What a great shame.
Definitely, I think Dave Zabriskie would be looking to try and ride as he did a little while back in the Giro d'Italia. We're now 3.9 kilometres to go to the finish. You can see the organisation at the front end of the main field. Everybody is doing an impressive job here, trying to keep the sprinters up at the front and out of trouble.
Well, they've only had one serious break all day, and he's been swept up now. He was Dioniso Galperoso, one of the Euskaltel riders. He never got very far ahead, but he was the first attack of this year's Giro d'Italia, and sadly Dave Zabriskie looks like being the first retirement there, and that's going to be a big blow to Slipstream. What a sad day in defence of the Maglia Rosa, which will be up for grabs now with the sprint finish, I think.
It certainly will. You can see the organisation at the front end of the main field. I'm looking to see which of the sprinters are riding. There's the world champion, Paolo Bettini, not too far away from the front end of the main field. He's going to like this finish here towards the end today, Phil. It's got a slight climb with around about 500 metres to go, and that's the kind of finish that Paolo Bettini likes. Currently sitting there in 5th position.
Well, pretty warm condition down the island, but the weather itself not looking like it should be down in Sicily at this time of the year. But there's plenty of riders here believe they've got the sprinters to finish this off. But they might get a nasty surprise here. As Paul has said, it isn't a flat sprinters running. It's this long, steady climb. So high-speed tempo riding at the front might shatter this peloton.
You might have noticed one or two riders, in fact, tailing off the back there. Jelle Karlström, one of the riders from Team Liquigas, was in a little bit of difficulty there. I would have expected to see him at the front end of the main field, maybe looking after Daniele Benati, the big sprinter from this squad.
And there you can see it kick up a little bit now. The fans running up the hill there to see them for a second time as they come round a brilliant horseshoe corner there. And that peloton now is stringing out. And I think the sprinters are going to find themselves out of the hunt here.
Yes, it's definitely a Paolo Bettini type finish here this afternoon. There you can see the temples at the top. This is known as the Valley of the Temples in Agrigento. And this is the same climb that was used in the World Championships when that was won by the Frenchman Luc Leblanc on that occasion.
Going back a long way there, Paul.
I know, 1995. Well, there you can see David Rebellin. It's also a good type of finish for David Rebellin, Phil. A little kick up down towards the end. It might suit him.
I don't know if you caught a glimpse of Contador's face on the left of our picture there. He was really hurting, but holding his position near the front. The story goes he was lying on the beach when Johan Brunel said that they had a late invitation to the Giro d'Italia, and he was in the squad. He's coming here, and he'll just see how he goes, I think. And count every day as it comes.
Well, I wonder if that invitation by the organisers of the Giro d'Italia might prompt the Tour de France, Phil, to change their tune and maybe with a good performance by Team Astana here, invite that team to the Tour de France. After all, Alberto Contador is the defending champion of the Tour.
Well, it's an interesting thought, but the Tour de France have rarely, if ever, gone back on their decisions. We'll find out soon.
Danilo De Luca there at the tail of the riders in the white jerseys of LPR. Also the kind of finish for a man like him, a defending champion in the Giro d'Italia, and he's sent all of his boys to the front. Look at that, followed by Rebellin, followed by Paolo Bettini, and a little bit further back you can see just climbing in there, 213. That in fact is Luca Mazzanti, and he's quite a good finisher too. 1.9 kilometres to go to the finish. This, Phil, is a very difficult end to the first stage on the road.
Now, Bettini, I think you picked a good one because he's holding position here and just letting the riders set the pace for Danilo De Luca. There's De Luca, again, the killer, and he looks as pretty determined. It'll be a good start for him. He's hoping to have a very good Giro. He's come close.
Riding at the front there as well, just on the far side in the yellow jersey of Saunier Duval, alongside Alberto Contador, is Riccardo Rico. Now, he's a good tip for a victory here as well. This, I think, Phil, is going to be the kind of finish for the men who know how to jump out of the pack down towards the end of a very difficult climb. This climb, in fact, is around about 3 kilometres in length from the bottom up to the summit where the finish line is, but it's the last 500 metres which really start to get grippy.
Danilo De Luca, proudly wearing number 1 as the winner of this race a year ago, and looks like he might be seeking out a pink jersey to start off this one too. The champion of Italy is slipping off the back there, so this high-tempo riding There's a big group holding the pace, but they're all having to be playing the bridegroom here to some terrific teamwork by LPR. This is never, no way, going to be a bunch sprint now as they start to continue the climb to the summit.
Well, you can see Rebellin locked onto the wheel there of Danilo De Luca. He's a good finisher, a very seasoned campaigner, David Rebellin. He knows how to finish from a group like this. But still, it's LPR have got pretty much control at the front end of the main field. One or two riders trying to slip in. There's Pelizzotti. He's riding at the front. I don't think really, Phil, to try and win the stage here this afternoon, but what he's thinking about is making sure he doesn't lose any time, silly time, on the first day out on the open road, because at the end of the day, the Giro d'Italia is a 3-week event, and it's all about not losing time.
It's a big effort, this, by Team LPR. They must have known this finishing climb. The riders coming early enough to go and have a look at it. But De Luca wants to make an early impression as last year's winner. We haven't seen anything today of the pink jersey on the shoulders of Christian van der Velde, by virtue of the fact he led the team home in the team time trial yesterday. They've already lost a man in Dave Zabriskie, and that'll hurt the team as we go throughout the next 3 weeks. The big sting in the tail is the final week here, and a late attack here. Rodriguez, I think it is, the champion of Spain, has gone.
Well, that's a nice move by him. He's caught them all unawares. I think they've just gone inside the final kilometre there, so this is a tough move by the Spanish champion.
Huge effort.
He knows now that he's got to do or die there on the front end of the main field. Looks like Leonardo Pipoli. He's doing the work for his teammate Riccardo Rico there in second position. Rebellin is still locked solid right in the middle of that field. Well, Phil, just waiting to jump.
Well, this is a very, very brave and ambitious move here, and he's gone early enough, and he caught Team LPR. They couldn't control it. They have split the peloton in the pursuit, and it's the double-headed Sony Duval team here who are sitting on the front, and De Luca is still holding position behind the two riders from Sony Duval.
Right in there as well was Paolo Salvadelli for Team LPR, so they've got two riders they can try and work this one out, and I think it's just a little bit too hard there for Paolo Bettini, the world champion.
Signed the form's not quite there, I would suggest. It would have been a perfect finish for him, but the cricket's not finding his legs to jump with. And Rodriguez continues here as they start to close in, but they may have left this too late. This could be a terrific opening for the champion of Spain. One LPR rider left, and he's giving it his best shot here. De Luca's waiting.
That's Paolo Salvadelli. He's actually sacrificing himself here for Danilo De Luca, and the reason he's doing that is because they've got to pull this man, Joaquim Rodriguez, back into the fold if they want to get the victory. But you can see the pressure here, Phil. It's actually split the field dramatically on this run up to the line.
A last effort by Falco to shut it down. Rodriguez has been nailed back at 75 metres to go. The sprint has started. Riccardo Rico is taking the benefit of the lead out from Pipoli, and he's taking it on the line. And that was De Luca, who couldn't get round Rico. Will have to be content with second. And it looks like it was Gerolsteiner's Rebellin who probably got third. There's the pink jersey of Christian van der Velde. About 11 seconds back, Paul, so he's out of that jersey.
Well, I'm pretty certain he's going to be out of that jersey. And there's compliments to the victory for Sony Duval. And that was a great lead out by Leonardo Pipoli. But the victory going to Riccardo Rico, the new kid on the block. The Cobra is his nickname. And look at this. This is why they call him the Cobra, because when he comes out of the saddle, he's got a real bite and an attack.
Well, I'll tell you what, that really was the time to strike as he came in, but it was Team LPR all the way up that climb, and it was a long finishing climb, and they just gave the race to Rico because De Luca at the end couldn't get round him. Look at this.
And look at David Rebellin on the far side as well. They don't have the younger legs of Riccardo Rico to explode out of the pack there. We're going to have to wait a little bit of time though, Phil. Although Riccardo Rico is the man who gets himself the victory of the stage, we're going to have to do some counting to see who's going to take over the Maglia Rosa, because there's some serious time gaps at the end of this first stage on the open road.
Yes, and they will put in the time gaps today because it was a hill finish as far as they are concerned. The big hills coming in the final week. There's the result. Rico ahead of De Luca Rebellin. Pelizzotti, good finish for him for Liquigas. And Savadelli, that big lead out and still managed a fifth place finish. Now the question is, what is the overall situation? Because there'll be nothing in it. There's Rico. These giant bottles of champagne.
Young rider Riccardo Rico.
And there's Pelizzotti.
Well, by 1 second over Van der Velde. Poor old Van der Velde.
Well, just that sprint to the line cost him. If he could have just come a second better, he'd have kept that pink jersey. So still second place at the moment, and Sorensen is in third place there. Pelizzotti said before this race begun, this was his target this year. and he's off to a great start. Onward we go, still on the island of Sicily, and a long stage now of 221 kilometres here. And the ride's beginning to get used to the island a little bit now, and it's not a flat island as we've now seen. And heading away from Catania to Milazzo.
Well, after a fairly lumpy start on this 221 kilometre route, they stick alongside the coast for the rest of the afternoon, and a little bit of a circuitous finish down towards the finish line as well. Oh, there's a crash there. A nasty crash. In fact, this is a massive pile-up.
Well,
this is what the Giro d'Italia, Phil, is all about. There are
on earth?
crashes all over the place.
There's riders lost concentration at the front. David Miller is down. He's picking himself up at the bottom of our picture there. A lot of the slipstream boys are in that crash at the moment.
CSC
And a lot of
have got
Lamprey riders too, and CSC.
two riders from Team CSC down there. That's Miller in the red, white and blue jersey.
Well, another one down there is Patrick McCarthy of the USA. He's also down for slipstream. And it looks as though we've got here, rather sad sight here, because this is one of the Team Giro riders.
That's Greipel, the big sprinter from their squad. He's gone down very heavy. There's still, Phil, a couple of riders down on the ground. That was an amazing crash, a very strange crash. One rider stopped at the front. He went down, and in fact, you can see here that Riccardo Rico has gone down as well. He's wearing the Ciclamina jersey as the leader of this competition on the points. But, you know, I don't think he's going to get himself back into the race, Phil.
Well, he's not going to get any pink jersey now to replace the Ciclamino because he's losing time here. There was one rider touched the wheel lock and the bunch had nowhere to go.
Well, it was all then really a question of panic. I think looking back, there were one or two riders touched the brakes. There's a slight film of humidity on the road, and I think that may be what caused it as well. And there's another crash going down. The Giro d'Italia is so nervous that everybody wants to ride near the front end of the main field, and I have to say I'm not sure that these roads in Sicily are all that good. There's a CSC rider down there. That looks that the big rider could very well be Bradley McGee.
Well, he was looking as though he might have been unconscious there, though he's just keeping himself tucked in because of the riders still to come by.
Well, Magnus Backstedt has gone down there as well. There's the Swedish national champion, but that rider from CSC, Phil, is still down on the ground.
I'm just trying to see if we can see a number on his bike there, because I certainly can't recognise him at the moment. But this is, again, another bad shunt. And in fact, it is Brad McGee, Paul. That's without doubt Brad McGee. He's had his ups and downs, and he's not really regained his form from when he damaged his back lifting a flower pot at his home in Nice a couple of years ago. Let's have a look again. All eyes to the right, skidded nastily. That was a very, very heavy fall there. He got into the dirt. The bike came back into the race, and that caused then the ultimate crashes. These are horrendous pile-ups at the moment.
Well, it really is quite amazing. It wasn't Bradley McGee who went down first.
No,
the rider over on the right-hand side exited the road, but it was his bike that catapulted into the main field that brought down the rest of these guys.
Yeah, one or two managed to step off the bike rather sharpish there, which was rather lucky. McGee got caught up by the bike that was lying in the peloton as they came round the bend.
And that looks like Stuart O'Grady as well at the side of the road there.
And there's McGee still on the floor.
McGee is trying to get himself back to his senses. The race doctor there very quickly alongside him. 192 is McGee, but I have a feeling, Phil, just over to the left-hand side, I saw another Team CSC rider just standing there waiting.
I'm pretty sure it was Stuart O'Grady. And it doesn't look as though McGee is going to continue here. The race is, though, and despite all the crashes, there's a big peloton here charging down towards the finish. Remember, it's 221 kilometres to cover. We've only got 3 of them left, and what sprinters there are left in here might have a chance now.
Well, Andre Greipel probably won't be thinking about the sprint for Team High Road here this afternoon, Phil, because he was involved in that very nasty accident. You can see Milram have got themselves pretty much organised. Up to the front end of the field there is a rider from Team Slipstream as well. The Milram rider swing off. Paolo Bettini, world champion, still in there thinking about the possibility of an early victory. He really hasn't had the success that he's had over the last couple of seasons. I think that World Championships jersey is starting to feel a little bit heavy on his shoulders.
Well, McGee, we're hearing, has in fact gone to hospital, so he is out of the Giro. Another rider we know has crashed too is Maurizio Sola, the sensation of last year's Tour de France, and is reportedly limping in behind the race with a suspected broken wrist. Well, this is a very sad start as well for Team Barlow World. Just look how narrow the approach is down the coast here on Sicily.
Well, you've got to be a brave man to stay at the front end of the main field, especially when you're running in towards the finish line. There's a rider from Team High Road sitting right up at the front end of the main field, but there's no real team, Phil, got control of the front end of the peloton. Moving up there on the right-hand side, you can see Milram, and they're trying to get their man organised. Milram have got a very good, it looks to me like it's Van der Velde riding at the front there for Team Slipstream.
He's certainly got some legs in this race. He's come here with terrific form, and he's going to be a real boost from his first day team time trial win. It's a late attack here, and this is a time to go 2 kilometres. It's not a hill finish, this one, though, and they're going to come back at him, I think.
Well, it's a nice move here by this rider from the Française des Jeux, and this looks like Lilian Jégou, who's got himself off the front end of the main field. He's hit these riders very hard. He's 109th in the overall classification, but you see High Road have nailed it back here, Phil. They've pulled them all back together. I think the teams of the sprinters want to have their day here. Not too far away from the front, I noticed Eric Zabel looking very attentive. In his last year as a professional cyclist, he'll be looking for a victory.
Well, Team High Road have got Mark Cavendish in the Giro. I'm just wondering how far he will go, because the Tour de France is ahead, the Olympics are ahead. It's a busy year for Mark, and we'll see how he gets on. He has said he wants to go the distance, but we'll see how he manages the last week.
Well, the reason he said that was what he wants to do, Phil, is he wants to learn and find out. This is the argy-bargy at the front
Thomas
there.
Thomas and that, and there's another one.
Yeah, excuse me, I'm coming by. I want to keep my place at the front end of the main field. The man giving out the argy-bargy there is Danilo Hondo, a man who has had his ups and downs in the sport, but he's fighting to hold his position at the front end of the main field, and probably not making too many friends with that.
No, and a big lead out now for Team Milram. Remember, Eric Zabel in what probably his last Giro d'Italia here. There's talk he will finally, sooner or later, announce his retirement. And he'll see if he can get into the picture here. Daniela Bernat and Mark Cavendish looking at the wheels there, right in the centre, in Team High Road's jersey. At 450 metres to go now. They're coming off a very tight bend there, but they're holding the inside. That's where the advantage is. I must say, the crowd a bit sparse on the rails. They're more interested in the television by the look of it. But here they are now as they come up towards the line. And Bernati's, and there's Paolo Bettini there. Bernati's waiting as well in the slipstreams, in the Liquigas colours. Bernati's gone now, and nobody's got the answer to that kick, I don't think. He's being chased by Zabel.
Another crash,
and
Phil.
Another crash, and a touch of wheels has gone down behind us here. Bernati went a long way out, but boy, he knew he had the legs there. Zabel has got yet another second place, and I think Daniel Hondo might have been in there for third. Looks like a Team Tinkoff. I think it's Trusov who's gone down here.
Well,
looks like
a lot of riders,
those cards in his wheels on the crowd.
Yeah, well, a lot of riders were taking risks up on the inside. I think somebody actually just tried to go up alongside the barriers. It clipped the barriers and went down very hard. Well, you said the crowd was pretty sparse. It certainly isn't by the finishing line.
Finish line.
This is
well,
like Graham Brown went down there, and I think
may have been Brownie who hit the barrier there.
It was just here. There it is on the left-hand side. Yep. There is Brown coming up. There you can see Trusov trying to go up through the inside, and there's definitely no space for anybody there at all. Well, he's made space for himself, but you can see everybody's zigzagging. There's Brown coming up again, trying to get the gap. It was Brownie who was taken out by the rider from Tinkoff there.
Yeah, that was Trusov as well. He was there. Well, they just ran out of road, didn't they, really? That was a rather nasty fall. Bit hard stopping for Graham Brown, that one, as he was trying to make his run. But Bernati read it right, and that's a good victory for Daniela Bernati of Liquigas. Zabel, again, despite his age, he's almost 40 years of age, don't forget, gets a second place. Foten, despite his shoulder bouncing, coming in with a high finish as well. And there is Daniela Bernati.
Solid sprinter, Daniela Bernati. I don't think it will have any effect on the overall classification, though, Phil, because most of the leaders came into the finish line in that main field.
Surprisingly, only the second win of the year for Bernati. Pelazzotti keeps the pink jersey, same time overall, because all of these guys finishing in the same time at the head of the peloton. So Pelazzotti stays in the pink here, and he'll be pretty happy with the result as it stands just now. It's a fairly gentle start, despite all the argy-bargy we've seen, as we now head onwards from Canzentaro to Lugomare. And this is another fairly long stage, 183 kilometres. And nice and flat here, sprinter's delight along the coast, I would think.
And once again, a little circumnavigation of the town down towards the finish line. The Team Lampre all over the front end of the main field here.
A bit of a boat journey for the riders, as they now have got themselves onto the mainland. There's 4 kilometres left to go here as we get a big look at the action. There hasn't been much of it out on the highway. And so they're going to get the way here. Another chance for Bernardi to try and take the stage. The Lamprey boys are believing there's a good result here. Looks like Baldato setting the pace at the front.
No one of the old men of the sport there sporting his famous goatee beard. He's been around for such a long time, Phil, and he's a great enthusiast. 145th overall, already 12 and a quarter minutes down. These are tough finishes of the Giro d'Italia. Again, you can see inside of the last 5 kilometres, a nasty climb to sort out the sprinters.
Well, again, Lamprey, different team, a different day. We've seen Liquigas drive it home for Bernardi. Now we're seeing Lamprey trying to bring it home.
Euskadi, I'm surprised to see them at the front end of the main field. The average speed here at the front end of the race is only 35.5 kilometres now. That gives you an idea just how difficult it is, and it's on a gradient of around about 3% here. But Baldato, Phil, is all over the front of this.
And you were right about poor Stewie O'Grady standing by the roadside yesterday, Paul, because he didn't start this morning's stage.
Must have been a pretty roughed up Stuart O'Grady, because he's a tough character.
He never packs, no.
He doesn't like to pull out of a bike race like this. Team High Road at the front end of the main field as well there, in their now very famous white jerseys. It looks as if they're trying to look after their man. I'm not sure. There's Mark Cavendish over on the left-hand side. I think it might be a little bit too hard for the young rider from the Isle of Man here this afternoon, because this is once again a rough ride to the finish.
Well, he's got Greipel there as a good lead-out man, sitting just ahead of him. 2.9 kilometres left to go. He was in the mix yesterday, Cavendish, but he got washed away towards the end. And then there was that disruption in the sprint with Brown going down. It wasn't his fault. Graham's often been blamed for erratic sprinting, but that certainly wasn't his fault yesterday.
Well, High Road taking control there. I'm not quite sure who Team Lamprey were trying to look after. There's the Ciclamino jersey. That's on the shoulders of Daniele Bernardi now this afternoon. And right on Bernardi's wheel there is Mark Cavendish. I think Cavendish has decided he knows who the fast man is of the Giro d'Italia here, and he's going to follow him right the way to the line. 2 kilometres to go.
Well, Cavendish, in his second season as a professional, has had a great year so far. Now, let's see what he can do in his first Giro.
Well, Liquigas, they've got the tempo nice and high, and they're going to try and keep it as fast as possible, Phil, inside of the last 2 kilometres now, because they don't want any confusion for their man there. You can see Daniele Bernardi moving up to the front. He's in around about 7th or 8th position. High Road have got a man up there. You see Team Milram there looking again after the hopes of Eric Zabel. One day or another, I'm sure Zabel is going to come up with a win, and never far away is the world champion Paolo Bettini.
If Zabel pulls this one off, there won't be a dry eye in that house. I think you're absolutely right. But I'm amazed he's managed to keep those twitch fibres intact at such a late stage in his sprinting career. But this is a good finish now. They come right down onto the beach almost here.
Well, he really is one of the great enthusiasts, I have to say, Eric Zabel. Competitive in the month of February and still racing in the month of October, and there's not very many professional bike riders like that. Now Milram, Phil, ultimo kilometro, the last kilometre, leading it out for Eric Zabel. There he is in 4th position at the back end of that line, and locked onto his wheel, Daniele Bernardi in the Ciclamino jersey as the leader of the points classification. 800 metres to go.
Well, Bernardi is the man to beat. We saw that yesterday. He had a good pair of legs. Now Zabel is going to be cast into the wind here. Oh, there's another crash, and touch of wheel and a massive pile up behind. Now then, the riders in the breakaway all looked around. They know it's happened. They keep the pressure on. There's a split in the field now. Zabel hasn't panicked. He's held 3rd wheel. That's the devastation down the road here. And Mark Cavendish is over on the left and getting a perfect lead out here. And I think it's Greipel guiding him through to the front, and he's blocked off. And Cavendish has slipped onto the back wheel of Daniele Bernardi. That is a very shrewd move.
Still, you can see Milram on the front, sitting at the back there. Paolo Bettini, now he's going to make the jump if he can, but in the middle, Bernardi's lining himself up for this one.
In fact, it's Tony Martin who's been looking after Cavendish there, seeing him from the front. He drops away from it now, and there's the familiar sprint of Cav, and this time a clean run at line. That is a first ever stage win for Mark Cavendish in the Giro d'Italia. A tremendous result, and even the riders, including Bernardi, congratulating him.
Well, he really kept his wits about him there. I don't think, Phil, there's been much change in the overall classification, because that crash happened inside of the last kilometre, but look what damage it did to the main field. It split the main field completely. I'm just looking to see where the Maglia Rosa is. He certainly wasn't duking it out at the front with all of the sprinters. Looking at the faces of these riders, they know they've been in a little bit of a war of aggression here this afternoon, and it looks like somebody else is climbing away from the Giro d'Italia there. It looks a little bit like Sylvain Chavanel.
That's a Cofidis rider. This is Steve Zampieri. I think it's Steve Zampieri who's gone in there. Oh, and that was the touch of wheels, and that was caused by Zampieri, in fact.
Yes, he went down very hard and created complete and utter chaos over there on the right-hand side. But look how the sprinters are so concentrated, they don't even react. Hardly looking over their shoulders, they will have heard the grinding of steel on the tarmac behind them, and then all of a sudden they just get on with the job at hand. Not even a flinch from Bernardi. They're locked onto the wheel of Eric Zabel, and at this point you can't even see Cavendish. Then bang! Out he comes from the pack. This man really is like a Manx cat, isn't he? He can explode like nobody I've seen sprinting over the last few years. I think we're going to see a lot more from Mark Cavendish this year.
And see, he just tucked in behind Robbie McEwen, but he didn't have the legs to come out of the slipstream of that sprint. Left in the wash of the man who said he's modelled himself on Robbie McEwen. Mark Cavendish gets the stage win. Robert Foster is second, Bernardi third in the end on the photo, Basayev in fourth, and Lorenzetto from Lampre, they worked for him well today, came home in fifth. The man from the Isle of Man, and what a season he is having.
Yes, it seems an awful long time ago that he was disqualified from a stage victory in the Tour of California when he got back into the main field in dubious circumstances as far as the judges were concerned. But, I mean, the sprint he unleashed on that occasion told me that this man is going to be a great man for the future of sprinting. And really, Phil, no change at all, still in the overall classification, still a single second behind for Christian van der Velde.
Yeah, as far as the top three are concerned, Personi and Nibali have moved in a little bit there, but they're at 8 seconds. Just a gentle reshuffling, nothing in it. As we're heading up towards stage 5 now, Pellisotti enjoying the Giro d'Italia as he stays in pink here. The next stage is another one over 200 kilometres as we go up to the thermal town of Contursi. From Belvedere Marittimo. We're still sort of staying on the coast, but then we cut in. Few ripples on the course today as we head up towards the thermal city here. This is quite a long race. It's the second longest we've had so far. Well, the third really, because I guess one was 4 kilometres longer on day 2. David Miller on the front.
This is a slight breakaway here that David Miller's got himself into. And he's not going to rattle, I don't think, the overall classification at all here, Phil, because he's already lost himself a fair amount of time. 3 kilometres to go for this small group, and the front end of the main field controlled there by Liquigas. In the Ciclamina jersey is Daniele Bernardi. In the Maglia Rosa is his teammate Franco Pellizotti. Well, having a look here, that looks like a Pavel Brut there from Team Tinkoff.
Yeah.
They've got themselves around about a 45-second advantage here, and I think if they keep themselves working together, they've got a very good chance of holding out for the win, and David Miller is looking very comfortable.
Well, the peloton, and it might be a good breakaway, this one. It might well hold out because there's no big reason for Pellizotti to start chasing it down just yet.
The rider in here is Luis Laverde, just on the far side. He's the rider in the green and orange strip of Navigari. He's a crafty sprinter when it comes down towards the end, and they're all now thinking about the stage victory here this afternoon. Laverde there not showing any signs at all of panic on his face. David Miller looking very comfortable, got a nice low gear in, keeping it ticking over. It looks very concentrated and very fit, David Miller, this year.
Yeah. By the way, it was Nick Noyens in all that kerfuffle yesterday who climbed into the ambulance and fell in the finishing sprint, and he's in hospital now. He didn't start this morning. Suspected broken collarbone there for Noyens, which is very sad. But we've certainly had our fair share of accidents in these opening days of the Giro d'Italia this year.
Well, these guys started the final climb, Phil, with an advantage of 45 seconds. They're slowing down a little bit now. I've got a last time check at 35 seconds. And they don't need to mess around too much, you know, because on this run up towards the finish, the main field could easily wipe away that final 30 seconds advantage they're still holding on to.
Well, Pellisotti won't allow the breakaway to run too far. There's nobody here that will take his pink jersey off him, but he'll want to close it down a little bit. And Miller, I think, just trying to control affairs a little bit.
Watch out for Sanchez, though, there at the back, Phil. Francisco Perez Sanchez, I have to say. He's a good rider from Case d'Espagna, and he's got a very good chance there of creating the surprise. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a move coming from that man there, number 64, Luis Laverde. He's a very good finisher on a climb like this, but the main field now is starting to get themselves pretty much organised, and I'm wondering whether or not they've left it too late.
Well, they've got a good tempo going here now, and they might well close it down. These boys are going nothing like the speed of the peloton, who are coming back at them. They're only around about 40 seconds back down the road there.
The rider in the pale blue jersey there is Johannes Frolinger. He's a young rider on Team Gerolsteiner, and he's probably wondering to himself, what am I doing in a breakaway like this? I've got a great crack here of getting a stage victory in the Giro d'Italia. Miller, no stranger to victories in Grand Tours. He's won a stage victory in the Vuelta a España. He's won stage victories in the Tour de France, and now he's lining himself up, Phil, for a stage victory here at the Giro.
Well, that'd be a great result for Davy Miller, and it would continue the success of Slipstream Chipotle.
Frolinger's gone. There he is.
Well, somebody had to go, and there's a reaction from Pavel Brut, certainly. Here he comes. He's going to get his back wheel. Miller, I think that is peeping in. So we've got 3 now, but instead of looking over the shoulder, they really should push home the attack, because there is the counter move from Perez.
Good move by Perez. He's a strong rider. You've got to be alert, and Miller is very alert here, Phil. He's not going to let anybody slip away on the run in towards the finish. He's got the ability to take this one in the sprint, but watch out for Laverde there. He is the man who could create the big surprise in this group. Miller looking over at the other riders. He's being confident now. They're saying that the gap, in fact, has stretched up to 1 minute and 5 seconds. Well, if that's the true time gap that they've got over the main field, Phil, they should dispute the stage victory now. But it's going to be a massive charge to the line behind there. You can see Pelazzotti looking comfortable there in his Maglia Rossa. Paolo Bettini again thinking about a victory here, but I think today they've left it just a little bit too late.
Well, Nibali, who's moved up into the top 6 overall, that was him lying in the lead there at the moment, so he's not thinking of a high finish, he's thinking of his team. And the other one is the ever-faithful Andrea Noe. He was setting the pace there as well.
They're messing about a bit now, Phil. Francesco Perez here looking over his shoulder. And this is the time when they're going to see an awful lot of that advantage. Oh, what's happened there to Miller? His foot's come out of his pedal there.
Well, I'm not sure. Surely. And there goes the bike. Something's happened, and that is not a little bit uncharacteristic throw of the bike there. So the bike has broken, and he was planning on making a move, and he's out of it, and he won't even make the result now. He's left standing in the road, and Pavel Brut, the lone brake expert, we've seen him do this in lots of races around the world, including the Tour de Langkawi in Malaysia. But is this one going to be a result for the team? Because normally they nail him back.
Well, they're not going to now. They're zigzagging across the road there. Perez is looking for some help from Laverde, who's not giving anything. Frolinger, I think, just happy to be in the group.
It's gone.
And Brut has got a massive advantage there, at least 5 or 6 seconds.
Oh, but what about poor David Miller? Slipstream Chipotle are having some rotten luck since they had the first day success in the team time trial. That's the move as well, and this again is Frolinger, who's got clear, so he might well get second place. Boy, those legs have gone on Pavel's, but he's still hanging in there. It must be the longest 800 metres he's ever ridden this, as he comes up, because the breakaway, though, is going to succeed. The peloton are closing in, but not quick enough.
Oh, he's all over the bike now, Pavel Brut there, as he goes inside of 300 metres to go. Frolinger trying to get himself second place. The Spanish-speaking riders there, Perez and Laverde from Colombia, well, I think, Phil, they're just happy to get 3rd and 4th here this afternoon. But I have to say, for Pavel Brut, he's just saying to himself, please, will this line come a little bit quicker?
Well, this, whatever happens now, is going to be a victory for Pavel Brut and a big result for the Tinkoff team, because it's their first ever big stage win. As he hangs on, and he is hanging on, but it seemed an awful long 900 metres to me, that. But anyway, he's just about going to make it before he collapses in a heap. And
Frollinger's coming.
He's going to hold on to second, and the 3rd place rider will be Laverde, because they've completely split each other up. And way down the road, Miller will trickle in, I would think, behind the peloton.
Well, that was a long time coming for Pavel Brut. You can hardly salute the crowd there. Frolinger bangs the handlebars in second place. Laverde, well, he has to be content there with 3rd.
And that'll make Perez to cross the line in 4th, because the peloton haven't picked him up. Time gap counting. Big effort, that. And it really was not a sprinter's finish in any case. The peloton must have known that.
Well, one has to wonder what has happened to David Miller. Did he get a spare bike? Paolo Bettini at the front of the main field. In fact, getting himself 5th place there, and still yellow Maglia Rossa at the front end of the main field. Still, Phil, no sign of David Miller.
I reckon it was a top 9 finish there for Pelazzotti, so he'll keep his pink jersey. And you're right, David Miller, I don't see him at all. So having been in the chance of victory, and I think he was about to make his move, whatever he did there, And he may have broken a rear sprocket, or a chain may have gone. I didn't see the chain drop up, but it may have gone.
It was difficult to see, but he obviously was not very happy about it at all. It looked as if his foot had come out of the pedal. He did well, in fact, to stay upright.
He did.
And I can understand the little move. And let's just have a look at it again, because his foot came out of the pedal. He's looking down. In fact, you can just see the chain is actually dangling there.
Oh, it is broken.
Oh, I think everything else is broken now too.
New bike required now.
I hope we had insurance for that.
Yeah, that's very sad though, because Miller had a real shot there, and he knows it. And these big chances don't come too often. That was a big one for David Miller.
Well, I have to say, I have a feeling that Miller probably was the freshest rider in that group, but ifs and buts. The if is he'd got to the finish line. Could he have won the race? But Pavel Brut here that we're looking at, he certainly has got himself a victory. And I have to say, that's a reward for Team Tinkoff, because to me they've been one of the aggressive teams so far in the season.
Yes, a good result for Tinkoff. First big stage win for them. Freilinger at 4 seconds, Laverde at 10, all split. Bettini brings the peloton home at 31 seconds. And in fact, further down, 8th place for Pelazzotti. So that means he'll keep his pink jersey. But first of all, the champagne, as big as it is, going on the shoulders of the Russian. And there's the confirmation. Again, no change in the top 5.
Well, I'm impressed with Van der Velde, Phil, because he keeps up there every day. He's apart from that first day when he missed the split, he's always stayed in contention, and he keeps himself high up in the overall classification. But you can see Paolo Silvadelli, he's looking a threat in 8th place, and Andrea Noe, he's still up there.
The ever-present Noe. This is the one race of the year he always puts his name up amongst the leaders. Onward we go to stage number 6 now. A long one, the longest stage of this year's Giro at 231 kilometres. And the riders getting off to a hilly start here as they start to roll down towards the coast, and then it settles down a little bit. Again, the weather looks as though it's okay, and then we circumnavigate the finish to come in to cross the line there in Peshkiki.
Well, breakaway, I've got an advantage of 15 minutes over the front end of the main field, and none of these riders at all feel very dangerous in the overall classification of the race. Iglinski in there, Anton Perez is in here, Gavazzi, Visconti just sitting at the back there, the Italian national champion, Daniele Nardello, a man who I thought was looking at retirement during the winter off-season, but in fact he has managed to find himself a last ride here. Matthias Rus, by the way, is the virtual leader on the road, but I don't think they regard him, Phil, as being a man who is extremely dangerous in the overall classification.
Well, it'll be a question of who finishes in front of whom there, Paul, because Visconti's also on the same time as Matthias Rus. So those two riders are going for the pink jersey, the Maglia Rosa. And it looks as though Pelazzotti has been caught out here because that break has been given far too much of a lead, and now it's beginning to split up as well.
The move there coming from, looked like Anton, who'd got himself off the front there for Team Euskaltel-Euskadi, but the rest of the group not really very far behind. They certainly have, I think, decided to have a day off. I don't think they really regard very much the chances long-term of riders like Visconti or Matthias Rus, and that's maybe why they've given them that advantage. But in fact, the main field have started to pick up the pace a bit, Phil, because they've axed that 15-minute advantage now down to 12 minutes and 8 seconds, and it's still a fair run towards the finish.
Well, it's got to come down. One would expect it to come down, but Pelazzotti is going to feel pretty lonely back there right now because he's got nobody to really help him.
Francesco Gavazzi was the rider from Lampre there, whipping it up at the front of the group to try and pull these two riders back into the fold. 7.9 kilometres to go to the finish.
And that gap is still over 11 minutes, so they're not coming back, that's for sure, and we're looking for a new pink jersey, and it's got to be between Rus and Visconti. And wouldn't that be a reward to wear the Italian Championship jersey and then pull on a Maglia Rosa?
Absolutely. This is Priamo, and Anton Perez, in fact, is the rider from Euskaltel-Euskadi to get into this move. They've not got much of an advantage over the front end of the main field, but they're just hoping to try and get themselves a stage victory if they can. I think they're leading that group behind, Phil, by around about 25 seconds, so it really is not very much at inside of 8 kilometres to go.
No, it's a long downhill stretch here, and as you can see, the breakaway knows now it's not going to be caught, and they're allowing the first and second places to run. So they really should start chasing, because this is a big reward now for what has been, starting the day, a very ambitious breakaway. But for some reason, the race never got to grips with this breakaway. They gave it over 15 minutes, and they're still holding virtually the lot, because they're at least 12 minutes in front.
Well, if you want to split the screen into 4 places, there's Robbie McEwen down on the bottom right-hand side. He's not too concerned this afternoon. That's Denny Menchov at bottom left-hand corner. He's a candidate for victory in this year's Giro d'Italia. A tough man, the tough man from Russia. The beautiful views of the main field, or the breakaway, top left, and of course the 2 leaders top right. Complicated, isn't it?
It is complicated, and the face on Menchov there, very calm and relaxed, but he must know that this day hasn't gone well for the favourites. They've allowed a breakaway to go clear by far too much. The only good news is I can't see anybody in that breakaway capable of winning the Tour overall, and that's probably what they're thinking right now.
Yes, that's the important thing when you look at trying to win a bike race like the Giro d'Italia, Phil. Overall, you've got to make sure that you dose your efforts over the full 3 weeks, and everybody knows that the last week of the Giro d'Italia is always a killer.
As far as location goes, we've crossed right over the peninsula of Italy now. We've raced up from the toe. We've gone off from the west side. We're coming onto the east side to finish today. Before we continue our journey, zigzagging the way up the boot, heading up towards the mountain the last week. A little bit of bunny hopping here. Always worries me when I see that.
A little bit of Giro d'Italia chaos. These 2 riders have got 19 seconds over the remnants of the breakaway. The race referee going by there, he obviously thinks they've got a chance of victory here this afternoon, so he's going to go up there to keep a slightly closer eye on it. Neutral service car going too, so it must be getting close to 30 seconds.
Well, Visconti there looking at everybody. There's the composition of the chasers here, and it's looking really quite difficult. 5 kilometres left to ride. Visconti wants more speed from anybody else. He's going to feel pretty happy. He's just got to keep an eye on Roos, the Gerolstein rider, because one or the other will be in pink tonight, and the Italian champion would rather fancy that, I'm pretty sure.
Well, just to give Daniele Nardello a quick mention, as he's 20 seconds in arrears, I'll just try and read his team name this year, Phil. He's riding for Serramenti, PVC, Diqui Giovanni, and Roni Giocattoli. Not easy to say in a bunch sprint, is it?
I preferred the old team name of Sella Italia, but we'll have to go with Serramenti now.
I think I'm still going to call him Sella Italia. It's a lot easier. You can see this is Priamo here, a big bike rider, and he's putting young Perez into a little bit of difficulty here. You can see the pressure that Perez is trying to put into those legs of his just to stay 20 seconds off the front end. At a moment like this, you've got to give everything that you've got left in your body, because an example like this of a possibility of winning a stage in a Grand Tour doesn't come up every day.
No, it doesn't. And Priamo, who is quite prepared to set the pace here, we really didn't know anything about him until earlier this year, but in April he won 2 stages of the Presidential Tour of Turkey, and that put him on the radar, and it looks as though he's bringing that form from Turkey here into the early days of the Giro.
Visconti just pulling across there in the tricolor jersey of the Italian national champion, and he must be a little bit frustrated here, because not only is he possibly looking at the Maglia Rosa at the end of the day, Phil, he certainly would like to have tried to get himself a stage victory with Maglia Tricolor on his shoulders. But the impetus has gone out of this leading chase group now. I think they're resolved to finishing in third position.
Well, there's a lot of time coming the way of Roos and of Visconti, but I would have thought they would have continued to drive at the front and fight it out, because time is of the essence for that group right now, even though they've got plenty of it. The last reports, 12 minutes to the main field, which is amazing.
Big Maggie Backstead there making a move. We hadn't seen very much of him working in this group, but he's now decided this is the chance for him to get across the gap. Slipstream once again, Phil, being attentive in the moves on these early days of the Giro d'Italia. And let's not forget, they started off with the first Maglia Rosa on the shoulders of Christian van der Velde.
And it'll be the 3rd change today, because it'll go on to a different pair of shoulders. Pelazzotti surrendering it rather meekly on what has not been a difficult stage, but an early breakaway, built the time, and has stayed away. And probably the reason of his success is so many different teams represented in the breakaway and nobody left to chase.
Well, Backstead has got himself halfway across the gap there, but look how far down he is so far in the overall classification. 160th overall for Big Maggie, and almost 30 minutes down before we've even got to the mountains.
Well, he's going to pull back at least 10 minutes of that by the look of it here. A lot of lovely vista this is now as we come over the top of this rolling hill. These two boys are thinking we might have this with a bit of luck, because they're not getting any closer to them at all.
As much as Perez looks to be suffering inside of 2 kilometres to go to the finish, he's still prepared to come to the front. He knows that they've got to give their all now, because if they start to play around and start the little cat and mouse tactics that you very often see at the end of a stage like this, they will lose that 20 seconds in the blink of an eye. And in fact, I reckon, just looking down there, I've lost sight of Magnus Backstedt. He was halfway across the gap. There are the two leaders. As we pull back, I'm looking to see where Maggie Backstedt is. That's a motorbike, and that is Big Maggie himself. So still in third position on the road, but he's not, in fact, eating very rapidly into that advantage of those two leaders.
1,900 kilometres, 1,900 metres, I think that sign says.
I think it's 1,900 kilometres to Milano, and that's after the race
right.
finishes.
Well, these are the two leaders now, and judging by the show of strength here as we enter the finishing town, my money will be on the Italian Priamo.
Well, he looks like a big, powerful rider. I don't really know very much about him, but as you said, he's had a couple of victories in Turkey this year, so he knows how to finish off races. While I have to say that the young rider from Euskaltel-Euskadi was just looking a little bit less powerful as we run into the final kilometre. Ultimo chilometro, as they say down here in Italy.
Yeah, Priamo came across from the Panaria squad, where he won one race last year, his first ever win as a pro on the circuit of Lorraine. He led the race for a short time as well then.
Beautiful little town here. There's Magnus Backstedt putting his head down in anguish, I think, there, as he's got fined 38 seconds. So I don't think he's going to do that inside of the last 1 kilometre of racing, but he could hang on there to get himself a fine third-place finish.
Well, Maggie's doing all right. He's stuck out in no man's land, but a third-place finish would be great consolation, I think.
Well, it looks like there's a bit of a change over here, because that, to me, looks as if that's the yellow jersey of Nikolai Trusov. So, although Backstedt made himself a very nice move there, I think he's been replaced by the Russian rider on Team Tinkoff.
And Paul Martins was the Rabobank rider chasing just behind Trusov. It's got to be those two, I think. There's Visconti allowing riders to slip away from the group, and he's just shadowing Matthias Roos here. He knows he's his main rival for pink, and he's allowing everybody else to jump away.
Well, they're moving all the team cars out, but as far as I'm concerned, these two riders have pretty much got the success. It's going to go one way or the other. They're now inside of 500 metres to go. And the way this finish is, in fact, I shouldn't have been too nasty to the rider from Euskaltel-Euskadi, because he still has a chance of getting himself the surprise. There is Trusov coming across there. He's in third place, but he's still looking for around about 25 seconds.
Well, they're both looking over the shoulder now to see where the chase is. If many of you will have been to Italy, but it's surprising just how many towns in Italy are all built on top of a hill. And it looks like we've got another one now, and a nasty grind up to the finishing line here. Priamo doesn't really want to lead here, but he's going to be left with no choice. I think Alain Perez is cooked, but you never know when he sees the finish.
Well, they're lining up now at 300 metres to go. I've just seen that Priamo's checking his gears, making sure he's in the right gear. He's going to wait until the last moment to begin the acceleration. Just hope that the Spaniard doesn't come off his wheel.
Well, the Italian's about to enjoy a stage victory here, I think, but I'm not so sure yet. But he's got the best way around the corner, and he's got the strength, I think. It looks as though Perez hasn't quite got it. Nonetheless, a good result for Euskaltel as he distanced him here in the final dash to the line. So it's been a great season for Matteo Priamo. 2 wins in Turkey. Now he gets his first ever national tour victory with a stage in his home tour. It won't result in the Maglia Rosa, but just who will get that depends on how they arrive here.
Well, that's the important thing. It's going to be a question of time. And they're coming up to the line. There is the rider from Tinkoff, and that's going to be Nikolai Trusov. And here's the rest of the group coming in as well. This is Maxim Iglinski, the national champion of Kazakhstan.
Poor old Maggie Backstedt. The legs didn't quite get him up here today. He slipped right through this group. Trusov, another good result for Tinkoff on the back of Pavel Brut's win yesterday. Little wave to the crowd. Paul Martins of Rabobank it was. And Maxim Iglinski of Astana. First time we've seen Astana make an impression.
Visconti, look at
this.
Well,
that's a pink jersey sprint. That's why he did it. That's a pink jersey finish there for Visconti. Only 8th place. Maggie comes home in 9th. And that's Roos, and there'll be a timed gap. So I would expect there'll be a timed gap, and those few seconds will make the difference. So Visconti, the champion of Italy, will be in pink tonight.
Well, that should be the case, and I wonder what the riders in the main field are going to think, because they really made a little bit of a mess of this here this afternoon. But Jason McCartney coming in as well there for CSC.
Well, that was a great result here, but an indication perhaps that no one team can control the Giro d'Italia this year, because that was a big time gap and still is. And normally you don't see that in a stage race. So attacking riders get results. There's the result of the stage. Iglinski is completing the top 5 there. Some strange names. Priamo taking the stage victory. Bagstead in 9th place. Visconti's 8th place at 40 seconds. You see the time gaps. He gained 7 seconds on Roos. That will give him on countback, I think. What on earth is going on here? We had a motorbike go down, I think.
Yeah, motorbike. One of the motorbike marshals there had a bit of a problem, and it's created a crash on the left-hand side.
And this is the peloton, by the way, and you can see the time gap.
9 minutes and 58 seconds has gone by, and that little bit of confusion on the running towards the finish has really made it even tougher to get to the top of this finishing climb in Peschici.
Well, there's no reason to get excited now when they're so many minutes behind. They should have done that 50 kilometres ago. So they'll all climb up in the same time towards the finishing line, but it's going to be 11 minutes by the time they cross. That's a big gain for the breakaway. Should make an interesting overall classification tonight. And Visconti might keep that pink jersey for a while, you know.
Well, he's a very good bike rider, not one of the great climbers, but you know, when you pull on something like a Maglia Rosa, it creates an awful lot of changes. There's Pelizzotti on the left-hand side, Daniele Benati on the right-hand side. And even though there are a number of riders off the front end of the main field, Daniele Benati, I think, will have a crack at trying to get himself a few more points here. It's very important if you want to win the Ciclamina competition.
Well, there we are, the points and the pink as they come up towards the line. There are a few points left in the Ciclamina. The King of the Mountains jersey, by the way, is a green jersey in the Giro d'Italia.
So just out of interest, in about 6th or 7th position there, I've noticed Alberto Contador riding at the front end of the main field, and he must be getting better and better as this race goes forward. He wasn't prepared to ride this race. There he is in his Astana jersey. But the fact that he's riding at the front end of the main field, Phil, means he's obviously riding himself into a little bit of form in this race.
Well, tomorrow completes the first week of the Giro, and we haven't mentioned his name once apart from seeing him on that early stage on the finishing climb on stage 2. There's the time gap, 11 minutes and 34 seconds. Boy, they weren't in a hurry today, and it might be a mistake they'll pay dearly for.
Oh, by the way, Contador, Phil, was second over the line at the front end of that main field. Christian van der Velde here has lost a little bit of time, I think, on this stage finish, so he may well tumble down as well in the overall classification.
There's the stage winner, Priamo. Can't believe it. A long breakaway, over a quarter hour up, and they conserved 11 minutes. One day that'll be a big tree as he holds it above.
Bonsai.
They always have unique gifts for the winners in the Giro d'Italia.
Well, the bonsai tree there, I think, a little bit better than a leg of ham, I suppose.
Yeah, well, you can't eat that. And there's the situation. Overall, he's on the same time as Matthias Rutz, and so it's just as well he opened the gap. He's gone on countback to get the place over him. Nardello is in 3rd place, Perez up to 4th, and Gavazzi up into 5th. All of those riders in the breakaway.
Well, a nice move by Team Quickstep. Takes a little bit of pressure off the shoulders now of Paolo Bettini. And yes, Phil, I think this man could hold on to this jersey for a little while. I don't see him as being a surprise winner of the Giro d'Italia. And in the points classification, well, Benati leading already by around about 16 points over Riccardo Rico and Pavel Brut. Cavendish in 4th.
In 4th, and he lost out on one of the stages in the sprint, but on the Manuela Sella, proving his strength in the mountains. He's been climbing pretty well. We haven't seen too much of him over the mountains, but he has been winning them.
It's always a strange competition in the Giro d'Italia. The points that are allotted in the King of the Mountains classification in Italy really do tend to falsify the race. By the way, the leading young riders competition is also led by Visconti over Rus and Francesco Gavazzi at 5.5 minutes. Possoni in 4th and Nibali 5th.
Onward we go now to Pescoco, Stanzo, 180 kilometres. As the riders now face up to another good stage here as we continue our journey. This time we're now getting up into the middle of Italy as we complete our first week of 3. This is Bosisio, I think, who's out in the breakaway, collecting mountain points.
Yeah, number 3, Paolo Gabriele Bosisio. This is the front end of the main field. There's the leader of the race, the new leader at 4.9 kilometres to go. Alongside him is his teammate, Paolo Bettini. Bettini is a real great asset in a team because not only will he look after the team, but he's also got the chance of ripping off a victory himself. This is Danilo De Luca looking over his shoulder. In that group with him is Riccardo Rico, and in fact they've got a small advantage, Phil, over the front end of the main field, and I'm not sure where they slipped away.
No, well, Emmanuel Sella was in the early move today, and he's won every mountains except the one we've just seen Bosisio take at Pescos Costanzo at kilometre 176, and now he's set fur to try and take the stage alone here. And the Maglia Rosa losing 3 minutes 20 just at the moment, so he's paying for that long breakaway yesterday, Visconti.
Contador, he's got himself into this break as well.
Well, they've got to come back and get the revenge somewhere down the line.
I wouldn't expect to see it on a day like this, and that's a very interesting move when you look at riders like De Luca, Rico and Alberto Contador getting into the counter move. We're looking here at the quality of this man. 2 professional victories since he turned professional back in 2004, and once again the Giro d'Italia, Phil, really isn't very kind to the bike riders, is it? Especially in a breakaway. There's always a climb on the running towards the finish.
There is. Well, Visconti's over 3 minutes down on the leader on the road, which is Gabriele Bosisio. But he's only about a minute or so behind the likes of Alberto Contador, Rico, Pipoli, Rebellin, Pelazzotti is up there as well.
Fortunato Balian is in this group. This is Leonardo Pipoli, and he's doing the work for his teammate there in the back, and that is Riccardo Rico a little bit further back in the front end of the main field. That's Andreas Kloden. He's looking rather good as well, but he's not going to do anything at all to assist the chase behind his team leader.
Pelazzotti's there too. They're all looking as though they're not holding much of a conversation there. They're just getting on with the job. 4 kilometres to go for Bosisio. He's never won a big stage race like this in his life, so we'll see what he can do here.
Well, Pipoli is completely and utterly sacrificing himself here this afternoon, Phil. I'm not sure if he's just looking to try and move his teammate Riccardo Rico up in the overall classification, but a major operation being done here really by Danilo De Luca, because he's going to pull himself back 30 or 40 seconds on all of the other challenges in this bike race. Coming now inside of 5 kilometres to go for them. They're 2.5 minutes behind. I don't think they're going to be able to duke out the stage victory here this afternoon, but they've certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons in the main field, because they should never have let a group like this get off the front.
Well, it'll do him no harm at all. He'll get a nice leg up the classification. That big lead by Visconti will stay, of course. He's got time in hand, and that's the way it'll stay, I reckon, for a few days at least, with the Italian champion keeping in the Maglia Rosa. He can't allow too many of these sorties to slip in, though, but it does show he's tired from yesterday, because he's behind some of the race favourites now.
Well, they've got around about 35 seconds advantage over this group, and I think the way the race is running up towards the finish line, it really has started to split behind. That gives you an indication that although this is not one of their major testing stages, it has been a hard day out in the saddle for these bike riders. As Bosisio here continues in his lonely move, I wonder if he knows that Danilo De Luca's chasing him behind.
Well, this is a ride right into the centre of the boot of Italy, and it's hilly in the centre, and it's been a good day for racing. It's been a perfect racing day. Emmanuel Sella, yes, he's had a terrific day in the mountains. He's scored almost a maximum points and the king of the mountains, so he's building a very big lead in that competition. But that was Pipoli and Rico trying to get away, and also with him was Contador. Contador seems to have warmed to this race in the last 24 hours, so perhaps he's got the sand out of his shoes now, as Bosisio is heading up towards the finish, and he's looking as though they're not going to catch him.
Well, that's Emmanuel Sella.
Yeah.
And it looks as if he's trying to get himself a nice place here at the end of the stage. As you said a little earlier, Phil, I think he's on his way backwards because he's got himself an awful lot of points in the King of the Mountains classification this afternoon. There's the front end of the group, which has been led for a long time by Team Quickstep, but I think they're trying to turn off the gas now. That's Denny Menchov. He's seen the danger of giving time to a guy like Danilo De Luca, so he's now trying to put things to rights on his own.
Well, these are days when you can lose the Tour if you lose just a few seconds here. A chance also to gain a few that might be very valuable when you get to the Dolomites in the Alps in the last week. 2 kilometres from the finish.
Testa della Corsa.
He can start to dream, I think, Gabriele Bosisio here. A good result for LPR Brakes. Remember, he's on the same team as Danilo De Luca.
Well, this group now, down Phil, is just 4 riders remaining. Pipoli and Rico at the front doing the bulk of the pacemaking, followed there by Danilo De Luca. If they get any closer to the advantage of Bosisio, I think you'll see Danilo De Luca start to take a back seat. But you've got to take your hat off, though, to Alberto Contador. I mean, as you said, on the beach, not prepared to ride the Giro d'Italia. A week ago, they said, oh, by the way, lads, you can ride this year.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a little bit unfair, the selection, the way they brought them in late, but I think they were happy to grab at it because they're not in the Tour de France. Don't forget Kirienka and Sella are still ahead of those 4 chasers, and I think they've split up now. We saw that Sella was in a spot of bother. This is back in the pack.
Been pulled back into the fold as well there. Rico looking over from some assistance from Danilo De Luca. These guys who are serious challengers to the overall classification have made a major move here this afternoon as we get into the outskirts of town now. Bosisio on the left-hand side. The main chasers on the right-hand side there. De Luca prepared to work with Leonardo Pipoli. He must be one of the oldest bike riders in the event this year. I think he's almost 36 years of age as we now look at Bosisio now. A little bit lonely now as he ploughs that furrow right through the middle of town.
Well, Bosisio himself is 28 years of age. At least he will be later on during the Tour. So he's coming up this what looks like a cobble street. A little bit stroby too, and it's interfering with our pictures by the look of it, but he's getting up towards the finish now. He's still got time in hand. He needn't over worry about where the others are. He's got the best part of a minute. We're not seeing anything of the Kirienka-Sella chase, but they are between Bosisio and the rest of the group.
Well, Danilo, the killer De Luca, on the right-hand side there. Phil looks like he's really got the bit between the teeth this afternoon. He sees this as a major opportunity to get a coup over all of the other challengers in the race. And just to pull back 30 seconds or a minute on a flat stage like this really is a massive advantage, especially when you think in a few days' time we've got a pretty important individual time trial. Cloden looks good. There's Gilberto Simoni in his Sella Italia jersey. I'm not going to say the full name of the team.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that De Luca there is not doing anything to defend for this man, his teammate, is he? But he probably knows that he's got at least a minute, and that should be enough anyway.
I think he realises now that his teammate has got the victory pretty much in the bag here this afternoon. So as far as he's concerned, what he wants to do is try and get as much time as possible over all of the other challengers in the group behind.
Well, time to ease up now and start to think what a great day it's about to become here. Cheers all round. He's ridden away on his own. And it's been a very, very solid performance by Gabriele Bosisio. Turned pro, by the way, back in 2004. And this will be the biggest win of his life here. He's never had a good placing in a classic or even a good finish in a stage race before.
It's making a hard job of it, though. It's a nasty finish up to the line here. See the concentration on his face. He looks around every corner wondering where is the finish line going to be. Well, it's not too far now for this young man as he takes the final bend. Behind him, the race is completely and utterly split to pieces, and in fact the main field has split quite a bit as well.
His only victory so far this year, aptly named, the Tour of Gold, which was in April, the Giro d'Oro. And since then, here we are about 3.5 weeks later, and he's heading up the hill to his first ever stage win in a Giro d'Italia. Another nasty slug up to the line. Now, I can hardly say the organisers are favouring the sprinters this year. This is Sella. Now, where is he?
Going around the corner there.
He's either second or third. I'm not sure where Kirienka's gone now.
Well, probably what's
more
important.
There's Kirienka, so he's ahead of him.
Yeah, Kirienka's in second place on the road. Sella in third, and in fact, somewhere in the middle of nowhere is Felix Cardenas, and he was part of that early breakaway.
But there you can hear the public address system now. So too can Gabriele Bosisio. A week into the Giro, he's found the finishing line ahead of everybody else. 4 3/4 hours to cover the 180 plus kilometres. Just 150 metres left to ride to the line. There won't be a change overall, but he was fairly well placed overall. He will come into the top 4 or 5 riders now with his performance. We'll have to wait till the arrival of Visconti to see how far back he will be, but Visconti, which had a big lead overnight, has lost a big advantage today. He gets the win then, and LPR, instead of using Danilo De Luca, have found a new man to win for them in Bosisio.
I think this is the most important thing for me on the stage here this afternoon, Phil. That big group with all the massive favourites in it, and Alberto Contador riding himself into form. There you can just see going around the corner was Kirienka. He'll get second place, but the big job of work is being done by the two riders from Saunier Duval. It's Pipoli on the front. He's sacrificing himself for his teammate there, Ricardo Rico, as Sella bounces around the corner for third.
Well, a first, a third and a second for Team Tinkoff now, and they are having a very, very good Giro d'Italia and using different riders on each occasion. He comes home in second place, the clock telling us the gap. Well, it's considerable even to the second man at 46 seconds as we now continue on here, and this will be Felix Cardenas, rides for Barlow World. He's a climber and he's using it to good avail here today. He'll head up. This is Sella in third. What does the clock say? Just over a minute, and a great day out for him. He's really put a big lead on in that green jersey as King of the Mountains, winning all bar one of the climbs today. So we should see Cardenas coming around the corner. Maybe we won't, as a minute 15 counts away. And just looking up here, this is the Contador group, or should we call it the Rico Pipoli group there, and Danilo De Luca. There's Cardenas. So he comes over in fourth when he gets there, and look at the time gaps you see, and we've not seen the pink jersey, of course, yet. Here's the men who could be winning the Giro d'Italia in a couple of weeks' time, and this is a big move by them today, and they've all come through very strong. And Contador, you've got to take your hat off to Alberto Contador. He's dangling off the back now, but he's starting to find his legs, and at the beginning we really thought he was going to just put the show on to get the team in the race and then slip out of it, and he hasn't done so.
Well, he's put under a little bit of pressure there because let's not face it, Phil, he's not prepared for the Giro d'Italia. De Luca gets the place there ahead of Rico Pipoli, and Alberto Contador loses himself for 7 or 8 seconds there in that split up to the line.
He'll be 8th over the line though, and still no sign of the Maglia Rosa, as there won't be for a few minutes, I don't think. Going back to 2 minutes 20 seconds here now. That's David Rebellin.
Menchov, Cloden. There's the Spanish champion Rodriguez in the red and amarillo colour at the back. Pretty sure that the Maglia Rosa is in this group. I haven't seen him, but he was in that group a little earlier on.
I don't think he was. I don't think I saw a pink jersey go around there trying to get the bikes off down the escape route. Rebellin continues to set the pace here. Nearly 3 minutes has gone by now.
Well, there aren't any riders from Quick-Step in this group either, so it may well be that the Maglia Rosa has disappeared from the group.
So he had a big lead, remember, after an 11-minute victory yesterday over the main contenders, and they've taken a bit of time off him today. We're now over 3 minutes gained back for Bosisio anyway.
Well, we're looking now down through all of these groups to see what the position is of the Maglia Rosa. And it could very well be that this is the group of the Maglia Rosa trying to keep it on his shoulders. He started the day with a pretty massive advantage over everybody else. This looks like Juan Maurizio Soler.
Yes, it is, but he's still got his wrist is still giving him a little bit of trouble, I think.
And he's bandaged on his knee as well there.
Yeah.
Sequels of a very nasty crash in the opening few days of the Giro d'Italia this year. One by one, these riders are coming up. The clock continues. There is the Maglia Rosa. 3:51 is the time that he went over the finish line. So I wonder if that will keep him up in the Maglia Rosa this afternoon.
Well, judging by all the riders who've just come in there, you'd be lucky to be in the top 30 finishes here, but it's time that counts, not position. And he's lost a considerable amount, almost 4 minutes to Bosisio. But more importantly, perhaps, he'll have lost around about 3.5, 2 3/4, 3 to 3.5 minutes on the big contemporaries there, De Luca, Rico, Pipoli, Contador. A little bit of a gap back to Rebellin. There's the happy days of Gabriele Bosisio for LPR Brakes. Big victory for him.
Huge victory for him and the team. 46 seconds his final victory over Kirienka. 1:02 back to Emmanuel Sella. 1:33 to Cardenas and 2:04 to Danilo De Luca. So that's around about 1 minute and 50 second losing by the man who started the day in the Maglia Rosa. Bellizotti in 10th at 2:55. Great ride though by Alberto Contador.
Yes, just didn't have quite the punch at the end, but he did well to hold on to those boys who obviously were preparing for the Giro d'Italia, unlike Alberto, who wasn't preparing for it at all. In fact, apparently he was on holiday. Anyway, there's the overall, and Bosisio comes up. Visconti's opened a 9-second gap on Russ now. Pasiccio has dropped in at 5:43. De Luca is also up there. Looking further back, all the boys that finished up today have now claimed the top spots. Rico in at 7th. Alberto Contador up to 9th at 7:56. But he's more importantly worried about the whereabouts of Rico, I think, and not Visconti. Here he is, all smiles, another day in pink at least. Now we're heading off to start the second week of the Giro. Well, not quite. We haven't got the peloton home yet.
Well, this will be the autobus, the laughing group, if you like, and this will be the group of all of the sprinters who'll be very happy to get themselves home on a day like this, because it is always a difficult thing wondering whether or not you're going to get eliminated.
Well, we're heading off to Tivoli now, 208 kilometres. We're just short of the coast as we continue our journey from east to west across the centre of Italy. Again, undulations for the riders here, but the big mountains await them in the Dolomites and the Alps in the last week. There's over 100 kilometres of time trialling as well to come in this year's Giro d'Italia. A little bit more than normal, about 20-25 kilometres more than usual.
Gerolsteiner in control at the front end of the main field here. Everybody looking over their shoulders. We're inside of 5 kilometres to go to the finish line now. A couple of riders at the front there also for Team Astana. Big long line of the main peloton charging into town here at around about 50 kilometres an hour.
Well, they're 48 hours away from the first individual time.
Oh, what happened there? I don't know.
A little bit of a diversion, a slip behind the crowds. A Cofidis rider there, was it Monnier?
Yeah, Damien Monnier.
Yes, there it is.
Took a little bit of an excursion into the crowd a little bit further up the road there. This is one of the riders from High Road. This is Adam Hansen.
Yeah. National time trial champion of Australia. I think was the first win for the brand new team. Came in January in Ballarat.
Hansen's looking to try and get himself a stage victory here if he can. No organisation at the front end of the main field. Everybody just looking back, trying to get themselves organised. This is how that accident happened before. You see those riders were on the wrong side of a directional island and had to make the shortcut back into the main field.
The funny thing was the crowd continued to look in the direction of the cameras and didn't seem to notice the riders had gone behind them there. Well, this is a good way to time trial to victory. This is Adam Hansen giving it his best shot for Team High Road. They've come out for a brand new team on the block. They're registered in California now. It's an American team and it's managed by Bob Stapleton, and they are really having a tremendous start to the year.
Alberto Contador in the main field. On the left-hand side, though, is Adam Hansen. He's a strong bike rider. Some incredible stories about Adam Hansen. His mum said he's from, I think, Cairns in Australia, and he wanted to go on holiday, so he decided to ride all the way down to Brisbane. That's only about 2,000 kilometres.
It is a long way.
And he slept on the beach.
Well, don't blame him. Probably didn't have any legs left to go anywhere else.
But when he got down to Brisbane, he didn't have any money left, so he rode home.
But he won't be thinking about that right now as he tries to take this race by the scruff of the neck and get a victory here. He's got a nice tempo going. He's right at the limit, I think, as the chase. It's a fast finish, this one today as well. So the sprinters, having been beaten on these small climbs for nearly a week, might prefer this. They've got a good charge going too here.
Just looking at Team Astana there, I can't quite figure out why they're working so hard on the front end of the main field. They haven't really got a great sprinter on their team, but they really are all over the front of this. You can see the organisation coming from Team Astana. Hansen really getting into the last throws now. He's inside of the last 3 kilometres to go. Keeps looking round the corner. Haven't got any definite time checks on him, but I don't think his advantage can be all that much. He must be hovering at around about the 15 or the 20 second mark.
No, they're not very far behind, I don't think. I'm sorry to say. 16 seconds. They're not.
Good guess.
Because I thought the countryside looked a little bit similar to both groups there.
De Luca's at the back here now. That's not a good place for Danilo De Luca to be, and I wonder if he's had a mechanical, because he's surrounded there by his teammates, and it could well be that he's just had a recent mechanical incident. Not a thing on race radio at this point, but it could well be that that's been an incident for Danilo De Luca. 16 seconds is a tough call for a man like this, especially when you know the main field are going to start to rack it up a little bit, Phil. And again, on the run in towards the finish, it does kick up just a fraction inside the last kilometre.
Just caught a glimpse there too of David Miller in his British Champions jersey, slipping off the back of the peloton, which doesn't all well for David. There's De Luca holding position. He might be keeping out of trouble, and because we've had these falls and these sprints, and just keep his nose clean.
Oh.
Hansen surrenders.
I know why.
Bangs the handlebars. He's frustrated, but he looks back and he'll see the peloton right there. It was a good effort, that, by Adam Hansen.
Frustrated by his legs, I think, Phil.
Yeah.
Realising just how fast these men go on the running towards the finish. Somebody taking advantage of the junction there to leap off the front end of this group. I didn't catch who it was, but it looked like a rider from Navigari.
It was a rider from Navigari, and now we can see who it is now, because as he starts the group move here, this will be Antonia Tiziano.
Long way down in the overall classification. It's a good moment to hit a group like this, just as a rider gets caught. I'm a bit concerned about Danilo De Luca, though, Phil, sitting at the back in the group like this, because that's the best way to lose time. Let's not forget he gained an awful lot of time on yesterday's stage when he was in that breakaway. In fact, he pulled himself right up into the top 5 in the overall classification. There is the lone leader, but he's only got himself an advantage of 5 or 6 seconds.
Yes, and
3 or 4.
1 or 2. It looks as though they're closing it right up here.
Bernati's right up at the front of this group,
Yes.
so he'll be looking for a little bit of glory here this afternoon, riding there in 4th place. I think the rider just in front of him is Emmanuel Sella in the green jersey, the leader of the King of the Mountains classification.
Dal Antonio just got swept up there too, so it's a bunch sprint at the moment.
Well, this is Pipoli on the front end of the group now. He's starting to whip up the pace. And
Fanberger.
yeah, Fanberger's moving up to the front as well there. You can see the pressure that this Leonardo Pipoli is putting on the front end of the main field. Emmanuel Sella is climbing up into 4th place. There's a run up, and the final 1,600 metres, Phil, is a lot steeper than I thought it was.
Yes, it didn't really appear this way on the contour. I thought it was quite a big bunch sprint for the sprinters, but judging by Pipoli, he knew differently as well. Watch out for Paolo Bettini. He won't be far away again on a typical sort of finish for him. There he is. So this is a good finish again for Pipoli as he tries now. And also down there as well is Christian Fanberger, and Ricardo Rico is up there too.
Rico there in 4th position. He's right on the wheel of Emmanuel Sella. Sella is all over his bike there, trying to hold on to the pace being set here by Leonardo Pipoli. Pipoli not riding his own race here this afternoon. He's sacrificing himself to try and set something up for his sprinter. And the acceleration on this run up to the finish was really hurting the leader, Giovanni Visconti.
There's still time to lose time on this finish here, and if he keeps this sort of work up, then he is going to lose time. This is Rabon, Franciszek Rabon here, who is the Czech Republic rider on Team High Road. A big, strong man under the kilometre. He's setting the pace here. I don't see Mark Cavendish, though.
Don't think it's a Mark Cavendish finish here this afternoon, Phil. There you can see there Sella is being very attentive. He's the rider in the green jersey, and still Leonardo Pipoli comes to the front to set the pace making. 2nd position is David Rebellin. 3rd position, Ricardo Rico. Waiting to pounce there is the world champion Paolo Bettini.
There's a split here in the field as well, and I don't know whether they'll give separate times, but they might do, because it is a steady slog up to the line here. As Pipoli continues to set the pace, Felix Cardenas has moved up as well. He's having a very good ride for Barlow World. There's the world champion for the past 2 years.
Belizzotti at the front of the group there in 4th position. The former leader of this race. He's also trying to keep himself high up in the overall classification. But yes, there is a big split in the group, and it's all because of the pressure of Leonardo Pipoli on the front end of the main field. There's Andreas Kloden on the right for Team Astana. Emmanuel Sella on the left.
The ever-present David Rebellin again at the head at the kill. Hasn't won a stage yet. He sits there in 2nd place, not quite where Pipoli would want him. De Luca's having a go. Straight over the top of Pipoli, and a dive for the line. That's caused a reaction that's come from David Rebellin. And they're quickly going after the killer here. And look at the face of Paolo Bettini. He's got 3rd wheel here, but this is Rico. What he did in Agrigento, it looks like he's going to do in Tivoli here. He's still got lots of life in those legs. He's challenged all the way to the line. Paolo Bettini will be absolutely fuming. That was his win, I think, and it was taken off him by the 25-year-old Ricardo Rico.
And Visconti was in the group, Phil, just on the back of the group, so he shouldn't have lost any time here this afternoon. Congratulations there from Ricardo Rico to Paolo Bettini. It's 20 seconds since everybody's crossed the line. This is a man, I thought there was something wrong with him earlier on with about 3 kilometres to go, sitting at the back end of the main field, but he'd obviously studied the finishing profile very well here this afternoon, because he wanted to make that move inside of the last 500 metres. Unfortunately, he didn't quite have enough left to finish it off.
Yes, Bettini really had planned on this one, and he made his move, but he's found an extremely strong Ricardo Rico here, who's now got 2 stage wins in the Giro.
Looking over his shoulder there, he can see the face on Jiminy Cricket. That's the nickname given to the world champion. Over on the left-hand side, he's hoping to get a third world championship towards the end of this season, when the world championships are in Varese, Italy, in the month of September.
So there it is. It was a kind of bunch sprint, but it wasn't for the pure sprinter, was it? As Rico gets win number 2 in the Giro, and Sony Duval continue a very, very satisfying tour.
2 wins then for Riccardo Rico now, and he must be moving up pretty high in the Ciclamina competition. And once again, a magnificent backdrop. The gap opening Visconti again over Matthias Rust to 34 seconds. But the other guys in this race, Phil, are still looking for big chunks of time. 7.5 minutes required by Danilo De Luca.
That'll keep Visconti in a good position for the time trial, which is now only 24 hours away. We've got one more road race stage to come. And he should be last man to start if all goes well tomorrow. They tend not to race too hard on the eve of a time trial. We'll find out.
E ancora un applauso di Tivoli per la maglia rosa, Giovanni Visconti.
So to stage number 10 now, as we head on to San Vincenzo, 218, stage number 9 rather, 218 kilometres. Right around the coast here now as we head up towards the venue for tomorrow's time trial. And that time trial will be just short of 25 miles or 40 kilometres. So they should do that in around about 47, 48 minutes, the best men, but we'll find out about that in about 24 hours time, I guess. Here's the whole peloton hugging the road together. And
a nasty little loop around town as well on the run in towards the finish. Again, it's riders from Team High Road coming up to the front end of the main field, trying to keep it organised. I think everybody believes that today we will see a big bunch sprint. A lot of concentration as riders move up on the left-hand side. You can see the Liquigas riders. They'll be looking after the hopes of Daniele Benatti. All the teams getting themselves fairly organised. The Maglia Rosa stuck in the middle there, thinking about defending that in the individual time trial. He's not renowned for his time trialling ability, but I think with the advantage he's got, he should be able to hold on to the lead for a little bit longer, at least in that individual race for the Maglia Rosa.
Well, there was only one small climb out in the mid-course today. Sella didn't win it, by the way, but he did manage to go over the top in 3rd place, so he's holding a commanding lead in the King of the Mountains.
Really starting to whip up the pace there. You can see them stretching it out into a big long line. Obviously Team High Road this afternoon, Phil, reckon that they've got the chance of a victory with their man Mark Cavendish. I can't see Cavendish, but he tends to be a little bit like Robbie McEwen. He sits in the group, and although the team do all of the pace making, it seems to me that Mark Cavendish likes to come out of the pack in a strange style, as Robbie McEwen does. He waits until the last moment and takes the advantage of a door opening up in front of him. 3 kilometres to go.
Yes, and they're just searching up and down the peloton. There's David Miller, and you've just seen his teammate slip down there, Danny Pate, who might turn in a good time trial tomorrow if he gets his way.
You might notice David Miller's got those long leg tights on and the long arm warmers as well. Well, that's not because it's cold out there in Italy here this afternoon. It's because David has a really nasty allergy to the sun, and if he stays out in the sun too long, his body, his arms come up in really nasty bumps, and they still haven't been able to find out exactly what that reaction is to, or how they can handle it in a legal matter in this day and age of doping.
Yes, it really is unpleasant, and it itches as well, so he's got to keep himself covered up on these very hot and sunny days. It must be something to do with the ultraviolet rays, and so he does look a little bit silly being so well wrapped up, but I should imagine that the lycra is pretty light.
I have to say, I had a similar thing myself when I was racing. It's known as prickly heat. It only affected me when I was racing. Once I stopped racing, I've never had that problem with the sun again. So it may well be that pushing your body to such great lengths as these athletes do, he's missing in some kind of a mineral or maybe some kind of vitamin.
Well, Team High Road are confident they can deliver Mark Cavendish. They put their men on the front, and this should be a sprinter's delight today now. They're not going to let anybody slip away from this field.
Well, Bettini riding at the front end of the main field. He's looking for that victory, isn't he? He's always at the front on the run in towards the finish. But High Road have decided this afternoon this is the time to keep them nice and fast, to keep the race as organised as possible, to stop the sprinters getting confused on the run in towards town. There is Cavendish. In fact, he's moved up to about 7th or 8th position.
So he's thinking about it. He's got one win already. Let's not forget, the flags are out, trouble around the corner, or just a tight bend? Just a tight bend. It's quite narrow, the roads here, I must say.
Well,
And
fortunately,
a huge crowd watching them around that corner. I don't think I'd have stood on the left.
No. Well, fortunately, it moves out into a slightly wider road. There's Robbie McEwen at the front end of the main field. So McEwen looking for a victory, trying to use his years-old recipe of riding well in the Giro d'Italia in the first 10 to 12 days and then going on to perform at the Tour de France. Although Robbie's had a very quiet season this year, he looks good there.
Well, this has got to be one stage he's going to have a shot at. It's got to be, because he normally goes home about 10 days into the Giro. He might go a little bit longer this time before we get to the big mountains. He won't finish. That we can all guarantee.
There's a move up on the left-hand side there by Gerolsteiner. They'll be looking after them, and that'll be Robert Forster. He's a great finisher as well. You see a lot of riders sporting bandages. There's been a lot of crashes in the opening week of the Giro d'Italia. Just looking, there's a McEwen.
Yes, well, now we're on to stage 9. They seem to be a little bit less in the way of falling off. The riders getting to know each other pretty well.
Eric Zabel riding at the front end of the group as well. You can never discount Eric Zabel. He's always consistent.
Yeah.
You make one mistake on the running towards the finish line, any of the sprinters, and Eric Zabel would take advantage of it.
Julian Dean down there as well, the sprinter from New Zealand on the team of Slipstream.
There's
Also,
101. That's Cavendish.
Cavendish is there. Greipel has been the rider doing a lot of the work for Team High Road. He's a sprinter in his own right after a terrific tour down under this year. He scalped everybody to take an early lead in the Pro Tour circuit.
Well, you can see the work again being done by Fabio Baldato, the old man of the sport. Still got the enthusiasm, man, the speed to stretch out the main field into a very long line. There's Cavendish. There's Zabel. Excuse me, I'm coming by. I want to stay on the wheel of Cavendish here this afternoon.
Oh, it looks as though Greipel stuck the shoulder on the world champion there. That wouldn't have gone down too well. He may be a small man, but he's a very aggressive man, Paolo Bettini, when it comes to a finish, if he wants to be. And Zabel is also looking for a win here. He's still dicing with the wheels as the final lead out comes again. Is it Tony Martin once more who's trying to bring them up to the line here for Team High Road? Where is Cavendish? Tucked in nicely, almost like when he won the stage, in fact, except the riders are right up his back wheel now, instead of falling off in the closing metres. And there is Bettini. There's a lot of movement going on here now, as we would expect.
A black and white jersey there is the Kiwi champion, Julian Dean. He's right at the front end of the main field, but now it's Milram getting themselves organised. They're trying to set this one up for their man, Eric Zabel. In the middle there, Paolo Bettini zigzagging a few arms, and in fact, Robbie McEwen's arm came off the handlebars there, saying, excuse me, I'm coming through to the front. Forster makes a move on the left.
Yeah, big move on the inside of the rails there by Robert Forster. That might finish it off for them. He's a good sprinter as he comes up towards the line at 100 metres to go now, but Paolo Bettini is still there and thinking about it. The Liquigas rider is trying to get through as well, and that's Bernardi, and I think he's going to do it. Well, that's down to the photo. It was either Bettini or Bernardi, and I don't know, are they saying to each other who was it? They're not sure.
Nope. I think Bettini thought he may well have got it there. It was a very close lunge to the line. He looks over his shoulder. Did you get it or did I?
Well, they're not going to congratulate each other here in case it's a bad omen.
No, well...
one of them won.
If we can have another look at it, I'll get a chance of seeing just exactly who it was.
Desperately close, wasn't it? But Bernardi came up on the inside there.
It's Bernardi there in the lime green. A little bit of fighting there going on. That's Greipel looking over his shoulder, and he wants to try and get his man Mark Cavendish to the front. Robbie McEwen stuck right in the middle there. There's the acceleration from Forster that started it all on the left-hand side, but then Julian Dean says, no, thanks, mate. I'm coming right up through them. And look at the shoulder bunching that's going on there.
They both want the back wheel there. As it's Zabel they're trying to get onto the back of. He's on the back wheel of Bernardi. Here's the final lead out, but they're leading out Bernardi. There's the run up the inside there by Robert Forster that looked like a winner when it came. It really did. He had terrific acceleration. Then Bernardi's broken on the right. Zabel tries, but hasn't got anything like the kick of Bernardi. And at this stage, no sign of Bettini.
Well, there you can see that's the start of the move there. That's the acceleration of Bernardi. Zabel's trying to challenge. Robbie McEwen's blocked in on the right-hand side, right in the middle there, but coming up to the line. The lunge, well, I'd give it to Bernardi.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, from the top, it didn't look quite so close. But I'd give it to Bernardi, which gives him his second stage win. He won stage 3 as well.
Well, there you can see right in the middle there, it's Eric Zabel trying once again to get it. The acceleration, though, on the right-hand side created just a little bit of confusion for everybody, and it was all done by the work of Daniele Benati. He made the move to get up to the wheel of Forster, then he continued with his effort, even though challenged on the left-hand side by Eric Zabel. Bettini really wants this coming up through the outside, but he just hasn't quite got it to beat the man who's probably going to be the new fast man for Italy over the next few years, at Daniele Benati.
Well, let's see, there's the confirmation, and win for Benati by a hair's width over Bettini. McEwen up there, first time we've seen Robbie break in. He was third in the end. But 2 wins for him now, rivaling yesterday's man, Rico, who's also got 2 wins. This will put him back in the points Ciclamino jersey as well today, in time for the time trial. There's the overall, no change at all, still 34 seconds to Roos. This will change in the time trial a little bit, I think, but not by a lot, because there's still big time gaps back to everybody else. Rico will look to shut down on that 7.5 minutes, as will Alberto Contador, who rides a pretty good time trial. We should know now, after the time trial, whether Alberto is still on holiday or whether he's here with serious intent.
Well, there was a lot of rumour and innuendo in the first week of the Giro d'Italia that he was only going to ride for a week or 10 days, but the way he's performing at the moment, Phil, I would have to get on the phone to Johan Brunel and say, you need to keep him in this bike race. So Benati gets the points classification back from Ricardo Rico, 80 to 69, persistent up there in third, Eric Zabel in fourth.
Well, the sprinters can take a rest now, because the next stage is the individual time trial, almost 40 kilometres, a long journey across the centre of Italy to the start town of Pesaro, and we'll race into Ubigno. And that is, as I say, 39.4 to be absolutely precise, as we now run down on the east side for the finish.
First real test for all of the contenders. Early man to go out there, Vladimir Gusev, is the time of 58.46, but it's just been beaten by Marco Pinotti, and that's a great ride by the man from High Road.
Yes, Pinotti joining Team High Road, and former pink jersey wearer in the Giro d'Italia, and so he's got the best time now, and not surprisingly, because he's a very good time trial rider. Now let's see what can happen here now.
This is Bruce Jean, and he's a man who in the past has only ever really shown glory in any form of professional cycling in the individual time trial, and Phil, he's actually posting some very fast times out on the course.
Well, he's almost 34 years of age, as he will be on the 15th of June. Now, what's happening out here? Because this is very interesting now. This is a catch here. Contador pulling back his man.
Cloden.
Cloden pulling back. Quite right, Paul.
They both look very similar, actually, in the new strip.
Rebellini's caught here.
Well, that's a bit of a surprise there that he's managed to pull back David Rebellin. Rebellin, not really one of the great individual time trialists, but Denny Menchov is putting in a fine performance here, and he's going to challenge that time of Marco Pinotti, 57.17. The fast men now, Phil, are starting to show here in the Giro d'Italia, although I'm not sure that Menchov is going to beat Pinotti.
I think it's a bit too far, because as you can see, they've even found a hill finish in the time trial. And a long effort here by Menchov that strengthens the ride of Pinotti, because Menchov is a big challenger here. Must be considered a favourite for when we get towards the mountains. Van den Broek is home with 57.59. He drops a place. Menchov in at second. Now here's the champion of Italy of years gone by, Bruce Jean, and his only victories have been in time trials. Now let's see what he can deliver here, because he is in a much better position here to displace Pinotti. He's got plenty of time to get up this hill. So we've got a new leader now, and a man who really could win this time trial.
Well, he's got himself a good minute to get to the finishing line. I remember many years ago he led a stage of the Giro d'Italia almost through the whole of the afternoon, only to get beaten right down towards the end. But I think on this occasion, Phil, he's going to set the barrier very high indeed. He's looking at Pinotti's time there of 57.17, and clap! He's gone right inside there by 36 seconds.
Well, now he's on the man to beat, because last year he won stage 13 in this race, when it was in fact a mountain time trial, and he rode it then as champion as well. But now he's no longer the champion, but he's certainly the leader, and a good gap opened on Pinotti.
Fourth place finisher at the moment there by Levi Leipheimer. Andreas Kloden riding himself into the Giro d'Italia. I would have to think that of all of the riders on Team Astana, Kloden is probably going to be the team leader here at the Giro, depending on how Alberto Contador rides himself in. And starting last man, really in a defensive role, I think, this afternoon, Phil, the Italian road champion, Giovanni Visconti, in the Maglia Rosa, the pink jersey of leadership.
Last man, the sweeper of 176 who are still in this race at the moment. And it's going to be a lonely ride, I think, for Visconti. He's one thing I think he's assured of, because his gaps are still big enough. He'll still be in the pink at the end of this day. But how much time will his rivals pull back on him?
Well, the difficult thing about a time trial of almost 40 kilometres in length is if you're not a good time trialist, you can see yourself losing anything between 3 and 5 minutes on big men like, of course, there we were just looking at Andreas Kloden. Paolo Salvadelli, not a bad ride by him at the 32 kilometre mark. He's in 5th place there, just 28 seconds adrift.
Yes, well, Il Falco is also a pretty good time trialist. He's a past winner, of course, of the Giro d'Italia. This is Danilo De Luca, last year's winner. Also a man that can survive better than most in the time trial. Chance now this really is Alberto Contador at the 32 kilometres, 10 seconds best time. That is a very good start. He's determined.
Well, it's amazing the gangly style of Alberto Contador there, wearing number 22. Is a teammate coming up to the finish line to put himself up at the top of the overall classification if he can. Andreas Kloden, he's looking to challenge the time now of Marco Pinotti, who holds on to second. He's going to do that. So the German from Astana slips into second place, 20 seconds adrift.
Well, I think Kloden will feel pretty pleased with that, and so too will Team Astana, because when it counts, they're making it count. Here is Savadelli racing for the 3rd slot now of Pinotti, and I don't think he'll get there in about 8 seconds' time, so he'll probably slip behind. But Savadelli, nonetheless, is battling it out as he heads up towards the finish.
Well, he's catching Leonardo Pipoli here, Phil, who started 4 minutes in front of him on the road. So it just gives you an idea of how well Paolo Salvadelli has ridden. He's going to stop the clock there just inside of the time of Denis Menchov. So that'll be 4th for the moment for Paolo Salvadelli.
That was a very good effort there. Pipoli quite clearly riding this tour in favour of his team captain, Riccardo Rico. He's just proved that now. It wasn't a big effort in the time trial by him. But Savadelli wants yet another good tour. This is the lonely world now. A little bit of rain on the camera lens as well. The lonely world of the race leader, Giovanni Visconti. Nothing up... Oh, I say there's nothing up front. It looks as though there might be a rider up there.
Well, it could be a motorbike, a specialised bike for Giovanni Visconti. A nice full disc wheel in the back there. He's got everything on his side to make him as aerodynamic as possible. But you really do have to be a specialist in the individual time trial now, Contador.
But it's the conditions that have changed, and these cobbles are glacial now. They really are, and that rain is pelting down, so they're going to have to sit in the saddle on these corners, otherwise they might be sitting on the cobblestones. But Contador is still running close. The best time is Bruchagin, 56.41. But I think the weather's going to, if he does get beaten, it calls down to the weather here, because those cobbles will be glacial now.
Well, he took it very precariously around that corner. He's looking to challenge the time of Marzio Bruchagin, 56 minutes and 41 seconds. And yes, I think, Phil, he'll be getting a little bit of wheel slip because of these cobblestones. That's Pellizotti, the man that started 2 minutes in front of him. He's caught Pellizotti and passed him, and he's gone outside the time there of Bruchagin.
Yeah, and remember, he was 10 seconds better, and now he slipped behind it by just a few seconds. So I think the rain has made the difference, and Bruchagin is going to be pretty happy now. He is very relieved at that, because there's no one really left to disturb Bruchagin now. He will win this stage, and he's no stranger to winning a time trial stage of the Giro either.
Yeah, but what I think is a little bit scary, though, Phil, is Team Astana have put 3 men into the top 10 in the individual time trial. Now, that's an indication that these guys, despite the last-minute invitation, are right on form for the upcoming mountains.
Well, I think they're trying to prove a point to the organiser of the Tour de France as well, that they really should have been invited back, but we all know the story behind the controversy there, and they won't be in the Tour de France this year. But Visconti, as he closes down now and sweeps up his time, already matching that of Leipheimer's, who was in 9th, slipping rapidly down this. But even so, this isn't a bad ride, Paul.
I reckon it's a good ride by Visconti, losing himself only a minute on a day when he could have lost 3 or 4, so that will keep him pretty solidly up at the top end of the overall classification. He's going to be very happy with that ride this afternoon.
The riders made the most of the rest day yesterday, although half it was spent travelling across to the start of this time trial. They brought the bad weather as well now. Very uncharacteristic. There's Matthias Rus outside the hour for him, outside the time of Jens Voigt.
Well, in fact, I think you were right when you said you thought you'd seen a rider in front of him, because, in fact, let's not forget that Visconti caught and passed this rider who started 2 minutes ahead of him. So that's a great ride by the Italian champion.
It's the old story. Pull on the leader's jersey, you ride like two men, I think. And he will lose time to all of the main contenders, but he'll still be in pink tonight, and that, I suspect, was his main aim. Philippe Dynaner, the Irishman, in his first Giro. As this is Roos coming home now, he'll slip right out of the contention, I think, with that performance.
He lost himself more than 4 minutes, and as the ringside commentator says, the ultimo corridore. So Brusagin gets himself the win.
He gets the win by 8 seconds over Contador. Andreas Kloden in third place. A big plus for Astana. And yet another time trial win for this man here. He hasn't got many wins in his career. He has delivered another great blow here. Oh, he's brought his own glass along. I don't believe it.
That's a professional.
I don't believe it. Out of his back pocket. Even the girls were impressed with that.
Oh, well, that's a big one. Nice move by Brusagin. But it hasn't really affected the top end of the overall classification, except Alberto Contador has slipped into fourth.
Yes, and that's, I think, significant. Inside the 7-minute gap for him. Basicio is still holding third, but looking for a bit of time. That's a good ride, though, by Visconti, and he'll be happy the time trial is over. But the weather forecast for the rest of this week is not very good, and I think it just started here towards the end of this day. So there we are, kisses all round, and Visconti takes the race back to the mass start rides in pink. So stage 11 now, 199 kilometres to Cesena, as we start our journey north really now towards the Dolomites and the Alps, and the last final week of the Giro d'Italia, which will be, of course, very significant this year. But at the moment, it's been a story of a champion of Italy defending the pink jersey. Manuel Sailor, he's almost making this green jersey his before we even get to the high mountains. He's having such a good time as leader of the King of the Mountains.
Well, he's pretty dominant, been so far in that King of the Mountains classification, and if you go out for it, it's the kind of classification that you really do have a chance of leading all the way to the finish. He leads with 37 points over 19 to Bosisio.
Yep, good day for the mountains today as the race continues on, and it's, as you can see, the weather sadly is not very good at all here as it continues on. This is Monte Coppeña. And there's the breakaway, and good luck to the commentators now recognising them, because they've pulled on their racing capes. The rain is coming down, as we say, like stair rods, dead straight.
Really is a nasty day. When it gets cold in the Giro d'Italia, it really does become quite freezing. There's Danilo De Luca on the left-hand side, pretty much happily ensconced in the middle of the main field, and very narrow roads here this afternoon as well.
That breakaway there was led over the top by Alessandro Bertolini from Sedimenti, and Pablo Lestras was just behind him. Tiziano Dell'Antonia, we saw him in the break a couple of days ago. He was over in third. Jussi Veikkonen in Finland and Laurent Mangel. That was the situation. They are clear now, as you can see. This is the sprint here. And the weather, the good roads have been a beautiful racing route, this without the bad weather, but they've got to be careful on the way down.
Well, in fact, just looking here, this is a little bit of pressure being put on by Team LPR here on the front end. Looking back there to see what sort of damage is being done. In fact, I have a feeling we've got a little bit of a split going on. These are the chasers in Sigutori, and LPR are certainly all over the front of this. It's obviously been a very nasty climb.
Well, it's also a very nasty day, and the riders now are going to try and nibble a little bit more off the lead here of Visconti before they get up north. And LPR, this is a good day for the killer, and I think Danilo De Luca will enjoy this as best he can. He's in second place there. Memory of Marco Pantani as the gap continues to count. And no sign of this weather abating at all.
Not at all. A nasty day. 4 minutes and 25 seconds and counting, and they've still got to get to the top of this climb, yep. At which point we'll get a definite identification on what the advantage of those 4 leaders is, 5 leaders. I think I just noticed Alberto Contador in the group. little bit of picture break-up as we go through the trees and the rain. It's always very difficult on a day like this to keep the pictures nice and steady. As they get to the top of the climb, it's going to be pretty close, Phil, to around about the 5-minute mark.
Oh, that's a very good breakaway. And on weather like this, it might go all the way to the finish, because these boys will just keep an eye on themselves. Just on 5 minutes to the summit there, just over 5 minutes. Danilo De Luca zipping up his black cape. We are hearing, in fact, the Mauricio Sola, and we haven't seen him. Verti had that crash very early on and took away all hope. Has apparently abandoned the race. So I'm not surprised. I think there'll be a few go out today.
A nasty day, and if you've got a slight injury when you are on the bike in a day like this, it really is very difficult to pluck up the courage sometimes to continue. And I think Maurizio Soler, the star of the Tour de France last year, Phil, will be thinking about getting himself ready for the month of July. And I believe he's really been pained by an injury to his wrist.
Yep.
And that seems to be the problem, although he did bang up his knee quite badly as well in that crash in the first week.
Well, all the action started pretty early on today at around about 35 kilometres. The breakaway settling down and getting clear. Pablo Rastas, Laurent Mangel, Tiziano Dell'Antonio, Jussi Verkkonen, Alessandro Bertolini. The peloton sort of let them go. They didn't really chase them, although the average speed, despite the weather, as we get in the way of the descent, is around about 42 kilometres an hour. So it was quite a quick start despite conditions.
Well, that was Danilo De Luca in person setting them on the descent. Not too far away from the front, Andreas Kloden was there, and also Alberto Contador. But there has been a split in the main field, although, Phil, away, I think with these weather conditions, we'll see quite a few riders making the junction on the descent.
Well, I can't see this breakaway being brought back, you know, Paul, simply because there's nobody in it that affects the overall leaderboard. And so why on a day like this take any risk at all, providing you're alongside your rivals?
That's the important thing. As I keep saying, it is important to look over the 3 weeks of a race like this. We've got 3 or 4 very difficult days to come, but to me the hardest part of the Giro d'Italia is the last 4 or 5 days, when we've got some massive mountains in the Dolomites and in the Alps.
And Sella will be losing out on his King of the Mountains scores today. Look at that, the group Magliarosa at 7:18, the chasing group at 5:05. So it looks as though Visconti is set to lose perhaps as high as 4, maybe even 5 minutes if that group settles in. So there is a reason for them to chase now and get rid of Visconti.
Just looking at the leading group there, that's the leading group of 5 riders. Mangel, Pablo Lastras is a good man to think about getting the victory. Dell'Antonio, Verkkonen is in there as well. He's the rider from Française des Jeux, and just getting onto the back as well, we noticed one of the riders from Team Lampre.
Descending with a little bit of caution on these wet roads. Plenty of gaps between the riders. Nobody in a hurry, and that's why when you get down the road you see how dangerous they are as they lock out on the inside of that bend there. Nobody taking any chances whatsoever, but even in these conditions the crowds are still watching.
Yeah, the Italians, they love their Giro. They turn out to support it wherever it goes through the country of Italy, whether it's in the high mountains or the low valleys. And on days like this you really have to be courageous, even just to be a spectator, to come out and support the riders.
Well, there's a view of the descent as we all take a little bit of precaution. Oh, and somebody hasn't. Somebody's crashed there, hit the barriers.
It's a rider from Liquigas.
Yeah.
Can't quite see who it was, but he doesn't seem to be too panicked, does he?
No, he looks okay.
This is the group of the Maglia Rosa. I can't see the Maglia Rosa, but all over the front of it you can see the riders from Quickstep are there. And they're obviously trying to pace their man back into the Maglia Rosa. Let's not forget he had pretty much an advantage of around about 7 minutes over his closest rival, who is turning out to be Alberto Contador now. But Danilo De Luca was around about 7.5 minutes. Here they've all gone back to help their man Giovanni Visconti to try and keep him in the Maglia Rosa for another day. And it's going to be a long, hard ride in the saddle for these guys.
Look at the low cloud here, and very unpleasant weather. This isn't the weather we normally get in Italy, or when we get up to the mountains it can go either way. We've even had snow in the Dolomites in years gone by. Andy Hampson's victory was not the best of weather up in the Dolomites, as we go right into the mist and a whiteout. This is that rider, and in fact I think it's Dario Cataldo of Liquigas who just hits the barriers. Not really a very good image there, is it?
Yeah, interesting. Oh, he's going backwards
all
now.
The pixels have gone up the wall.
Yes.
But take our word for it, there's a green rider in green trees and he's just hit that barrier, and I'm pretty certain it's Dario Cataldo. Meanwhile, back with Team LPR. Not sure who we're with here now.
This is probably in the breakaway. In fact,
it's Bosisio, yeah.
Yep.
Third overall.
Yeah. 5 minutes and 50 seconds now. I don't know exactly where he is on the road at the moment, but he's obviously getting a little bit of help from the team car there.
I'm pretty sure he's come back from that group, which has De Luca in. But we'll see. Sebastian Sela. No, it's just Navigari here as they continue on the ride of their own.
These are the 5 leading riders now.
This is Dal Antonio in the leading group here. That looks like Fortunato Balliani.
Yep, you recognise him. We've seen him racing all over the world. Always a very aggressive rider in races like the Tour de Langkawi in the very early part of the year. In fact, he for a very long time was a member of the Cell'Italia squad. And you can see the Cell'Italia rider on the front of this group here, and that in fact is Alessandro Bertolini. There's another crash.
You see, they're taking no respect to these roads here, and they're just tumbling off. This is Mauricio Ardilla, the Colombian rider. He's not really done much since he won the Tour of Britain a couple of years ago, and he hasn't really won many races at all.
No, he's a rider who a lot of people feel has got a great ability to climb, but you see,
completely wrong into that corner, wasn't he?
Absolutely, and he just lost it trying to correct it going around that corner. Another crash here, and I think that's Famberger who's gone down on the left. It looks like Sella as well,
Good
the leader
above.
of the King of the Mountains.
And the roads are even drived out just at the moment, it seems.
Also down there as well. It looks as if
Famberger.
It looks as if that's Leonardo Pipoli on the left. 159. It is Pipoli. He's a big teammate to Ricardo Rico. Now this is a massive crash that's gone down here, and it's probably because as we go into this tree
That's the pink jersey.
Well, yes, he is too. Well, he's not having a great day.
Well, we just came upon that crash. As you see, our camera's just, luckily, we had a camera back there. It must have been following the group because it was the pink jersey group. They've all gone down, and we'll see how they get out of that. But he's back up and running now. This is Del Antonio again.
Well, the weather's starting to change now for the better. It's become a slightly clearer day. Testa della Corsa, the front end of the bike race. As you can see, this rider on the front here is doing an impressive ride here. I think that is Del Antonio from Navigari. At the back, the other rider is Fortunato Balliani.
Yep. 3, 4, 5 riders clear.
And that's UC Vaikkonen, the Finnish rider from Française des Jeux in the white jersey with the club on the front of it.
Well, at least we can see them now because they've submitted to the sun for a change, whipped off those racing capes. This is over the third category climb, the Sorivoli, 174 kilometres. The clock should start on that for us. 25 kilometres to go to the finish. And there's a little flashback here to that certainly looks as though Pipoli might be out of the race the way he sat on the roadside there.
Well, that's Pipoli and Emmanuel Sella have both
really
gone down there.
It really caught them all, didn't it?
And the biggest damage really done to the Maglia Rosa, because he really is going to have a hard time trying to keep that Maglia Rosa on his shoulders here this afternoon. There's a confirmation of the pink jersey. I think he's got a teammate there with him to try and pace him back into the group. Now, they must have been taking a lot of risks, Phil, on the descent, trying to get themselves back into the leading group.
Well, it was unwise, whatever they did, and it certainly looks as though he might lose more time now because he's got nobody with him whatsoever. This group here is of no particular worry to anybody because there's nobody high enough up overall to steal pink or even make the top 10. But they're going for the stage win. Del Antonio doing a lot of work here. We've still got Pablo Lestras in there somewhere. He's in third place at the moment in the Case de Pan jersey. Fortunato Balliani. This is Bertolini. Stirs straight in the camera.
Very concentrated. The riders from Navigari have got the biggest opportunity here because there's 2 of them in this leading group. Fortunato Balliani, no stranger to long breakaways like this. He's the man who's on the front, and he'll be looking to try and get some points in the King of the Mountains classification, although his teammate Emmanuel Sella is the man who's actually leading that. Rider from Rabobank, Ardilla.
Yeah, he's also fallen, of course. Look at his shorts. We saw him go down. And that's a sympathetic applause from the crowd here. He's quite a way back now and not enjoying the race at all. How narrow these roads are.
They are really tough racing roads here this afternoon. That was a quick glimpse there of the Maglia Rosa group. This is the leading group, and there's a move by Pablo Lastras. He's not going to wait.
To be predicted, I think. He's on his own and he's going to get chased down. Well, Fortunato Balleani will fancy his chances here. The hills are no trouble to him whatsoever. He's a very good climber. And if they think Lastras is just going for the top of the climb, they'll be wrong. He's going for gold here.
Yeah, he was trying to catch everybody unawares there, but he's been pulled back into the fold by the two riders from Navigari. Then just getting onto the back there is Bertolini in the white jersey of Selle Italia. It's another team that's always been aggressive. Levi Leipheimer was involved in that crash as well there, Phil, because he's trying to get back there with Leonardo Pipoli. So Pipoli is back in the race, but I tell you what, it would seem to me they're having a hard time pulling themselves back in. And that was the group that was a little bit further back, because there's the Maglia Rosa. You can see he's completely ripped up on the right-hand side. He's got Paolo Bettini with him. He really is having a hard day at the office this afternoon.
Well, Bettini's a strong-willed. He's dropped back, I think, to try and help him back into their action here. Again, all this is detracting from the breakaway, who are continuing to lead this race. And again, I'm not too sure they're even going to be picked up here, because they've still got about 4 minutes on that main field at least. We're waiting for a further time check.
But that acceleration from Lastras has actually reduced this leading breakaway field down to just 4 riders. 2 in there from Navigari. Sitting on the back there, Bertolini from Selle Italia.
Yeah,
Lastras
gone.
Lastras now has decided that 4 is a lot better than 6.
Vaikkonen and Mangel, the Frenchman and the Finnish rider, have gone. So that leaves Del Antonio, Pablo Lastras, Garcia, Balleani, Bertolini. Those are the 4 now who got away on that climb. The other 2 didn't answer the call of Pablo Lastras. They're out of it at the moment. Little bit of reorganisation forming at the back here now.
This is the second group of chasers, so I presume this is the group that's got the Maglia Rosa trying to get back into it. Back up with the 4 leaders. Pulling back here, the fact that the team cars are right behind them there with the referees' cars, Phil, would indicate that they're at least 30 seconds ahead of the riders who were initially in this breakaway group. So we're now down to just 4 men, and we're looking now at around about 20 kilometres to go to the finish.
And now there's a minute between them, so that's 1 time gap we've got, which puts the main field a little bit further back than that.
Liquigas controlling the front end of the main field. At speeds like this, it's difficult to get into the peloton. I can see a lot of riders organising themselves from Team Lampre. There's a number of riders in there from Astana as well. This group looks very much to have swollen on the descent, as if 1 or 2 riders have decided not to put pressure on it, realising that the 4 leaders are not really going to have any effect on the overall classification. Bertolini now sets up the pacemaking.
Yes, maybe this is an attack here by Bertolini as he winds it up. The road suffering a little bit from the winters gone by, as he continues yet another hill, and there seem to be a lot of these nagging little hills in this year's Giro. Now, can we have a look? And they're still sitting there. Lastras looks pretty cool just at the moment.
Well, it looked as if somebody had disappeared because of that slight acceleration from Bertolini. I wonder if it was Fortunato Balleani. In fact, you can see one of the riders from Navigari has been caught out by that acceleration.
This looks like Del Antonio here in 3rd place.
No, it's Balleani.
With a face like that, it's hard to tell, isn't it?
It's Balleani. It's Del Antonio as the rider who's been dropped there. You can always recognise Balleani when he grimaces. He's got a fine set of teeth.
As soon as he got out the saddle there, he puts his head on one side, a bit like Tommy Simpson used to do.
So, nasty little climb here. It wasn't really an attack. I think he just went a little bit too hard for Del Antonio. He's now thinking about the possibility of punching home a success here. But I think the man he's got to watch out for is Pablo Lastras, because the Spanish rider there in the black and red jersey of Case d'Epargne, he's no stranger to winning from groups like this in Grand Tours.
Well, Bertolini is making all the running. He's a very confident man here. He can crack these 2. He looks over his shoulder and lifts the tempo. Those 2 behind, perhaps Balleani is the most subtle one of them to crack, but Lastras looks very good just now. No wins this year for Bertolini, and he's very determined just now.
He's been professional for a long time. In fact, he turned professional way back in 1994. He realises how important it is to keep the pressure on at a moment like this. Balleani comes across the gap. There's Alberto Contador on the left-hand side. Just 2 riders over to his right is Andreas Kloden. And a little move to the front here from Team Lampre. I'm not quite sure why they're organising themselves at the front end of the main field.
Bertolini, they won Paris-Brussels way back 11 years ago. So that was virtually the start of his career. Hasn't really, he's won a few races, about 19, 20 races in his career, but they've mastered him now. Where's Lestrasse gone?
Oh, he's just behind there in third position.
Yeah.
In fact, Bagliani keeps looking over his shoulder. I think he wants to know whether his teammate Del Antonio is going to come back. I don't think so. Once you get dropped at this stage of a race, you don't normally ride yourself back into a breakaway. So Bagliani not pushing on the pedals. Lestrasse sitting at the back of the group of two Italians now, and he's thinking about when's the next point that he can use to try and get away from them.
Well, I think that was the 5 kilometres to go, or 6 it must have been. We've just passed there. And these three now have whittled it down. No danger of them being caught at the moment. We haven't had an official time gap. It's got to be 4 or 5 minutes. That this is the forward sector of the peloton. It's not a complete peloton. But it should be enough now, because they've captured all their favoured riders. I think the pink jersey is back in that group as well, and thanks to the help of Paolo Bettini there, he's pulled back Visconti.
Well, if he is back in that group, he's going to be very sore tomorrow and the next day, Phil, because that was no mean accident he had. These riders now are trying to get themselves organised. They realise that if they start messing around trying to play cat and mouse and refusing to take turns at the front, they can see their advantage get completely and utterly wiped away. Moving up the outside, a little acceleration coming from, this is Team High Road once again, moving to the front.
It'll go by him, maybe. He's not going to win a sprint, so he may as well try and ride away. I'm not too sure why he's done that, in all honesty. So you see, they're saying he's 12 seconds back to the drop rider in the breakaway now, but we're still not getting an absolutely perfect point on this peloton. But it has to be minutes, 5 kilometres this time now. And the race could be decided today amongst these three riders, and yet another breakaway succeeding.
Well, it's still Pinotti riding off the front end of this group, and as you say, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure why he's doing that. But if they let him go clear, he could get himself 30 or 40 seconds by the end of the day, because I tell you what, he's a very good individual time trialist.
Yeah.
And he's trying to fly the flag for Team High Road.
Well, there's his time gap, but remember, that's rather a false gap of 9:56. It's based on Visconti, who will be losing steadily each stage, although today it looks as though he's recovered from the fall. Bagliani here saying to Lestrasse, give us a hand. He's obviously decided his teammate's not coming back now.
Well, I think he's probably saying I can't ride too hard because my teammate's only behind by 10 or 12 seconds. Just looking around the corner to try and get a glimpse of where those riders are. Looking into the main field. There's still no real chase in earnest here this afternoon. Liquigas are on the front. They're quite happy to keep it going. The riders from Astana are very attentive at the front end of the main field, and Ricardo Rico was in there as well, wearing number 151.
But it said there the pink jersey was nearly 5 minutes behind. Now, was that on the leader or on that group? It didn't make itself clear there. But that's a huge loss if it's on that group, which is possible, I suppose.
Well, he's had a very hard day in the saddle, but even 5 minutes would probably still keep him in the Maglia Rosa. The most of the work is being done in this group by Pablo Lestrasse and Bertolini, who's on the front right now. And I'm not surprised that Fortunato Bagliani's refusing to take advantage. Now there's another little move here. De Luca, Contador, Rico, all of the big names coming to the front here. And in fact, there's a split.
Yes, and it's all down to De Luca there, stretching at the front. I'm not sure whether we've caught Pinotti or whether he's still just around the corner there. Cameras are jumping all over the route today. But this steady climbing is going to hurt the riders in the peloton again.
Well, there's Pinotti there on the left-hand side, so they've brought him back, and it's really because of his move here that they've actually created a split in the main field. I think because of the fact that Marco Pinotti slipped into a breakaway in the past in the Giro d'Italia, that they're keeping a very close eye on him. De Luca was the man who came straight across there, and the group has split down to around about 25-30 riders. 3.5 kilometres to go to the finish. Lestrasse, he must now be thinking about how he's going to outfox these two riders with him.
Well, they're not waiting for anybody now. They're getting on with the job in hand now. And Bertolini seems to be doing the lion's share of the pacemaking. Because again, as he takes to the free wheel, just a dangerous corner coming up. Happily, the heavy rains of this morning gone away. Chance to keep the rhythm going on this nice, long, sweeping descent here. Plenty of speed required. There's the peloton. Now, they look to me as though they're not far away because they're on very similar to... at last we get it. They're saying it's 4 minutes to the group Malierosa, so he is in there, and it's 4 minutes the spread to the leaders. Well, that should be enough to give them the victory, but there won't be a huge time gain now, and the Malierosa isn't losing time.
Well, they're battling there at the front end of the group of contenders, but this is the group now with 30 seconds over Dell'Antonio. Lastras, you know, Phil, he's won a stage in the Giro before. He's won stages in the Vuelta a España, and about 4 or 5 years ago he won himself a stage in the Tour de France. So he must be now starting to think that this is an ideal situation for him. Very canny rider, and he's got the acceleration to get the victory here this afternoon. The only difficult thing for him, though, is he's up against 2 Italians.
Yes, and they both want to win. That might be an advantage, you know, because they both want to win, so they're not going to help each other. And this is where they're starting now to discuss the whole situation, and this is where Dell'Antonio could come racing back into the scene. They're wondering where he is. He's not very far away. The peloton is at 4 minutes, as we saw. They'll be gaining now, but they won't gain that much.
This is all getting very tricky now as everyone's starting to tighten up their shoes to make sure that they're ready for the big explosion once they see that finishing straight. Lastras is being very tactical here, moving into 3rd position, keeping a very close eye. And there's a move. No, it's not. A little tricky pretend move there by Pablo Lastras. He wanted to catch them unawares, but he knew they'd even heard the sound of the tyres accelerating.
Well, but they're all now trying to get the advantage of the back, and they're slowing down in the process. And they're going to run up towards the finishing line here, and somebody will take a flyer quite a way out, I would think, and relieve all the tension. I think the fastest sprinter should be Bertolini. Fortunato Ballerini, he's not a bad sprinter for a climber, but he's not a great one either. Lastras, I simply don't know. I think he'd have to go for the win on his own.
Yeah, I think I'm still putting my money on Pablo Lastras because he's a very talented bike rider. He's won from groups like this in the past after a long breakaway, and in all of the Grand Tours. He's got a stage victory in all 3 Grand Tours. I think he'd like to add to the stage victory he got in the Giro many years ago.
Ooh, a bit of a dicey old left-hander there on the cobblestones. Tight. Round again here. Oh! And a touch of wheels, and I think it's something in the road, like a hole. There was a missing cobblestone there, I'm sure of it. Well, that's the end of Ballerini now, and Bertolini heard it. That spoilt the prediction of Paul Schoen, because poor old Lastras was balked, and Bertolini, who's almost 37 years of age, is running away to his first ever victory in a stage of the Giro d'Italia. He's like a scalded cat now, and I don't blame him, because once he heard the crash of the metal, and I'm sure we'll see that shot again, Bertolini has gone clear for the victory.
Well, I really don't know what happened there, but Pablo Lastras was actually, for me, in the ideal position. He was very lucky to avoid that crash, and Bertolini, he took advantage of that and opened up a gap very quickly. Looks over his shoulder for confirmation. 100 metres to go. He's not going to get caught.
No, this is going to be a very appreciative victory salute here for Bertolini, because he can't believe the way it dropped in his lap. Well, good luck to him. He'd done most of the work in the closing kilometres. Bad luck for Lastras. He gets second. Well, I just hope, and he has, he's got back up, so he will get 3rd anyway, Ballerini. But I'd like to see that way that crash happened again.
Well, he was going over a cobbled section of road, and it could well have been that there was a cobble missing or something, but he went down very quickly and very hard. He had no chance at all of controlling that accident.
He was lucky he didn't break something there. I thought I saw a black hole in the road. To me, it would be a missing stone, but we'll see if we can show you that again.
The only time I've ever seen a black hole, it was in space.
That's true. Well, Bertolini's got the win. 5 3/4 hours in the saddle today. His first ever win at almost 37 years of age. He's the remnants of the breakaway.
Dell'Antonio just coming in for 4th place. Here's the rider from Frances de Jeux, Jussi Väikkönen. They're going to get 5th and 6th on the day. I think we'll have to wait quite a bit of time before the main field comes in.
Laurent Mangel sitting on his wheel. I bet he'll have a go at the sprint, because this will be his finest ever finish on the stage of the Giro too. It was quite a narrow finish this, so it's just as well there was a breakaway today. I wouldn't have liked to have seen the whole peloton make this approach.
Certainly not. I don't really want to see the whole peloton coming around that corner in a few moments' time either.
Back onto the cobbles again. It looks as though Väikkönen is going to have a run for it, but it looks as though Mangel is also going to try and take it off him. He's gone to the front now. Tall, gangly man.
Pretty good crowd turned out here to see this stage of the
They're not
Giro.
seeing much though, because they keep going around corners. Well, there we are, but across the line, and Mangel gets it over Väikkönen for 5th and 6th. Alessandro Bertolini is the winner, and what we all want to see is that slow motion shot again. Here comes the peloton, 3 minutes 25 and counting. So big time gains again, but not really significant on this occasion. And the pink jersey has had his downs as well as his ups in this stage, is in this group.
Well, the Ciclamina jersey's at the front there, followed by Eric Zabel, and even though it's only for 7th place, the sprinters still have to go for it
points
on every day to get points.
And Zabel gritting his teeth there. He's still well up in the points competition, but it looks as though Bernardi is going to finish this off and gain another 2nd place for Eric Zabel.
It was a Lorenzetto from Lampre getting across the line just behind Eric Zabel, and it looks like a lot of riders recovered over the last part of the race. Pink jerseys in there now. Let's have a look at this one more time. You can see the back wheel. He just hit something in the road, and the back wheel bounced off the ground. He was sitting at the front end of the saddle. I've never seen a crash like that before.
It was a horrible fall too.
Yeah, but he got up quickly.
Yes, that's probably the adrenaline in him. But there's no doubt who won, and Baglioni content with 3rd place. Bertolini getting the victory. Lastras getting 2nd. Mangel completing the breakaways there. Further down, we're looking at Bernardi bringing the main field home at 3:53, so that's the time also for the pink jersey. Rebellin again, very consistent, another top 10 finish for him. And that's a victory salute I bet he never imagined would come his way. Not when you're just short of your 37th birthday. It's almost as old as Eric Zabel. There aren't many can say that.
But he really was beginning to believe he'd never win a stage in the Giro d'Italia after being a professional for such a long time. And of course, a great ride by Visconti, Phil, but look who's disappeared from 2nd place, because up into 2nd is Gabriele Bossiso. So the young rider from Gerolsteiner must have had a tough day in the saddle today.
And Contador there in 3rd. So this is the situation now, 24 hours after the time trial. We're starting to look at an interesting overall leaderboard here, but still on top is Visconti. And let's not forget, he is the champion of Italy, and he's having an absolutely superb Giro d'Italia, and that's what he wants. Onward we go to Carpi now, 172 kilometres, possibly a day for the sprinters today. They'll certainly think so, as the mountains get ever closer here. This is now stage number 12.
Circumnavigating Bologna, around Modena, and then finishing in Carpi. A shortish stage at 171 kilometres, and it should really be a very fast stage as well. 5 kilometres to go, and you can see the front end of the main field that Phil is controlled by Team High Road in 3rd or 4th position. I just caught a glimpse of Mark Cavendish.
Big Adam Hansen driving on the front for the Team High Road. As they get under that 5 kilometre banner, it seems that they've got a feeling they might do something good here today for Mark Cavendish. One of those few days when they know for sure it is a day for the sprinters. Nobody in front, and in looking at the pack here, there's nobody behind either.
Well, one of those days, I think, when the riders decided to have a little bit of time out. Matty Lloyd over there on the right-hand side, the Australian national champion, having a hard time in his first Giro d'Italia, but he's starting to enjoy it.
Still 169 riders in the race today, and I reckon they've got a bunch here of around about 150. There are a few riders dropped, but the majority of the field is Robbie McEwen. It's another day for him now before he'll be thinking of going home today or tomorrow, because the mountains are getting very close and Robbie won't enter that dangerous terrain as far as he's concerned.
He's got that slight allergy to the mountains. The only time he will drag his body over the mountains, of course, is in the Tour de France. So over the years, he's used the Giro d'Italia to fine-hone his form leading up towards the Tour de France, and he pulls out any time between stages 12 and 14.
Now the sprinters trying to shake themselves into order there, as we let's not forget that Graham Brown is still in this race somewhere. And we thought he might have appeared in the sprints, but there just hasn't really been the opportunity. There have been very difficult sprints to get to the front. And there's McEwen. Looks like Bernardi's chosen his wheel today.
Yeah, McEwen, that looks like Greipel.
Greipel there, yeah.
Cavendish moving forward. They've got a big organised train on the front.
Well, they're taking it very seriously right now. This will be Franciszek Rabon again. He's their strong man. When he led the field out last time, there was nobody behind him from his team, but today he's got the whole squad there.
Just looking over, they've got a good organisation, Team High Road here, and Mark Cavendish said, Phil, before the start of the Giro d'Italia, he says, I've got a great team around me. He always compliments the team, and he really does believe that they will do the job for him. There's the Kiwi in with the mix there as well, Julian Dean, the national champion, but Bernardi's riding right at the front end of the main field. This now is the Gerolsteiner train. They'll be looking after their man, Robert Forster.
Yes, this is a good high tempo here. That's Adam Hansen in second place now as he takes over from Rabon. Good turn of speed from him. Bernardi has moved on to the back of Team High Road now in the Ciclamino jersey. So he obviously believes that Cavendish is the man to beat in this sprint. And they're certainly advertising the fact now. We don't get the old trains like we used to in the case of Ali Jet and Mario Cipollini. It's now much more a free-for-all as we run into these finishes, and from our point of view, of course, it's a lot more exciting.
Well, I think Mark Cavendish and Robbie McEwen are the kind of sprinters that like that chaos. They don't like the organised sprint of a man like Alessandro Petacchi or, of course, Mario Cipollini, who needed to be almost at high speed before he took over the overall lead in the sprint with 200 or 300 metres to go. Cavendish thrives, I think, on the excitement of coming out of the gap. Look at Robbie McEwen, though. He's almost the same type of build as Cavendish. He knows which wheel he wants this afternoon. That's the man in the red.
Well, the three big sprinters are right there now, so what price they're the top three at the finish here, but the question is in which order, because they're marking one another when they break from the pack. Cavendish just hides, just like McEwen has always done, but now McEwen is locked in behind Cav. They expect Cav to go, and they're going to say, can we match his run for the line? And Bernardi's going to give him 2 lengths at the start of the sprint, and he's only got 2 teammates left.
Big organisation by High Road coming round the corner. Hansen, the big man from Australia. They've got all around that corner nice and safely. I think that was Brad Wiggins was up there as well to lead out Cavendish. Cav still in third place. Robbie McEwen at 1.8 kilometres to go, locked onto the man from the Isle of Man's wheel. Behind him, Bernardi, not too far away, Eric Zabel. The big boys, Phil, are taking this sprint very seriously this afternoon.
Still a bit of a way out here for just 2 Team High Road to hold control at the front because Cav can't come round them. It might be a case of Cav might be left without any help, and Paolo Bettini scurrying up the inside. This man is a surprisingly good bunch sprinter.
Well, he's not a great bunch sprinter, but he's the kind of rider that he will know how to place himself to perfection. And if there's a mistake, you can be absolutely certain Paolo Bettini will take advantage of any mistake that the sprinters make.
Now, that was Hansen who fell away from the front. And now there's only one man left to pull Cavendish here. I think it's Andre Greipel who's doing the last turn for him. He's going to have to stay up there right up until the end now. He's committed to go as fast as he can and hold it as well because there is nobody else left and Cavendish can't come out, and he's got the strongest sprinters of the race right behind him here and waiting for the move.
Well, it actually looks as if there's been a bit of a split in the main field as well. The rider from Tinkoff moving up there on the right-hand side. The team that's got the biggest advantage here, though, is the team in the pale blue over on the right-hand side because Gerolstein have still got 3 riders in the group.
Oh, a bit of a tight fit around that corner there too, and Bernardi trying to hold his position, but he's got a little bit boxed in. He's got McEwen on his right shoulder here. Cav can't afford to go yet, and I don't know how much more legs there is left at the front in this race for Team High Road. There's none now, and Cav looks over, there's no one left. It's all come just a little bit too early now. As the sprint starts here on the left of the road, Cav is looking desperately for a wheel to follow, and McEwen has it, and it's now advantage McEwen in the sprint finish as they all look at 250 metres to go now. McEwen doesn't want to break and Bernardi doesn't want to go, and McEwen has now seen Bernardi through the inside. He's found another wheel, and Daniele Bernardi is on the front, and he too is not wanting to be there now. He's no choice. Cavendish coming on the right of the picture here now. Bernardi has found enormous strength, but on the line I think Bernardi just got that one, but Cavendish and McEwen were not far away.
Well, I tell you what, if Bernardi did get that in the photo, he deserved it because he took the opportunity of cutting through that corner. He saw the move by Robbie McEwen, obviously studied the race handbook the night before to just see exactly how the finish was. Let's have a look at that there. Well, there it is. The man on the far side, Bernardi, getting the victory there, Phil, by not, well, I don't know. It's pretty close.
Well, we'll leave that one to the judges. We need a straight line drawn there to try and work it out. It was close, wasn't it?
10 metres before that. This is the move that gave the victory to Bernardi. If he gets the victory, he took the initiative to go first through the corner. Look how far back it put Mark Cavendish, though. Cavendish goes round that corner in third. He's got incredible acceleration, this young man from the Isle of Man, and he comes up all of the time here. Bernardi's in a much bigger gear. Cavendish accelerating, using his track sprinting there, Phil, to lunge and continue right up to the line. He's coming up on Bernardi all of the time. There's the line, and it's pretty close.
Well, we'll wait.
I'll leave it up to you.
Well, there's the confirmation. You don't have to, but Bernardi's just spoiled Cavendish's 23rd birthday there, as Cavendish fourth into second place, and McEwen is third. Caldo Fernandez Gil is fourth, and Bettini always in the mix. There's the sprint again from head on, and Cavendish must have thought he had this one.
Well, he really came up very quickly. He pulled back about 3 bike lengths. Neither of those two riders were convinced that they'd actually got the victory there this afternoon. But as the confirmation has gone to Bernardi, that was a fine win by, can't have been very much more than 2 or 3 centimetres. Look at the way Cavendish comes back, though. He's started about 3 bicycle lengths behind Bernardi and accelerates all the way up to the line. And on the line, that lunge makes it very close indeed.
Well, Cavendish was 23 yesterday. He tried to get his birthday present today on a much more suited stage, and he's lost it in a photo finish to Daniele Bernardi, who is logging up the victories here. And that is a big result for him as he gets another magnum of champagne. Overall, we've still got the same man. He's having the days in pink and enjoying them. 5:50 to Bosisio. Contador sits third. Bruchigine fourth. This is all after the time trial, of course. Reshuffle the pack. And we are not far away from some mountainous days. It'll be okay as far as stage 13 goes, as we head on to the Friday and approaching the last penultimate weekend of the Giro. Cittadella, 177 kilometres now from Modena. And a nice little route. That should no challenges on this one. It should be another bunch sprint if all goes according to plan.
Well, it's probably one of the flattest courses the riders have had in the last few days. A little circuit around the city of Cittadella down towards the end. Yeah. But as they make their way in a northwesterly direction.
The flag's being waved here. Not sure what's going on. Just warning them of the corner here. This is the eve of the start of the climbing now, and I guess by the end of it, we won't be seeing Robin McEwen in the race tomorrow. Normally he'll turn his back on the mountains, so this really is going to be his last chance for a win.
Organisation at the front, it's Team Liquigas getting themselves organised. They're looking round to see where their man is going to be, Daniele Bernardi. Bernardi's up there in about 5th position. Liquigas have got a little bit of assistance coming from Team High Road on this lead up towards the finish line.
One man who didn't start today, by the way, was Priamo, who won the stage early on, crashed yesterday and apparently broke his collarbone.
Coming up to the finish line for the first time, and then they've got a circuit of around about 6.4 kilometres to go, so at least they get themselves a little dress rehearsal, and we're really turning the world upside down.
Yeah, it's a bit of a worry. 5.9 kilometres, the last circuit to go now. This is a chance for perhaps Liquigas or Team High Road to get their respective sprinters to the front. Bernardi and Cavendish. The man who started the sprint rather well too is Caldo Fernandez. He's on the Euskaltel team. And still always in the mix, Eric Zabel. They are really the sprinters, along with Robin McEwen.
Ultimo Giro, the last lap. And it's a time for these riders to get themselves organised. You can see the organisation. 2 teams, I think, are very committed to making the organisation here. Phil, the Liquigas for Bernardi, Team High Road for Mark Cavendish. Moving up there as well, I just caught a glimpse of the British national champion, David Miller.
Yeah.
So he's looking to maybe put in a surprise attack down towards the end or look after his sprinter. And they obviously believe that this is a little bit of a dangerous corner. It's exactly the same corner they went around a little earlier. A tricky corner in the middle of this city.
Well, celebration of the sprinters. Tomorrow we head to the Italian Alps and a mountain-top finish. So make the most of it today, and it looks as though they are. 55 kilometres an hour is the speed in the peloton just now. And this is going to be a very, very tight sprint indeed here, but at least they've had a look at the finishing approach, so they know what's coming their way.
They certainly do. AG2R are trying to keep the pace nice and high, but right behind them you've got a mixture of riders from Team High Road and Team Liquigas stretched out into a big long line. 55 kilometres an hour, the average speed of this group. Inside now of 5 kilometres to go. And this is where you don't want to be, Phil, at the back.
Well, if you are, then you're not reckoning on winning the sprint. You're just hoping to come home in the same time as everybody else, because tomorrow will be the big attack on the pink jersey. Giovanni Visconti. He's had a week in the pink jersey now, and he hasn't really lost a lot of time except in the time trial. That's the only time they've managed to get their own back on him, but it should change on the climbs tomorrow.
It's Alexander Usov in second place there for Team AG2R. He's a pretty handy sprinter, but I'd have to say I think he's a little bit too close to the front at this stage in the game. Next down is High Road. A little bit further up again, Robbie McEwen, never far away.
Well, really, Team High Road blew it yesterday because they ran out of men far too early to give Mark his chance for the line. If they'd had just one more rider up there, then Cavendish would have won yesterday for sure. But there we are, it's another day, another stage, and the riders look as though they're not well organised again today.
I think as you're quite right there, Team High Road ran out of riders on the run in towards the finish, so they don't want to start their train, their organisation too far out from the finish, and they probably feel that 3.8 kilometres is too far to go, and I think we may well see them, if they do organise themselves today, start that train at about 2 kilometres to go. But this is a little bit of poker going on now, because what this creates, if you don't string the race out into a long line, is a lot of confusion for the sprinters, and that makes it a dangerous sprint.
There's Philippe, our Belgian connoisseur, keeping an eye on things. I just saw Basayev, also the Astana sprinter, try to push his way. And there he is, centre right, as he's dodging wheels there, trying to get onto the back wheel. Graham Brown, it looks to me, who's got the back wheel of Bernardi today. And Team High Road now have tried to take control at the front for Mark Cavendish.
But the Ciclamina jersey's there in about 5th or 6th position. Daniele Bernardi is proving to be the sprinter, I have to say, of this year's Giro d'Italia. He's not using his team this afternoon. He's keeping a very close eye on everybody else. He's got Eric Zabel alongside him. Bit of a split in the main field here as well, Phil, as we look back. There are no team cars behind, so I'm not sure whether that was caused by an accident that we didn't see, or whether it was just the force of the work being done by Team High Road on the front.
At these sort of speeds, there's got to be casualties out there, I would have thought, on this run. In the very narrow roads that constantly change of direction, hard roads, and they're outside the 3 kilometre point, so they will be losing time back there.
There's McEwen. He's looking for it, and you're
He's
probably
desperate,
right.
I would say.
Well, I think it could well be McEwen's last chance. I would not be surprised to see McEwen not come out to box tomorrow.
Yeah.
He certainly will not be looking towards the big high mountains to fine-tune his sprinting form. Still, High Road are pretty happy with this. They're a big challenge now. You see they're trying to bring up Daniele Bernardi. He's got one teammate up alongside him. It's not exactly a big long train. There's 101 there, just squeezing his way through Mark Cavendish, keeping nice and calm for the moment, hoping to go one better than he did yesterday.
He's almost up there, and they've almost got this quite well organised now, but they're also Liquigas are doing the best they can as well for Bernardi, who again has hooked up with Mark Cavendish, keeping an eye on him there. And zooming up on the outside, looks like David Miller's trying to get through on the outside there.
I think he's looking after Julian Dean. I just saw the black and white jersey of the Kiwi national champion moving up to the front end. This is the dangerous part now, when you've got to have nerves of steel. You daren't touch your brakes. If you touch your brakes at a moment like this, you'll slip back through the main field.
Adam Hansen, the man on Team High Road there, always a strong man towards the end, but he's suffering now. He's trying to see where Mark is to hook him up and to pull him out here. But these riders, and there is a huge turn for Julian Dean by David Miller, and Dean is on his slipstream there, but again there's no one else to relieve Dean, so the rush will come over the shoulder of Dean as they head to the finish. Looks a little bit narrow up there, nasty little chicane as they go through.
Squeeze your way through. Julian Dean in an ideal position right in front of Daniele Bernardi. Eric Zabel has always got a well-organised squad. He's got two riders in front of him. They've seen the challenge coming from High Road, and they're accelerating through the middle, looking over the shoulder. Do I go now? And there will be a little bit of communication in the ultimo kilometro, the last kilometre. Yes, turn up the gas now because I'm in the right position.
Well, Team High Road should be pretty pleased by that move early coming from Milram, because it's give a couple of riders a relief at the front. Adam Hansen always looking over his shoulder here to see where Cavendish is. We're in about 600 metres here as they lock. Now this will be a crucial corner, and Bernardi's gone through it, probably best of the sprinters there.
Well, there's a lot of riders gone off the back of that group. Bernardi's up into 4th position. He's decided to follow Eric Zabel there. Zabel's got a well-organised train in front of him. His men are doing their job to perfection. I think about 5th or 6th place. I just spotted Mark Cavendish, and he seems to have lost his train this afternoon, but it doesn't matter because it's the Milram train that's going to set this one up.
Well, this has been made for Eric Zabel. Is it going to be the one? He's second wheel now. Bernardi's moving to the right, and he's got Zabel up on the barriers. That's not a very clever move by by Zabel, but the space has opened up here as they start the run for the line now. Bernati is still going to make a run for this in the pink now, and that's Cavendish. And when he looks over his shoulder, that's Cavendish's traditional finish. He just stole the stage, and that's the first time we've really seen the pure speed of Mark Cavendish in the Giro, and when he hits it right, boy, he's quick.
Well, congratulations coming to Cavendish there. He really is a very quick sprinter, Phil. He brings that sprinting from the track now. Let's look at this one more time. You've got Zabel there in second place. Look how far down Cavendish was, and there he's got his teammate Greipel up alongside him. Greipel makes the sacrifice here of bringing his teammate right up to the wheel of Daniele Bernati. Once he gets him there, Greipel can't do anything else. He swings off and then leaves the responsibility to Cavendish. Cavendish locks himself onto the wheel of Bernati. Bernati at this point, Phil, could have actually closed the door on Cavendish. Cavendish pulls in his elbows a little bit, goes through the gap and opens up the turbo and whistles down towards the finish line. Bernati gets himself second place, but you're right, look at that cheeky look to the left, cheeky look to the right, and thank you very much, that's another one for me.
Well, Great Britain's never had such a great Giro d'Italia, with Mark Cavendish now delivering 2 stage wins. And that was really the time it all came good. I think Milram were fortunate. They really actually helped the run of Team High Road there by leading out Eric Zabel a little bit early, and Mark profited by that. Face there on Daniele Bernati. At least he'll keep his lead in that Ciclamino jersey.
And Julian Dean right up there in the top 5 as well, because good positioning by him, made by David Miller. But look at the gap there. There's no question about that, is there?
You see, that's how Robbie McEwen used to do it. I'm talking Robbie McEwen, I don't see him in that result at all. And he's not in the first 5. Cavendish, Bernati, Fernandez riding well there, Zabel and Dean. Naturally, everybody given the same time on this 13th stage. But overall, I don't know whether we're going to see any more of the stage results. Yes, we are. McEwen's there in 9th, Graham Brown in 10th. So really, Robbie isn't sprinting like he used to do in the Giro d'Italia as he completed his build-up via the Tour of Switzerland for the Tour de France.
Well, how happy is the Manx man getting himself that victory, and I wonder if he'll try and ride through to the finish. The team are actually saying...
Steady, Mark, steady, not water.
Yeah. The team, Phil, are actually saying that he's going to try and ride through the mountains to see if at some time in the future he can think about trying to win the points classification in the Tour de France. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes.
No change there. Bajiccio, Cloden. Well, yes, there is a change. What's happened to Alberto Contador?
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe he got caught out in the split there because he was up into 3rd place.
Well, we'll have to check on that. He's down to 6 now, so somewhere down the line, Alberto did lose a little bit of time there. Not a good news for him on the eve of the first mountain. De Luca also. So there must have been a split on that run-in that's cost them a little bit of time. But Visconti made no mistakes. He's enjoying life on the podium now in the Maglia Rosa. As we're now looking towards the first really big mountain stage of this year's Giro d'Italia. We're heading off to the Alps and a big finish. Oh, it does sting, that champagne, doesn't it?
It certainly does when you get it in the eyes.
Yeah. So we're heading to the Alpe di Pampiago, over the Val di Fiemme. I once went here to report on the World Ski Jumping Championships, and it really is a mountainous region as the riders now start their challenge. And as we look at the route here, I can tell you, not on the start line this morning, Robbie McEwen, Robbie Foster and David Rebellin and Coldo Fernandez. So they've all decided not to ride into the mountains today.
Well, I'm not surprised about Robbie, because really not much left in the Giro d'Italia for Robbie McEwen this year, because we're now, Phil, really getting into the phase where there are an awful lot of mountains to go up.
Yes, and we're joining the action here. A little bit of the riders. They've lost their big climber in Juan Mauricio Soler here, the men from Team Barlow World.
That was Felix Cardenas trying to get across the gap there.
They're going to rely pretty heavily on him right now to try and turn it around. It's been an unlucky tour so far for Barlow World. We have the Passo Mangan, which is at kilometre 61 today. The Alpe di Pampiago comes at 193, and that's the finishing climb. Just the 2 actual noted climbs today.
This looked like Emmanuel Sella in the green jersey. He's probably going to look for a long escapade on a day like this to try and get himself a big lead in the King of the Mountains classification. That's something I think he's ticked off in his race book as something that he wants to win this year.
Well, no doubt about it, because he's a noted climber, yet he's gone and won the smaller climbs in the build-up to the high mountains, and he's well qualified to do well in the high mountains.
Well, I tell you one thing, we do remember a couple of years ago a young rider by the name of Fabian Wegman getting the lead very early on in the Giro d'Italia, and even though he wasn't a great climber, he managed to get points on some of the mountain stages and went off at the end of it as the overall winner in that classification. You just got to keep banging away at it every day.
Well, that was a shot of Yuri Golcher there, who's on Danilo De Luca's squad, but the field is well split up at the moment here.
A lot of pressure on that field as well, as it's stretched out into a fairly long line. Just looking from the helicopter to see who's doing the pacemaking at the front end of it. Looks like Felix Cardenas is going to be very shortly back in the fold. It's Selle Italia doing most of the chasing on the front end of the main field. Now they may well be trying to set something up for a man we haven't really talked very much about in the Giro so far, because it's been on the flat, and that of course is Gilberto Simoni.
Well, this is the climb that will take us to 61 kilometres here, the Passo Mangan, and Emmanuel Selle is out hunting for the points. It's a first category mountain.
He's got the face of concentration on himself there. He's got the gap and he's free to fly and build up his lead in that classification if he can. Looking down at the main field, I don't think they're too concerned. They probably don't regard Selle as a major challenger to win the Giro d'Italia overall. Visconti's still there though, looking comfortable in his Maglia Rosa.
Which I find quite surprising, but this is only the first climb. The second climb is much higher up the Alp itself towards the finish at Val di Fiemme. And judging by the size of that peloton, there's nobody really set off in pursuit yet of Emmanuel Selle. He's 24 minutes down, so he's only looking for mountain points. There's 10 at the top of this climb, 15 if he wins the stage at the top of the last climb. 50 kilometre point covered there.
Well, he's got a long way to go if he's going to do something, but a long raid like this is what very often gave Richard Virenque a win in the King of the Mountains classification. 46 kilometres to go to the finish line, and this man not even thinking about victory. All he's thinking about, Phil, is trying to rack up points in the King of the Mountains classification. Just bang away on these mountain stages. Even if you get the early ones, it doesn't matter if you don't get the points to the latter part of the classification, because he knows that it's not the same person going to get points at the end of every mountain stage.
Keeps looking over his shoulder, but he should be being chased by Vasily Kirienka, the Belarus Tinkoff rider. I don't know where he is, but he's behind him somewhere, and he seems to think he's pretty close, so he keeps looking over his shoulder. He's on a sort of false flat here as we swung back to the peloton. Nothing really coming out of the peloton at the moment. Now, can we see anybody? No, it's got a good empty row behind him there, so he should be feeling pretty pleased with his escapade.
Clear as a bell for Emmanuel Selle. He rose to prominence in the Giro d'Italia a few years ago when he made a long escapade and got himself a stage victory with a longer break of around about 40 kilometres. We didn't know him on that occasion, but we certainly do now.
Well, that was 4 years ago, believe it or not, and it was the 12th stage, and he finished 12th overall, rather, when he did win that stage eventually. And he's been pretty much a solid rider in the Giro. Finished 10th in the Giro in 2005, 11th in 2007. So he's a consistent rider.
Well, it's Selle Italia at the front, so obviously with the mountaintop finish coming up today, Phil, Gilberto Simoni must be thinking about positioning himself up in the high rankings. Just caught a glimpse of Levi Leipheimer in his American National Champions jersey. He's starting to ride a little bit better in the Giro as well. He had a very good start to the season. This is a rider, I think, who's slipping back from the early breakaway.
Well, you may remember it was on this stage up to the Alp here, and 10 years ago now, when Marco Pantani put the top hat on his victory of that year, and doing the double as well with the Tour de France, but sadly he's no longer with us. Now looking back here at the gaps, Rodriguez at a minute there, and the minute behind the group there.
Now the trouble starting for the man in the Maglia Rosa. The team have come back to assist him and pace him back. You can see he's bandaged up from that nasty crash he had just a couple of days ago, but now he's not a great climber, Phil, so the important thing for him to do now is just to settle into a rhythm, not try and panic. He knows he's not going to rival Danilo De Luca, Alberto Contador, Andreas Kloden, so he's just got to ride at a sensible pace. The team have dropped back to help him. They'll pace him and try and keep him comfortable so he doesn't lose too much time on a day like this, and hopefully stay in the Maglia Rosa for another day.
Well, that's all he can hope for. He knew this day would come, and there was nothing he could do about it. And so now he's going to have to just stay calm, stay in control, and hope he survives a little bit longer. It's going to be tough for him now.
One of the riders.
One or two other riders here, because it looks like we've lost here Maurice Personi, I think it is. Yep.
One of the riders who stopped back to wait for the Maglia Rosa there was Juan Manuel Garate, a very good climber in his own right, but I think today he's decided that he's going to stick back for the team. Selle Italia trying to set something up for their man. Paolo Salvadelli there in third place.
This is Personi, picked up with the Tempo riders.
Just looking at the faces of these riders now, they know this is a big showdown day. They know how important this is. The first taste, really, Phil, I have to say, of the high mountains, and a lot of riders will be wondering after a pretty active first week how their legs are going to respond.
And that's the only Venezuelan in the race setting the pace there, which is Carlos Ochoa. Pity they can't take in the view, because it's rather attractive off to the right, providing you stay on the road, which they will on the way up here. But Selle is enjoying life at the front. He is a very good natural climber, as he's shown us on a number of occasions. He hasn't won a lot of bike races in his career.
There's Levi Leipheimer in his national champions jersey. Number 22 right behind him is Alberto Contador. For the moment looking reasonably comfortable. And in front of Levi Leipheimer, in fact, is Andreas Kloden. For a team that was brought into this race at the very last minute, I have to say, Phil, they're starting to look very solid and quite scary.
Well, as we continue over the Passo Mangen, we're not far from the summit now, and Selle has gone clear very early on here. I think he's gone hunting for the mountains, but if he gets a good lead, who knows? He might take the stage as well, but the last climb will decide all, of course. And he's got lots of fight in those legs just now. It's actually getting quite steep up here.
Problem at the back, and a flat tyre for somebody. It's a Selle Italia rider. It could be Gilberto Simoni. There doesn't seem to be any panic on board.
Doesn't look like him.
No.
No, that's not Simoni as he sprints away, but I can't tell you who it is just at the moment.
Whoever it is, there's no panic at all. He's definitely got a fine pair of legs as he rides himself back into this race.
Well, it's actually Serpa.
Jose Serpa, yeah.
Well, he's a good climber, as you can evidence by the way he's rapidly rejoining the group. Jose Serpa.
Colombian rider. He's been on this squad for a number of years. First saw him racing in the Tour de Langkawi in Malaysia.
Yeah.
So the leader's got himself a minute and 25 seconds advantage over the chasers, and then 7 minutes 45 back to the main peloton. So you can see it's quite a difficult run in towards the end of the stage.
That's a very big gap. If Selle starts to run away with that sort of a lead towards the end, he's going to find himself right up on the leaderboard today. 8.15 is the gap to the Maglia Rosa, so he's been dropped by the important riders, as we saw. Now he's got to really hang on in there. He can't afford to lose more than a couple of more minutes, otherwise he will wave farewell to the pink jersey after a week. He's had it for 8 days now.
There's no serious chase now, Phil. I think these guys are getting themselves sorted out. They've already had a first selection as we look here at a group of around about 30 riders, but the big showdown will come on the final climb up to the finish. 40 kilometres to go, and I have to say, sadly for the riders in that group there, most of that is uphill.
Yes, and that's why I think they're just trying to hold back and keep a little bit in reserve for the final climb here.
Organisation, see the 3 riders there from LPR just sitting at the back. Number 1, Danilo De Luca. He knows this is an important day. 111 right up there as well for Team Lampre, and that's Marzio Brusegin, who rode that very good individual time trial.
I'm sorry about the pictures. That's always caused when the cameras sense they're going to lose the shot, so they freeze. 8.10 to the group now. So Selle is riding away just at the moment.
This is Jose Serpa, after that flat tyre that he had. Phil, he came straight back up to the front, and that indicates to me that Gilberto Simoni feels that he's got the legs. It's definitely his kind of terrain on a day like this. There's Fortunato Baliani in the middle, the man who had that dramatic crash a few days ago on the run in towards the finish line.
Serpa looking very content with his riding on the front. It must be superb to be a great climber when you know everybody else is really suffering back there. There's Levi Leipheimer just passed through, number 21. Quiet tour for him at the moment, but he's never far from the front.
Evgeny Petrov over on the right-hand side for Team Tinkoff in the yellow jersey. I think it's a calm before the storm here, Phil, as we've had a sorting out. Now we're waiting for the final ascent of the final climb of the day, and that's where there is no respite. The finish line being right at the top, there's no chance of coming back into the race on the descent.
Just 7 days of racing left after this day, and now it's a real bitter 7 days as well. Apart from everything else, we've got the final time trial and we've got the Dolomites, and so the classification is certain to take on a new appearance, and it may actually be doing that today. Now the next logical leader of this race will be Bosisi, because he is in this group and he's got rid of the pink jersey. It all depends by the time gaps at the top.
Well, he probably will be the strongest rider, but he's going to have to do something very special, and I wonder if Danilo De Luca will actually help him out to try and keep his team leader or get his teammate into the overall lead at the end of a day like this. It looks as if it is going to be just a little bit too hard for the man who's been in the pink jersey for such a long time, Visconti. But the man who's creating a bit of a surprise is the man on the left-hand side, and the Pirata.
Yes, memories of 10 years ago on this climb.
El Pirata, Marco Pantani. He was a great climber himself, as Emanuel Seller is turning out to be here, but it's a brave move on a stage like this. But when you're so far down in the overall classification, you can make a move like this, because all of a sudden you start to realise that these guys are not really going to chase him down. He's looking at 8 minutes advantage, and that could actually bump him up, Phil, into the top 10 overall.
He's pulling away from everybody, the riders he left behind, as well as the main group at the moment, who are just contenting themselves with a steady tempo climb. It'll be a pretty explosive one when we get on to the final climb of the Alp itself. It's got to come there, because they've got to close this gap down. 8:55 to La Magliarosa, so he's not losing a lot of ground on the peloton.
No, he's only about a minute behind this group, so he mustn't panic. He just keeps riding along if he can.
Well, there's not many in that bunch past the area of deforestation here, maybe 45, 50 riders, good tempo riding. He's around about 45 seconds back just now, the pink jersey, but of course this is only the first of the 2 climbs of the day, so he won't want to go over the top too far behind. There's not a lot of chance. You've got the descent, and then really you're climbing to the finish.
Well, here he is. The man in front of him there, you can see, is Juan Manuel Garate with the bands on his sleeves there, former Spanish national champion. They're riding very sensibly here this afternoon. They're going to protect him and make sure he doesn't ride in excess of his abilities, and that way he may well only lose 2 or 3 minutes on a stage like this, although I have a feeling, Phil, once he gets up to the final climb of the day, that may well be 5 or 6 minutes. So he's going to be on the edge of whether or not he can keep hold of the Magliarosa here this afternoon.
Well, this, of course, is only the hors d'oeuvre before we get into the big climbs, which are still going to come in the next few days now. So whatever happens today, he won't be a figure in the race towards the middle of next week. So as the punch there continues to curl, he'll just ride sensibly. There's no huge attacking riding being done in this chase group at all just now.
Yes, I don't really think there's any need to for those leaders. They know that it's all going to be a showdown on the final climb of the day. In fact, they're all probably a little bit concerned about the advantage of Emanuel Seller, who, despite the fact that they've got a fairly well-organised chase at the front end of the main field, is riding away from everybody. And here he is, the lonely man in the mountains, leader of the King of the Mountains classification. And I tell you what, at the end of the day, he's going to max out his points, and he may well come out with the stage victory as well.
Almost forgot about him up there, but he's 10 points for the top of this climb, 15 if he holds off to the finish, making a total of 25, and that really would put him nicely positioned in that green jersey.
That's the Magliarosa group, 2 teammates up alongside him. And I tell you what, Phil, looking up there, he's actually riding himself back into this race.
He's still about, the camera foreshortens, but I reckon he's about 45 seconds, that gap. But even so, while he can see the riders in front, he's just going to not panic and be sensible.
I'll tell you what, he's not yet a broken man. He's going to keep riding with that tempo. The team alongside him are very experienced. They're not panicking at all. They're riding a sensible tempo just to make sure that they can protect him. And if he's probably got about 3.5 minutes to lose on Bosisio. So if he can keep that in his mind, he may well manage to keep this jersey for another day. And I'm sure that's what his idea was at the start of the race this morning.
Well, his team obviously rate him, having sent so many teammates back here to look after him and bring him through. He's living through his greatest moment in a Grand Tour, that's for sure. But that's still quite a long way when you're climbing a steep hill. And it kicks around that corner there. You can tell by the speed of the riders, this hill, it really does belie its gradient on television, I think. It's quite a hard climb, this.
Very nasty indeed. But it really is a waiting process now, I think. For the big attacks, I would expect to come at around about 5 or 6 kilometres from the summit of the final climb of the day. Paolo Salvadelli, just over on the left-hand side there with the very dark glasses, a former two-time winner of the Giro d'Italia. De Luca right behind him. Then it's Andreas Kloden of Team Astana. Looking a little bit further back, I actually can't see Alberto Contador anymore. There's Levi Leipheimer with the red, white and blue, stars and stripes, American national champion. There's Matty Lloyd, Australian national champion. He's riding into this race.
Quiet race, but he's solid. The champion of Australia, he's only a young lad. A lot of time ahead of him.
Alberto Contador now riding at the back of the group. Now, if he was thinking that's not Contador, I actually haven't seen Contador in this group.
I think he's in the group. That's Antonio Colom. We're just looking at number 24 there.
The number I'm looking for is 22. That's Alberto Contador. There's Leonardo Pipoli at the back of the group. Number 159. All a very tense moment here as we slip to the back of the group, getting a chance to just see who is present in this group. Jussi Väikönen, Finnish rider.
Famberger, champion of Austria. I think he's going off the back there. He started off very strongly this year. He's had a pretty good season.
He doesn't have exactly a stylish pedalling action, does he, Emmanuel Silla? But it seems to work for him in the mountains. Like a real climber, they have a hard time riding at a steady pace, and many climbers you'll see will ride like this for a while, then they'll get out of the saddle, sit back in the saddle, change the rhythm all the time. That's a sign of a man who really knows how to ride in the climbs. 2:06 to the chasers and 8:40. He's actually riding away from the group. I don't think they're going to pull him back on the final climb of the day, Phil, because that man does not look like a man who's weakening.
Well, the chasers won't catch him because he's still pulling away. The group might, but 8 minutes is a big ask. It's not that far to the top of the finish line. So he might be secretly thinking, I can win this if all goes well. He's certainly got a nice tempo going. He doesn't look as though he's in any trouble at all. It's a long, long climb. And all really he's got at the top is 10 points. But they're now saying it's 9:20 back to the pink jersey group as well. So he has lost just under a minute on the big pack of fancied men.
He's starting to lose time consistently though, because I think by the top of this climb you'll see that gap around about 2 minutes behind the group of leaders. Bossisio, as far as I know, is still in the group with all of the other contenders. There's the Maglia Rosa.
Yep.
It's Garate riding just in front of him. He'll look after him and encourage him, and that's where we're going to. It is an awful long way up, isn't it?
Well, we're going to hit the outskirts of the snow line by the look of it. Remember, we're just reaching the mid-year of 2008, just about the time we see the last of the snows in the Giro. There's always a risk we get in amongst it. And judging by the way the riders have got their capes on, it's pretty chilly up here today. 35 kilometres to go. Just what you want to see, that.
Absolutely, especially when you know that at least 20 of that is uphill, and he's got about 4 kilometres, I think, now to go to the summit of this climb. All over his bike, battling with it, but for him, as far as he's concerned, we get a chance here to see where he is. We've been over those first 2 little climbs of the day as the riders left Verona behind them this morning, then that small little climb at Vataro, and now this is where we are, just approaching the summit, 2,047 metres, and when you think he drops straight off the top of that and has to start the final climb of the day.
Well, at least he's now up and he's got 10 points here, and he's not looking like a man who's going to wait for anybody here. First category climb at the Passo Mangan takes him through 161 kilometres, just about dead on 100 miles to the top of the pass on this day, and he's looking like a very strong man here.
Well, he gets a chance there. He can look down the valley. That's the amazing thing about these switchback mountains. You can look down into the valley below and see and try and judge whether or not you're moving away from the peloton. Well, this man is increasing his advantage. I think he knew those people over on the right-hand side.
He wants a little bit of advice. Now he's climbed the mountain, the car can come and give him a drink probably.
Yeah, he's looking for a bottle because he hasn't got a bottle on his bike there. So as he's approaching the summit of the climb, I think he wants the team car to come forward and he needs to take on board some liquid. Very important. You must never forget on a long breakaway like this just to keep eating. And because of the excitement of being at the front in a mountain stage like this, sometimes even experienced professional riders forget to eat and drink, and that is so important.
Well, the Tifosi here, keep hold of that dog. It'll be a bit busier on the road shortly. And I think he would like our camera bike out of his sight range so he can call up his car. There's the situation with the dog, just what you want.
Yeah, nice dog.
Yeah, a bit too close for comfort. But anyway, Sella now virtually sprinting to the top at 500 metres. A nice, brave crowd here of cyclists, most of them, by the look of it.
Yeah, real enthusiasts come out to see the Giro d'Italia. Many of these people either walk up the mountains or they come up by bikes and even mountain bikes to make up the crowds at the top. The Maglia Rossa, that's what everybody is dreaming of. And at the moment, these guys are dreaming of how to attack. There's Riccardo Rico in the yellow jersey, sitting in around about 6th or 7th position. And there we go. That's what he wanted.
That's what he wanted, yeah. The chasers, as far as we know, by the way, Joaquin Rodriguez, Kirienka, Jose Rujano, Jure Golcher, they are the riders which we haven't seen for a long time, but they're in there somewhere. And they're riding about 6 minutes ahead of the peloton. But obviously our cameras are too well spread around as Emmanuel Sella comes over the top of the Passo Mangan. Takes the 10 points, increases his lead in the King of the Mountains, gets rid of all the luggage, and now starts the descent down to the bottom of the Alto Pampiago, which is in the Fiemme Valley, where the World Cross Country and Ski Jumping Championships were held, by the way. I think it was back in 1991, something like that. And this is the nice, it seemed an awful long way to the top today, but he's there now.
Yeah,
Cape is all on and ready for the drop. The top of the world.
Yeah, but I think the important thing is that time gap, 9.5 minutes. It's continuing to go up all of the time. This rider, by the end of the day, if he can keep a good portion of this advantage, Phil, could see himself moving up into the top 10 overall.
Absolutely. Here's the pink jersey, the Maglia Rossa, still behind the big peloton, which is not as big as we thought. About 45 riders, possibly. He's trying to hold them in his sights with Juan Manuel Garate doing all of the work. That's a climber for you. Not hurting him at all.
And a good domestique. There are teammates alongside him just to encourage him and make sure that he doesn't lose his morale. And it really is an advantage when you're in a situation like this to have a couple of mates alongside to share the pain. 10 minutes and 50 seconds to the Gruppo Maglia Rossa. He's still not losing an awful lot of time over this group, and that's the most important thing for him. I just caught a quick glimpse of Alberto Contador, so he's definitely sitting at the front end of the main field.
Yeah, he's here.
That's Cloden over on the left-hand side. And Paolo Salvadelli looking very good here in the middle, but I think he will sacrifice his chances for the man on his left-hand side, and that there is Danilo De Luca.
Yes, but in here too is Gabriele Bosisio. They're going to have to look after him for the LPR team because he now is the pink jersey elect. He still needs 2 or 3 minutes on his overnight standing, but it's possible on the last climb. Mind you, if the pink jersey resists like he is doing and doesn't crack, because he wasn't looking too good, I didn't think, as we were coming up towards the top of the Mangen, then he might keep his lead.
He's probably a little bit concerned about what's still to come on a stage like this. This really is a tough stage, but there's still an awful lot of really tough climbing to come before we get to the finish of the Giro d'Italia. And I tell you, there's some massive days once we get up into the Dolomites. Franco Pellizotti in the lime green for Liquigas, looking pretty comfortable. Contador there with a little strip on his nose there. Doesn't look as if he's under pressure either, which is pretty impressive for a man who's come into this race with little or no preparation.
Well, it's a beautiful picture. Well, it is from the commentary box anyway, as we watch the riders here begin their descent. Once they finish the climb, it's a long way down. This is the way up and this is the way down. And time to take it a little bit easy. So often these mountains are very tortuous at the top and they straighten out a bit on the descent.
Important thing for this man as well, because he's gone over 2,000 meters. That's pretty high at over almost 7,000 feet in altitude. He's made a point of getting himself a racing cape on there just to make sure that his inner core doesn't start to chill down. He's got over 2 minutes and 40 seconds advantage over the chasers, and still looking at around about 9.5 minutes over this group. But if you're looking at the faces of these riders, Phil, they're starting to look a little bit more concentrated now, as if they're going to have a serious showdown. They will start to eat into the advantage. Rico there doesn't look as if he's under any difficulty at all. He's waiting for the next big climb of the day.
I think Contador's going to feel very satisfied with this first rendezvous with the mountains here. He doesn't look in any bother. There's De Luca checking out everybody. The rider doing the pacemaking, by the way, is Jurgen van den Broek of the Silence Lotto team, one of the few Belgian riders who can climb.
Yeah, one of those riders who'll be looking to move forward. There'll be a big question about whether or not they'll bring him into the Silence Lotto team for the Tour de France this year. And a lot of discussion, especially from Robbie McEwen, about the fact that the team will not be sending really anybody to look after Robbie McEwen, because the Silence Lotto squad will be completely and utterly built around Cadel Evans and his attempt to win the Tour de France in the month of July.
Yes, is the squad strong enough? That's the big question. But we'll see. One squad he won't have to worry about is Astana, because they're not riding. And Contador, we really thought he would have been on his way home before now. He qualified the team really because the organisers gave Astana a late invitation but wanted their best team, so they had to bring Contador into the race.
Well, and they've done that honour as well, because they have brought the best team. They've brought Andreas Kloden, Levi Leipheimer and, of course, Alberto Contador. Contador, I have to say, is riding very well so far. I had a feeling that after maybe 10 days or so, he would pull out of this race. Confirmation of the King of the Mountains.
See them.
Sella, Kirienka and Joachim Rodriguez in third place with 4 points.
So the summer in no man's land without a television camera, and they've gone over. They're around about 2.5 minutes behind Sella, and Kirienka's gone second. Rodriguez from Case d'Epargne has gone over third. We believe Rojano has gone over in fourth, but we don't know.
Jose Rojano, a rider we expected a lot of over the past couple of years. He's a magnificent climber, but he's never really been able to hold his form. That group is the group of the main contenders, really, of the Giro d'Italia. And it's out of that group that we'll see, I think, the first real selection of the Giro happening, Phil, on the final climb of the day. Contador over on the right-hand side there actually was starting to look a little bit uncomfortable.
Yes, a very moody picture there as they see the 35 kilometres to go now. And Van den Broek just looking around as he's looked up on his left shoulder there, and he's probably seen the road switching back too. As they continue to climb up to the line, Contador just dances on those pedals. De Luca a little bit more aggressive in his style. 1 kilometre to the summit here for Van den Broek, nobody helping him.
No, funny, because if you were on a flat running towards the finish, that 1 kilometre would take you around about 60 seconds.
Yeah.
It's going to take these guys around about 4.5 minutes.
Well, you know, this guy should be careful because the Italians are great hunters.
Yes, he's one of the lone bulls, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, he's managing to outrun the riders just at the moment.
Well, they're probably riding at an average speed of between 12 and 15 kilometres an hour on an incline like this. And I have to say that young Van den Broek is doing an excellent job on the front here, setting the tempo.
Well, this man here is a cyclist looking at those legs. I wonder if the riders will say anything to him. I doubt it somehow.
Well, not yet. There's Cardenas over on the left-hand side for Team Barlow World in the now almost famous red, white and yellow strip.
He's pretty fit, this guy, Paul.
Yeah, he's keep going.
8 minutes the gap, and still counting here to this group. From the leader, remember, who'll be still on his way down. He's given up, abandoned, as we continue towards the summit now.
Brusagin is the rider in there from Team Lamprey. Pellizotti over on the left-hand side in the lime green of Team Liquigas. All of the big names are here. Nobody really under pressure for the moment, as they are looking at around about 500 metres to go to the summit. Then a bit of respite before the final chance of the day to put time gaps between anybody who starts to have a bad day.
Cardenas, Pellizotti behind him, and De Luca getting ready for the descent. A little bit preoccupied here, not interested in the King of the Mountains point, but look at that clock counting. This is a very good lead now by Emmanuel Sella, who I think might be setting himself up for a stage win right now. Here he is on his way down. He's a long way down the mountain now. 8 minutes going down is a long way ahead of the field.
There's 500 metres to go. And he's really extending his advantage before the final climb of the day. He's got to try and recuperate a little bit. That looks like Ardila over on the right-hand side there. Had a couple of hard days, the little climber from Team Rabobank. As the Maglia Rosa is still actually not too far behind, I'd have to say, because there's our famous man who was running the bulls on his own before.
Yeah. So he's probably still around about a minute, maybe 45, 50 seconds. So he's climbed well towards the end.
And if he doesn't panic, he'd be able to pull back a certain amount of that on the descent, because being a non-climber, he will recuperate once he gets over the psychological barrier of crossing the top of this climb, and he can take a lot of risks on the descent, and he may well even be able to halve that to 1 minute's deficit, or even wipe it all away completely. Some of the great descenders of the sport on a descent of these big mountain passes have been known to wipe out 2 or 3 minutes on occasion.
Well, the challenge is there. Bit of blue sky peeping through the trees, but there isn't much of it here. Felix Cardenas for Barlow World. They've had a very unlucky tour so far, but they're still here. And Cardenas looking for his bag, gets it.
De Luca. They're all supporting the man who won this bike race last year, Danilo De Luca. Stopping the team cars there, so they can't be too far away, Phil, from actually pulling into that group that's in the middle.
Not sure where they are.
Although I think actually the reason they've stopped...
It might be the feed cars, isn't it?
Yeah, they've actually stopped those cars to hand up the bags, which will contain possibly a warm drink and almost certainly a racing cape as well for the long descent, to make sure the riders don't chill out too much.
Well, that's a very, very good time gap for Emmanuel Sella. It is virtually 11 minutes, the gap now. Surely, the way he's climbing, he's going to stay away for the rest of the day. As they come up under the banner, we're going to stop the clock at 10:57.
That's a huge gap, and of course these riders will accelerate on the final climb of the day, but as long as Emmanuel Sella has continued to eat and continued to drink to keep the energy levels topped up nicely, he's got a very good chance of conserving a massive portion of that advantage on the final climb of the day, because let's not forget, he is a very good climber.
Just a little bit of snow left around the top, but he's down a few hundred feet now, so life is getting a bit better and probably a little bit warmer as he continues to drop off the mountain. And he's not riding like a man waiting. He is thinking of victory now and the final king of the mountain points of the day.
He's wiped out today, or at the moment, almost half of his deficit at the start of the stage. At 24 minutes behind he was. He's now 11 minutes ahead of the group. And so he will, quite seriously, Phil, be pulling himself up into the top 10 with a performance like this.
No question. He's got to hold on to it, of course, as this man is trying to limit his losses just at the moment. His team have stayed with him. They'll just keep talking to him, try to keep his morale nearly at the top. And then a long, long, fast descent where we might see a little bit of the reduction of the gaps again. Then, unfortunately, the climb up to the finish. But there's the summit. Now, 10:57 was the gap. He's going to be just on 2 minutes back here.
Yep, and 2 minutes is going to put him just on the edge of losing that Maglia Rosa. He'll have to make a daredevil descent to try and reduce that amount of time that's been lost, Phil, on the descent before the final climb of the time, and he will know in the back of his mind that he's still going to lose time on the final assault, because there is going to be a big showdown between the big leaders of the Giro d'Italia in that group behind. Even if it's not for the stage victory, it's a first rendezvous with the mountains, and it's a very important one.
About a minute 45 the gap as he comes over the top, and now he's going to have to get on with the job of going down as fast as he can. That's if he wants to keep his pink jersey. But then again, let's face it, it's only for another day. He's not going to win the Giro, and I don't think he ever expected to.
Well, a chance to see just exactly where we're up to here with Emmanuel Sella, Verona to Alpe di Campeggio. There he's gone through the little ripples at the start, he's gone over the top of the climb, and now he's starting to line himself up for the final climb of the day. It's a climb of around about 14 kilometres, climbing up to 1,700 metres.
Well, green fields here around the Val di Fiemme, and the peloton stringing out here a lot, but it's not thinning out. But they're yet to start the real part of the climb, of course, and LPR now are feeling if they set the pace here, they can move the pink jersey onto their squad. Basicio is the next obvious candidate, second overnight, and knowing now he needs minutes on the pink jersey to get that pink jersey on his shoulders.
Well, getting himself stripped down and ready for action now. He's got rid of that racing cape that he used on the descent, and now he knows it's going to hot up on the ascent. There you can see the concentration of Danilo De Luca. He doesn't really seem to be paying much regard to his teammate Borsisio, who's got a very good chance of getting himself the overall lead for Team LPR this afternoon. But De Luca is thinking long term. He's not thinking about having a Maglia Rosa in the team just for one day. He's really considering trying to win this race for a second time. Emanuel Sella, Forza Sella, that must be his supporters club, is looking to climb high in the overall classification. He still doesn't look like a man who's weakening. He's got that strange style where he gets out of the saddle, fights with the bike for a little while, then sits down and rides along at a steady tempo for a bit, then out of the saddle once again to try and keep the pace as high as possible on this very steep incline. Confirmation of that climb then, Phil. It's 7 kilometres in total. Average gradient is 9.6, but check out that maximum at 16%. That will hurt.
I think it'll suit him. We're tucked up right in the northwest corner of Italy now, in the Alpine range, but soon we'll be in the Dolomites, and it looks as though Borsisio is doing a lot of work on the front here, isn't worried about his pink jersey. He's just worried about gaining an advantage for the team, and maybe for that man right there.
I find it rather strange that the Italian television are calling this the Gruppo Contador when we're looking at Danilo De Luca,
yes,
who is last year's winner. They're obviously feeling that Contador is the big name. After all, he's a defending champion of the Tour de France, and he's been invited to the Giro d'Italia at the very last moment. And who knows how he's going to perform today, because I have to say, very difficult for Alberto Contador to come into this bike race with very little preparation at all, because normally we know the preparation of a man like Johan Brunel. He would, if he thought about coming to this race beforehand, Contador would have ridden these climbs, he'd have been over some of the most strategic mountain points, and Contador is really riding this 3-week Grand Tour in almost unknown circumstances.
Absolutely. Just look at that line down there now. They really are going for it. They've got to shut down that gap. But, you know, just on 5 miles uphill, they're not going to catch Sella now. He's still looking extremely strong. Take the glasses. They don't need them now. Sun's gone in. This is his big moment now. Lightening the load. He's on the last climb of the day. And these kilometres to a climber will be enjoyed rather than feared.
They certainly will. He's got to get down there. This is the long individual time trial for him. He's just got to concentrate, keeping the tempo, and wondering whether or not he's got that power in his legs just to survive. 5.9 kilometres to go to the finish for this young man. He's got a very nice looking machine there as well. It's one of the new Colnagos. Weighs in at just inside of 7 kilos. And in fact, the race referees, they come in at the start of these mountain stages and they check out a lot of these bikes to make sure they do conform to the minimum weight regulation that the International Cycling Union have, which I think is 6.8 kilos. But if they haven't changed it.
No, well, you never know, because they never tell you when they change rules. You have to go and check them out. But this is now his nice steady start at the moment. Good pavement.
Yes, this is the part at around about 8 or 9% as we get up towards the summit, and that will suit the real climbers. And that's not a bad average speed, Phil, for what has been a pretty mountainous stage, 35.5 kilometres an hour. But up towards the top of this climb, it kicks in at 16%. There's the Maglia Rosa, still looking concentrated, still got his teammates around him. He hasn't given up at all. In fact, they're using this flatter part of the course here, Phil, to try and eat into the deficit.
Yes, I'd like another time check, see if he's pulling back on that at all. But he certainly hasn't given up. He's going out in style. If he's going out at all, he might just about hang on to that pink jersey, because it's not so long up to the top of the climb.
Bettini's given up the ghost a little bit here now. He's decided, he's gone back to ask the team management what's going on behind and whether or not his help is required.
Well, he's got a teammate with him. No, he hasn't. It's AG2Rs with him there. Now we'll get Emanuel Sella. 2:24 to the chasers now, around 10 minutes to the Contador group, and what we could do with now is the pink jersey gap. 5 kilometres to go, all uphill for Emanuel Sella, and 15 more points in the King of the Mountains.
Well, he'll start to feel that little bit confident now as he looks over his shoulder. His body will be telling him whether or not it's going to give up on him this afternoon, and he will know whether or not he's still got the power to keep that tempo on the way up to the summit. Well, I think those are the two chasers. We haven't seen anything of them for the whole of the afternoon, and they're looking at about 2.5 minutes. That's Joaquim Rodriguez in second position, and they're Not going to see this man again, because I have a feeling this man has got the bit between the teeth here this afternoon. He's still, if you have a look, you get an idea of the incline, because when you look down at his gear ratio, he's still riding on the small chainring.
They'll be lucky, those chasers, to hold off the peloton if they really get down to grips with this. But look at this man's looking a little bit like he might have recovered now.
Well, he's obviously under pressure on the climbs, but he's using his team to try and pull himself back into the group before the start of this climb. Marco Pantani, the Italian tifosi, will never forget the great climber known as the Pirate.
Not on this day, they won't, because he won here and he won the Giro in '98. There's the crowd enjoying another arrival, and again another man from Italy setting the pace and climbing extremely well today.
If he holds on to get himself the victory of the stage, Phil, today, he's also going to get himself a huge increase in his lead in the King of the Mountains classification.
Oh, yeah.
Almost becoming unassailable as long as he pays attention. A little bit further back, you can see now that LPR is trying to wind it up. I don't think they've got in the back of their minds the fact that they can pull this man back into the fold, but they're trying to toughen the race up now for an attack by Danilo De Luca.
I think at last he's beginning to look like one of us now. It's hurting, but he knows he has a real chance of surviving. He's got so much time in the bank. It's impossible for him to close that gap as long as he sticks to his guns.
His face is now starting to show that little bit of pain. He's been in front of this bike race for an awful long time now, but this was obviously a preordained plan by this man. He came to the Giro, I think, trying to win at the King of the Mountains classification, and in so doing he decided to go out on a big long raid on a day like today, when he probably had a feeling that the main contenders would be watching each other for this first mountain top finish of the Giro this year. And that's why I think he thought, well, I'm 24 minutes down in the overall classification, they're not going to really chase me down. And I think that's exactly how it seems to have unfolded. But I do believe we will have a set to on the final climb for the group behind, with all of the major contenders.
Definitely, there's time to be gained. Seconds between the big boys, and the strong men will try to hunt them down here now, because we're getting into the final days, the last week, of which most of it is either time trialing or climbing. Just hearing that Graham Brown has climbed off, so he's gone. One of the sprinters who did start this morning, but no longer in.
Really is. This is coming up to the real steep part of the climb. You can see he's actually now starting to have a bit of difficulty just keeping the bike going forward. And these are not the really bad climbs of the Giro d'Italia. A little bit later on, when we get into the final few days, there are some nasty climbs that are going to line themselves up for these riders. And that's another reason why I think of the big leaders that we're looking at behind, riders like Menchov, Simoni, Alberto Contador, Danilo De Luca, they don't want to battle it out just yet, because they know they have to keep something in reserve for the last week of racing.
Still the Garvia Pass, which is this Cima Coppi this year, the big high pass, highest point of the race, and the Mortarolo still lie up the road. This rider won't be too worried about it, but I think Giovanni Visconti will be. Still the pacemaking being done, but I just want to Specialati, he must still be in that chase group there. For LPR, they've got some strong rides, a very good team, LPR. Here comes the Devil, just what you want. Well, a Trident running alongside. He's been training, the Devil, hasn't he?
He's lost a lot of weight in the last couple of weeks, but you can see just how difficult this climb is, because there you might have noticed that even the Devil was really keeping up with Emmanuel Sella. This is the front end of the main group. Specialetti setting the pacemaking, looking over his shoulder. Salvadelli now has taken his sunglasses off as he starts to get himself organised. De Luca has got the face of the big days here, I think. Andreas Kloden, over on his shoulder is Alberto Contador. Specialetti really starting to dig deep now. De Luca looks as if he's in a big day to me here this afternoon, Phil. He's got that concentration.
What a demonstration by the whole team here.
Yeah, brilliant. Specialetti is doing a great job. You'll see him disappear from the front end of the main field in a little while, because he will have done his work, sacrificed himself for the day.
Astana have got Leipheimer, Kloden and Contador in this group. I can see a couple of them right below me there. Leipheimer's different colours. There's Leipheimer, he's wearing the colours of the national champion of the USA. They're all in that group as well. The battle for the victory on the left, because that's what it is now, for sure. And this race, when they reach the section where Sella is right now, I think will split.
Oh, absolutely. Look how hard it is for Sella just to keep himself going forward. He must be going through all kinds of agony at the moment, when in the group behind everybody knows it's the kind of steepness required for the real climbers. Men like Alberto Contador, if he's got good legs today, Phil, it's a nice place for Contador to have a little dig. He likes those steep gradients. He doesn't really like the power climbs.
Might be a little indicator as to how form is. As the Tifosi flock into the road now to catch a glimpse of the man in the green King of the Mountains jersey, which is looking more settled on his shoulders as the days tick by. This is life in the back of the chase group of riders here. One or two beginning to crack just a little bit. That was Passoni of Team High Road hanging on. 3 to go.
3 kilometres to go. And
no, it's in the bag, and it's in the bag by a few minutes as well.
It's in the bag, but it's a painful bag. Alberto Contador looking concentrated, little earpiece in his ear, getting the information from Johan Brunel as to what's happening, how the race is unfolding, how he wants him to perform here this afternoon. Marzio Brusegin, that's a big thank you to him for the performance he put in the individual time trial.
And he's still in that main group though with Contador. That little thing on Contador's nose, by the way, is to flare the nostrils so he can hopefully get some fresh air in.
I haven't seen those around for a while.
They seem to be disappearing, but
they seem to be making a
trend
comeback
again now, hasn't he? They'll all be out now. There's Matthew Lloyd on the pedals there, dancing away. Good for him. Ricardo Rico. No time to dream of the 2-stage wins already this week. Or not this week, but this tour.
Andreas Kloden as well there with a little bit of a goatee moustache there, looking comfortable. Paolo Salvadelli, however, Phil, does not look as if he's enjoying this at all.
Well, he's getting on a bit now. 2-time winner, don't forget, but a bit stretched.
7th overall in the classification, inside of 8 minutes down, but that's on the men who were in that breakaway. Oh, Sella really is struggling now. He doesn't have to worry, though, Phil, about time, because I don't think in the back of his mind Sella has even considered trying to get himself up into the top 5 or 6 in the overall classification. Gilberto Simoni, we talked about him earlier on today. These are the kind of stages that he likes. He's 11th overall at the moment. There's Matty Lloyd. It's good to see Matty Lloyd actually riding and showing off the Australian National Champions jersey extremely well. I wonder if he'll get selection for the Silence Lotto squad for the Tour de France.
Well, I'm sure you make the Olympic Games for Australia, but can't answer your query on the Tour de France.
Going to be a lot of discussion about that because Cadel Evans is feeling that he's the big #1 favourite with the exclusion of Team Astana.
Yeah.
And Team Astana have got a lot to prove in this race.
I think he'd be too young to go for 2 big tours. I think this is his tour this year.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. But it depends on how much of a panic Cadel Evans is going through, trying to build a strong team around him. That's the important thing that he needs. If he wants to win the Tour de France this year, the Australian, he really has got to have a strong bunch of riders for the mountains around him. There's Simoni in the blue and white jersey there, 161.
Well, I must say that Lloyd should be feeling very pleased with himself there. He's riding alongside Rico and De Luca, the heads of state, as it were, and he's looking very, very good. He's almost at the sharp end of the chase here on what is going to be very shortly the steep part of the climb. But it looks as though Sella is almost home.
Almost, but he's still battling. He's all over his machine there. It's been a great day in the saddle for Emmanuel Sella. He's going to get himself the stage victory. The main field is looking at 5 kilometres to go to the finish. And believe it or not, that group is actually starting to be decanted. Specialetti still doing a lot of work at the front, not thinking about himself, just concentrating, ticking out the pacemaking. Bosisio is there. Danilo De Luca is there.
He's there. The Pirate is there. In spirit, anyway. But, by the way, Kirienka and Rodriguez are still in between. We just have never seen them, apart from that one glimpse we had a while back. But they're still ahead of that peloton.
And Jose Rullano's in there as well, the rider from Case d'Epargne.
As far as we know.
We haven't seen them, really.
No, we haven't seen them at all, and this man hasn't seen them since he left them either, and he's no intention of waiting for them now. He's building a lead. He will move up the overall, but there's a lot of riders who'll still be ahead of him because they're in that backpack.
Well, he's lost a little bit of his advantage. He was up to 11 minutes at one stage. It's 9:45, but what's more important to me is I'd like to know the position of the Maglia Rosa and how he's doing on a day like this. Well, keeping the memory there of Marco Pantani, but they want Gilberto Simoni to fly, and I think we do too.
Well, there's Rico. We haven't seen anything of Simoni. I thought he might have shown his legs today. He's in the group, and that's about all we can say at the moment.
Down to about 20 men now. These are the serious contenders now, starting to sort themselves out as they get to the steeper part of the climb, and it really does seem interminable for this man. He's been at the front over the two big mountains of the day. Got himself big points in the King of the Mountains classification, but he wants the icing on the cake at the end of the stage with a victory as well.
Well, Specialetti doing a magnificent job here for Team LPR. He's trying to keep that tempo as high as possible. And if Basicio has got the legs, he might be looking at pink tonight, but I think all the work is being done for Danilo De Luca. Paolo Savadelli. Savadelli looking a little bit stressed, but he's 35 years of age now, Paolo Savadelli. Just before this race started, in fact, he had his 35th birthday.
I'm starting to think here that I might be wrong with the fact that there's going to be a showdown here. I think these guys are just looking around to see how everybody's body's reacting to this first big mountain stage of the Giro d'Italia. They may well wait till a little bit later on, unless, of course, they see somebody who seems to be in difficulty and they can eliminate an opponent. It seems to me as if nobody really just now is prepared to come out and attack this group.
25 riders in this group by the look of it, and Matthew Lloyd for Australia and Silence Lotto right up at the front there, looking very good, the Australian champion. I saw him win his title. It was in Buninyong outside Ballarat, the gold mining town in the state of Victoria, Australia. Very windy day, climb every lap on the circuit, and he rode away from the field, and it was a brilliant win.
Well, I think he's a man, a star for the future for Australian cycling. He's learning the ropes here in the Giro d'Italia, as this man is learning how the Tifosi get behind the crazy climbers of races like the Giro d'Italia. I think they're loving this man's performance here this afternoon, and they're willing him up to the top of the climb.
Silence Lotto, I think, have got 3 riders in this group at the moment. That's superb for them. So they're finally getting themselves together as a stage racing team, not just a sprinting team.
Yeah, I think that's an important thing about Silence Lotto. They've actually got a pretty good development plan of riders that they're building up for the future. A lot of young riders for the future of the team. This man, though, is one of the young riders of Italian cycling, Emanuele Sella. And LPR are doing a good job here in the race this afternoon, because they've still got 4 riders in this leading group. With it looks as if Specialetti, Phil, may well have just disappeared from the front.
Yes, I counted 24 riders there, and there were 25, so he must be the missing one as we get to the last kilometre for what has been a terrific escape through the mountains here to arrive at Val di Fiemme. A solitary leader here, and he's done most of the tough work on his own today. He's pushed himself out into a clear lead in the King of the Mountains if he didn't have it beforehand, and now he's looking for the stage win as well. Good way to end the week, or does it start the week?
I think he's starting the week. As we see the Flamme Rouge there for the man in the green jersey. Oh, you're starting to feel sorry for him now. You can almost feel the pain that he's going through as he rocks and rolls that body, just looking for the little bit of extra energy to keep the pedals going round. It's good to see Vandenbroek as well doing that very good ride on the front there, the rider from Silence Lotto. Danilo De Luca still looking attentive, but nobody really looks as if they're about to make the move. Leonardo Pipoli's in this group with Riccardo Rico.
Yeah. It's not Cardenas gone off the back, is it?
Yep, it is Cardenas.
He's dangling. Well, tomorrow starts the last week of the Giro, and we go on the Passo Fadaya, the Marmolada. So I think maybe the chase group is thinking about that and not putting too much into this today.
Yeah, I think that's in the back of everybody's mind. This is the first taste of the mountains, but tomorrow it really is the Plat Principal, the main course.
Great feeling when you've climbed away from everybody in a big grand tour like this. Must be a wonderful feeling.
There's Gilberto Simoni looking concentrated.
I told you he was in the group.
And I think probably he's thinking about tomorrow as well, because it may well not be difficult enough for the main contenders to create the big surprises that I was expecting to happen this afternoon.
Well, just a final look over his shoulders, but unless he's got a pretty strong telescope, he won't see anybody behind him. He's going to win this by minutes. And, are these the chasers? I'm not so sure they were, actually. I think there might... Was that Levi Leipheimer slipping off the back?
Could have been Levi Leipheimer under a little bit of difficulty there, just slipping off the back end of the group. I think it was the red, white and blue.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Of the American national champion.
Pellizotti was looking pretty determined, but also a bit tired too. He had the lead, remember, for 4 days early on. This rider is just not even thinking of what the time gain is, because I don't think he's got any hope of getting into a pink jersey position. But he's certainly going to win the stage now. There's Pellizotti, and it looks as though Simoni has taken over. He's such a great-looking climber when he's going well.
Well, he loves mountain-top finishes. That really has been his speciality throughout his career, and there you can see this is going to be the speciality, I think, of Emanuel Sella over the next couple of years. The big, long escapes in the mountain stages of the Giro d'Italia. And once he goes through that little tunnel, when he comes out the other side, that's the finishing straight, and that's what he's been dreaming about for the last 2 hours.
Yeah, and there's a huge crowd assembled up here at the top of the Alp. There's the peloton down there. Cloden, Contador. Looks like Contador has thinned out pretty much with the tempo riding here. Now Simoni's taken over. I'd like to take a new stock of that group, because I think we've lost more than a few riders. 3, 6, 9, 10. We have lost 15 riders from this group on the climb.
Well, Leonardo Pipoli is the man just holding the back door closed there. You can see, looking down there, that is Levi Leipheimer, still
just holding them in his sights, and Matty Lloyd is gone.
Yeah, Matty Lloyd, but that's not a disgrace for the young rider from Australia, because he's looking at some serious contenders here. There's Denny Menchov in the orange jersey, Danilo De Luca, Pellizotti. Vandenbroek still doing a great ride for Silence Lotto. He's going to be the new revelation of Belgian cycling, I think.
Important for Menchov. This is a good response by him to be up there.
To change the overall look at the end of the day. Oh, this is an interminable climb for Emanuel Sella. Looking round the corner, he said, where's the banner? Please let it come.
Been a long last few kilometres. I must say, it looks like Pellizotti's moving away here from the field.
He's a rider who for many years has been regarded as a future star. But this is getting right into the finish line. And the Flemish Lion is waiting for the Flandrians.
Well, that'll make him feel at home. With the Belgian flags on the right, another fine look over his shoulders. This has been a great ride by Emanuel Sella. He comes up to the finish today. He's 35 years of age, and he's just won another stage in the Giro d'Italia, and as he taps the green jersey, he knows that that's getting pretty safe, even though the real mountains are still ahead.
Well, that was a phenomenal performance by Emanuel Sella, and I think, Phil, today he's pretty much got a stranglehold on the King of the Mountains classification. He looks up, kisses his ring there, looks straight into the eyes of the camera, and I would think that's thank you very much to his wife for supporting him through all of these years.
And this looks like Kirienka coming in. I knew he was out there somewhere.
Yeah, I think he did as well, and he's lost himself quite a bit of time.
4:38, yeah, 4:38.
Menchov has gone.
Back to Kirienka.
Menchov has gone, but I'm not quite sure where he's gone. That's Ricardo Rico.
Well, the whole race, the tempo riding done by LPR has really bitten into this lot now.
Gilberto Simoni.
Yeah, he finished it off for them, I think. So this is really split up now. Ricobra, it said on the road there, in one word.
Rodriguez coming in third
Champion
place.
of Spain.
Yeah, for him, you can see these guys, they just stop once they get to the finishing line.
I'm not surprised.
Rico in a spot of bother at a kilometre to go.
So we've had 3 of them in.
Oh, Alberto Contador also not able to take the pace of the acceleration. I think just in front there, it's the acceleration of Franco Pellizotti just around the corner.
Little look at the back cluster there to see the gears being ridden. As Denny Menchov is in the spot of bother as well. He's not finished yet. We've got Sella, Kirienka, Rodriguez across the line as far as we have seen. Contador is losing a little bit of time here. He'll be losing time to Menchov and Pellizotti, Rico and Simoni.
Pretty hard to tell what's going on here, because there's riders all over the place in this final explosion over the last 500 metres. Well, that's definitely Pellizotti.
Yep.
And the damage really there being done by Gilberto Simoni. That's an indication that he's still got a fine pair of legs at 35 years of age.
Yeah. Jürgen Vandenbroek is the rider there. for Silence Lotto as well. He's hung into the very end. He's been doing a lot of work at the front.
Well, that's Menchov in front, actually. And Menchov is the man who's put everybody into difficulty here by riding away.
Simone trying to drag them back in. Rico trying to get back in. It might come back together here as we race up towards the finish. A few Austrian flags on the road there. I'm not surprised because Austria literally is just over the road.
Well, Simone's trying to drag himself back into this race and sitting right on his wheel there. Jürgen van den Broek is really doing a great job. Pipoli, well, there, Pipoli's still bandaged up from his crash of a couple of days ago.
We never did get to the bottom of that. Looks like he gave his eye a bit of a knock. Probably had a couple of stitches in that, judging by the
acceleration by Rico.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
Well, he was trying to get himself back into the race, getting onto the wheel there of Franco Pellizotti.
Yeah. Basiccio, if he can just finish now, then the clock will start to see if indeed he's the new leader of the Tour.
Yeah, we've had no information on the position of Giovanni Visconti for the last few moments. Simone, that's who they want to win here this afternoon.
Well, he's put in a nice finish. Well, this is the arrival here of...
Rujano.
Is it Rujano coming in? So he'll be the fourth rider in. Two Case de Pan riders are in now, third and fourth position.
Danilo De Luca. Not sure where Danilo De Luca is.
No, I don't know where anybody is because our cameras just seem to pick up anybody and show us a picture right now. They were all together down the bottom. But also De Luca's had not a good finish. And look at this. We never saw Bettini do this. But he is looking to me as though he's coming to the line. He is, and that gives him a fifth place on the stage. Goodness knows how he got clear. We never saw him move, but Bettini comes home in fifth. That's a terrific ride.
Well, we never heard anything at all about the position of Paolo Bettini in the race, so that is pretty impressive. I never heard him mentioned on the radio.
No, we just saw him down with the cars there, asking questions. Next thing is, he's gone.
So Pellizotti now, he's the man to make the move. Covered there by Riccardo Rico. Simone, the older legs, not quite able to respond to the accelerations of the young bucks in the Giro d'Italia here this afternoon. Brilliant ride by Jürgen van den Broek there in the red jersey of Team Silence Lotto. I think the Belgians are going to be very excited to have a man who can climb the mountains once again. And Menchov is going to cross the line there in sixth, getting himself a few seconds advantage over everybody else.
Next in after Bettini. Here comes Rico and Pellizotti. They're going to share out the sprint for seventh, and Pellizotti will get that. Eighth for Rico. Ninth for Gilberto Simone. 10th for Jürgen van den Broek. And that was Bruchagin just behind. He'll have a high position overall now with that ride. He's probably going to be right up there.
That's Domenico Pozzovivo from the Ceramica Navigare coming in.
He's just got the better of Danilo De Luca. I've never heard of Domenico Pozzovivo.
He looks as if he's been in a gang fight.
He does.
And this is Alberto Contador. Well, not surprising, Phil, that he cracked a little bit towards the summit there. This man came to the Giro d'Italia with Van der Velde.
Well done. Good ride by Christian. We never saw him. We knew he was in that group, but we never saw what happened to him. He'll have crossed the line in 16th place, assuming Contador was 15th there.
And this is Andreas Kloden. So there's still a couple of Team Astana riders up at the top of the overall standings, but I have to say, not surprisingly, that Alberto Contador cracked a little bit towards the summit. Normally, reputedly, one of the best climbers in the world, but I think Phil would have to say that his performance here has not been ideal. His preparation has not been ideal.
No, his performance we can't complain about. Paolo Savardelli, Il Falco, his wings trimmed a little bit now because he's 35 years of age. And rocking in behind him, Chris Anker Sorensen. Yes, that's a good ride for him. He's only a youngster.
He's a guy who they reckon is going to be a little bit of a star for the future here at the Giro d'Italia, just trying to learn the ropes of fraction. We've got to wait now for a long time to see when. There's Fortunato Baliani.
Yes, our stunt specialist of the other day. He's home and dry. Might just be in the top 20.
There's Matty Lloyd. He doesn't look too bothered about the climb this afternoon.
No, he did just enough and he rode sensibly, I think. It was a very good day out for him, Lloyd. And there's the pink jersey. Well, we've gone to the results so far. It's as we said it was. 5:37 the winning time for Sella. Big time gap survived. The chase that once was down to 11 is back to 7, really. And Pellizotti, Rico, as we saw them come in, top 10 completed by Jürgen van den Broek. This is the winner. I thought we might have cut away there to a different shot to see who's the pink jersey, but they're probably still working that out. I'm not sure even if the pink jersey is finished yet. He looks a little bit surprised but happy.
Always a little bit. Here he is.
Oh, here he is.
Oh, 17 minutes.
Well, it's got to be Bosisio now, who is the new pink jersey. It's got to be. He cracked hugely on this last climb up to the finish, and somebody needs to catch him quick.
Well, it's Freddie Viana, and Freddie is well known in the sport of professional cycling. There's the new leader.
And look who's in second place by just 5 seconds. Bruchesini is in third place now. Rico fourth, De Luca fifth. Now that is a classification of the champions, with perhaps the exception of Bosisio, who is the next wearer of the pink jersey.
If Alberto Contador hadn't cracked down towards the end, this man would not be wearing the Maglia Rosa here this afternoon. And I wonder what that is going to do to Alberto Contador's morale when he realises he was so close to getting the Maglia Rosa.
One thing's for sure, he's in the race to win it now. And this stage enough to strike fear into the hearts of all the survivors in this year's Giro d'Italia. 154 kilometres, not so far, but 5 major mountain passes, and arguably, or perhaps not even arguably, the toughest stage of this year's Giro d'Italia. The Passo Pedoi, the Passo San Pellegrino, the San Tommaso Agodino, Passo Giao, and the Passo Falzarego, and then the Passo Fidai at the end of all of that. Enjoying the action here now. Not naturally enough, a breakaway is on.
And in that breakaway at the summit of the Passo San Pellegrino, after just 49 kilometres, none other than Emanuel Sella.
Yes, and he was in there on the climb of the Passo Pedoi as well, which came straight from the gun at 9 kilometres. Sella first over the top, Rujano second, Baliano third, Vladimir Karpitz fourth, and Jens Voigt crossing in fifth. And that's more or less the composition of that leading group here on the San Pellegrino.
Well, when you look around on a day like this and you see all these jagged peaks around you, it strikes fear into the heart, Phil, of any professional bike rider.
Well, this is the entry into the Dolomites now, and the stark rocks ahead of the riders here. The snow still quite obvious. The gap is 1 minute and 36. But today, really, the new challengers in this year's Giro, men like Contador, are going to have to do something special. Sella seems unstoppable in the mountains. They just simply cannot control him. He's sweeping up the mountain points.
Well, he certainly does. We're now over the top of the Passo Gio, and Sella got himself maximum points there ahead of his teammate Fortunato Baliani. But you can notice there that Danilo De Luca was riding at the front end of this group, which has been severely reduced in numbers. And I tell you what, Phil, there must be a few riders concerned about how difficult the final climbs of the day are going to be.
It's all about the story so far, but we really are scraping the skyline here now. 4 minutes 36 is the latest gap on the pink jersey of Bosisio. Could be a very short-lived lead for him, because he's only a hatful of seconds ahead of Alberto Contador overall.
5 seconds, in fact, at the start of the day, but I'm not sure that he was expecting Phil to hold on to that lead. There's still going to be a big battle, though, I think, once we go down to the end, because the Passo Fidai, it really is a brute of a climb.
Well, that's where we'll concentrate the majority of the stage action today. But Sella, he's just topping these cols every time in first place. He got 10 points over San Pellegrino, a mere 5 over the very small San Tommaso Agodino, another 10 over the Passo Giao, and heading up the Valzarego, and that takes us to the 120 kilometre point. A little bit of rain in the air, umbrellas are up.
Joaquin Rodriguez is in the break again. He wasn't there just a few moments ago, so I think he may well have ridden across the gap. So we're looking at a 3-man leading group. That's Fortunato Baliani in second position. No contest at all there, because as you can see, Emanuel Sella getting himself once again maximum points. And this, Phil, is a competition he's going to walk away with.
Only 5 points on the Falzarego. Sella, but every point counts. It's a maximum points every day for him, every climb. And really, it's quite a bleak outlook at the moment. Paolo Bettini just slipping off the back of this chase group, which goes under the banner there at about 2 minutes. So he's never really moved away this time. Sella has just been always up there, but holding around 2 minutes as he's crossed all of these mountains today.
I think after yesterday's performance, they've been just a little bit more attentive, and Tifosi are excited to see the Tour of Italy coming into the big mountains, even though the weather is not probably the best.
Now, the bare facts of the Giro d'Italia, as we're looking now on the descent here of this select leading group. And again, let's catch up where we are now, because we're heading towards the Passo Fidai. as we're deep into the Dolomites now. This is arguably the most difficult stage. It is really hard. We're just on the descent down from the climb of the Falzarego, so the snow has turned into rain, and then we start the climb up to the finish. There's only around about 30 kilometres still to ride to the 154 kilometre summit and final finish on the Fedaya.
Tricky descent as well, where you don't really need to take too many risks. The Grupo Alberto Contador at 1 minute and 44 seconds behind the 3 leaders, so they really haven't given those 3 leaders very much of an advantage. You can see the 3 leaders over on the left-hand side.
Maybe our television director knew something we didn't yesterday by calling that chase group the Grupo Contador instead of the Grupo De Luca, because De Luca is the defending champion, but Contador now most assuredly is really in the driving seat of this race, and by the end of this day could well be in pink. And that will be a turn-up, because this was a man who was thinking of leaving the Tour after a few days, now racing for the Maglia Rosa.
And in fact, he's almost come to the top of the pack, really, by default. He's never really attacked so far, but he's just been consistent. He's been there and rode a very solid individual time trial to place himself at the top of all of the big pre-race favourites.
Well, no news of anybody giving best today, probably because it's a comparatively short stage, although it really is quite a hard one. Sella's still out in front. And, well, it's a pretty picture, I suppose. Nothing to do with the Giro d'Italia.
I think it's a rough day.
rough. This is the chase group we're looking down on now. Still that small group is up front. Getting themselves together here. Marzio Bruscigin is still on a great tour here. He's in this group, as of course is Riccardo Rico.
Danilo De Luca with his racing cape on. There is the Astana men just going through there. A quick glimpse of Alberto Contador.
Valjevec wearing the Slovenian champions jersey, red and blue.
Just getting down into the bottom of the valley before they actually start the final ascent up to the Passo Fedaya, which is going to be a real battle for everybody. It really is a nasty climb. There's been a real sorting out on today's stage. I think, again, we may well see the Italians try to put Alberto Contador into difficulty.
Meanwhile, these are the 5 leading riders here at the front of the race. And the man who's trying to set himself up for a brilliant weekend on this penultimate weekend of the Giro is Emanuel Sella. Had a great day yesterday, which culminated in a win in the Alps. We've now switched on to the nearby Dolomites, and he's still in this group.
So it's Fabio Baldato there as well. That's a bit of a surprise.
Chase now, isn't it? Quite a solid chase group too.
Pretty good chase group looking down. It's around about 20 riders in strength, but all of the major contenders are in there. Vai Gibo, go Gibo. That is Gilberto Simoni, king of the mountains, Re della Montagna.
Well, today will be a good day to show his legs. He started to hint at it yesterday. He rode well towards the end. It was his final tempo making, don't forget, which caused that leading group to break up on the run into the finish, and he caught Contador. But Contador's consistency so far has slotted him into second place, and just now he's the leader on the road.
Julio Perez has got himself into this group as well.
That looks like him down there.
Pretty serious group here this afternoon. Again, there's a lot of pressure on in front end of the main field. I think everybody's expecting a showdown. That group is in fact starting to swell a fraction. This is the Grupo Contador. I'm looking for Contador, and theoretically he could very well be in the Maglia Rosa at the end of the day. He's the best placed rider of all of the pre-race contenders, and Bosiso, Gabriele Bosiso, who was the leader at the start of the day, well, he's an awful long way behind at the moment.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's lost a lot of time, just like the pink jersey previously to him did yesterday. Lost that 17 minutes or so. Not too sure how far back he is, but he's in double figures. We're sure. Oh, there we are. Group Maglia Rosa, not double figures. 5 minutes 40 seconds across the board, but 5 seconds is enough.
LPR once again are putting a lot of their faith into Danilo De Luca. He's obviously told the gang that he feels good this afternoon, and he'd be looking to try and get himself the stage victory if they can pull that breakaway group back into the fold before the final climb of the day.
I must say, Team LPR have ridden a very good race here. Nice little diversion, getting the pink jersey onto Gabriele Bosisio. And that's all it was, because De Luca's still their man, and he's still up here in this group.
Swelling a bit in numbers on the descent. Gruppo Contador. As you can see, almost 60 kilometers an hour is the speed, and we're looking here at a distance between the leading group and this group of around about 1.1 kilometers.
Well, on this descent, it could well close up at the moment. Remember, we're descending down to the final climb of the day up the Fedaya. There's Valjevec just peeping into our picture at the bottom.
Very consistent rider. We've seen him for a number of years managed to place himself high up in the overall classification of the Giro d'Italia.
Yes, a lot of the Baltic riders, they do well in Italy, and they enjoy the Tour of Italy too.
Black jerseys there, the raincoats on Danilo De Luca and his teammate just in front of him. He's keeping himself warm before the final ascent of the day, called the Fedaya. Steep enough climb to put fear into the hearts of everybody.
Stripping down time.
Getting ready for the start of the climb. Joaquim Rodriguez at the back. He hasn't done an awful lot of pacemaking in this group. I think he's concerned about the fact that there are two riders in here from Navigari, and he doesn't really want to contribute to the success of this breakaway.
Well, these 5 riders heading on to the slopes of the Fedaya, they're not home and dry by any means today, I don't think. This is a tough climb. The 2 true climbers are both on the same team here. Sella, Fortunato Balliani. Not too sure who this is. Oh, indeed, this is the chase group, and it's LPR doing all of the hard work here.
It's Alessandro Specialetti, I think, on the front there doing the pacemaking, as he has done on a couple of occasions here, just keeping the tempo nice and high. The black covered jerseys there are the 2 other riders from LPR in this group. One of those is Danilo De Luca, keeping himself warm when they go down these long descents, especially on days like this. The chill factor actually really makes it extremely cold. It was only 11 degrees Celsius over the top of 1 or 2 of the climbs.
Riders in that group too. Meanwhile, these are the boys up front, starting to ascend again here. Just getting rid. Oh, there's been a crash, and that's Piepoli on the floor. We never saw it happen. We just cut back to it. Leonardo Piepoli was on that descent, and judging by the way he's holding that shoulder, Paul, that's a broken collarbone.
Well, he does not look very good at all, and bad luck for him. He didn't look very comfortable a couple of days ago when he was involved in a previous crash, but this one, I think, may well take him out of the Giro d'Italia. Just sitting at the side of the road there, it was very reminiscent of a crash by Marco Pantani, wearing a yellow jersey many years ago, and that was the yellow jersey of the Mercatoni Uno squad.
Well, that looks very much, and sad to say, a broken collarbone. It's nice to see that Quick Step have come across him first and are giving a helping hand here, very sportsmanlike.
I think that was Wilfred Peters there stopping at the side of the road to make sure he was okay. You see, when you're in the mountains like this, everybody has to help everybody else out in a situation like that. There's Julio Perez. Well, this is a pretty impressive performance here, Phil, by Gruppo Navigari, because they've got 3 riders in this leading group here this afternoon. They've got Fortunato Balliani, Emanuel Sella, and Jose...
Posivivo,
yeah.
Is it? Well, there's 3 of them up there. There's the details of the Fedaya, very brief as it was. I hope you managed to read it before I did. It's gone now.
There's Gilberto Simoni, looking concentrated. Danilo De Luca getting his jacket off now over on the far side. And Jürgen van den Broek and Matty Wilson there in that group. Now here's another move here. This is Sella going again.
Well, this man just sees a mountain and jumps away. He's won every climb today. It's been a massive crossing, and back at that onto yesterday's climb, when he was also so dominant, and I thought he'd pay the price today, but on the absolute contrary, there's a repeat of the attack, and he's gone. There's no resistance.
Well, they're not going to chase him. He's got 2 teammates in this group. It was Julio Perez was the other rider in there for Gruppo Navigari, and they won't chase. Fortunato Balliani won't. The only person who could really chase, I would think, is the Spanish champion, and that's Joaquim Rodriguez.
Well, that's another move. You probably heard the spectators shout his name then. Probably surprised as we were to see him make that move. He's only 7 minutes off the lead now, so he is a real threat. He wasn't so much a threat yesterday, but he is now, as he's building up time once more. Back to Contador, almost 2 minutes. And Sella now is free to fly again. What a weekend that would be if he cleans up on today's stage as well.
Well, Brusugin, there he is in this group, and he's looking for a high finish in the Giro d'Italia this year. But all of the big contenders now are in this group and getting ready to, in fact, I think, set the fireworks off, because they're not going to give Emmanuel Seller, I don't think, the freedom they gave him yesterday, because, as you said, Phil, he's now starting to look just that little bit dangerous.
And after these 2 hard days of climbing, tomorrow we have a mountain time trial too. Takes us up to the Plan de Coronas, and then the rest day before we run into the finish.
And I just spotted Ricardo Rico here in the white jersey. I'd forgotten that he'd taken over the lead in that competition yesterday, so no longer in the yellow. But he's going to be handicapped, I think, by that accident to his faithful lieutenant, Leonardo Pipoli, because Pipoli has really been the man looking after Ricardo Rico in the mountains.
Well, it's a familiar scene now. We're getting used to this style, riding on his own and out of the saddle. He's getting all the support he requires from the roadside, and that was quite literally be music in his ears here. He's still on very much the lower slopes of the climb, and those annoying little speed humps, as he bounces over them, must destroy the rhythm a little bit.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing about racing throughout Europe these days. There's so much traffic furniture on the road, it almost makes it dangerous to ride on the road with a bike. There's Alberto Contador in his group. And with him,
Van den Broek here, stripping down as well. Everything off for the big climb up to the line now.
And with him, Maxim Iglinski, the national champion of Kazakhstan. He'll be a faithful lieutenant. De Luca, look at the face on De Luca. He looks as if he wants to bite the head off everybody. I think that's how he's earned his nickname, the Killer.
Yeah,
and he's certainly thinking very seriously, Phil, about trying to win this bike racing.
And commentating Giro, the Italian version.
David Cassani.
Yes, a little bit of support from the crowd.
Well, he's onto the flatter part of the race here. He looks over his shoulder. He should realise that that group is not going to chase him too much, because he's got 2 teammates in there. They'll just sit on the group and wait to see whether or not the other riders, Joaquim Rodriguez for one, takes up the pacemaking behind him.
Well, the way this guy's flown away from the group there, and he looks so fresh, I can't see anybody stopping him winning 2 stages in a row right now. And by the end of this day, he will have sealed the King of the Mountains. He's won every major climb. He's bagged the points today.
That's what he's been looking for. He wanted to dominate this part of the Giro, get himself an unassailable lead in the King of the Mountains classification. And I'm not sure he was really considering pushing himself so high up in the overall standings. But now, with the way he's riding, he's actually starting to become a little bit of a threat to the major contenders.
Under the 10 kilometres to go, all uphill. And still got a good tempo. This is the lower slopes of the Fedaya, and it's not too difficult.
It all depends now, really, the position of Emmanuel Seller. It all depends on how they race, I think, Phil, in this group behind. We've got a lot of big names, and they will, I think, want to try and put Alberto Contador into difficulty. Although Alberto Contador is the best of the rest at the start of the day, I think they will all take a little bit of interest in the fact that he was dropped on the final acceleration up towards the finish yesterday. And if they see that as some kind of weakness, because of his time trialling ability, they may well try and get rid of him on this climb. And if they race like that, they certainly will wipe away the advantage of Emmanuel Seller.
Yeah, well, they've got to, really, because if he does take the lead, tomorrow's individual time trial, he has a terrific advantage starting last man. The time is being taken on this 10 kilometre to go gantry, and already he's pulled the best part of a minute off the erstwhile breakaways. 52 seconds the gap. Be interested to see how far back the bunch are now. They're not that far behind, because they're through the village at the bottom.
This is Evgeny Petrov, who was slipping off the back there for Team Tinkoff.
Yeah.
And that's an indication that it's starting to get just a little bit tough. De Luca there, followed by Pelizzotti.
Look at that face. This is going to be an attacking ride right up to the finish here. De Luca's being led onto it by Specialetti. Pelizzotti still going well. Rico in the white jersey.
That's Contador, and he is not looking very comfortable. He does not look like the big Contador of the month of July last year. Denny Menchov, Iglinski, Jürgen van den Broek. He's going to ride himself high up in the overall standings in the Giro d'Italia this year.
Well, he's having a very good tour. This is decisive. Menchov just in front of him. There's the little split of the 3 leading groups. Well, group, not quite the word for the man at the front. The clock is still counting when they come under that 10 kilometre gantry. So about 52 seconds to the 4 chasers. And it's gone over 2 minutes now. So there's a bit of work to be done here over the last 10 kilometres.
Specialetti was doing an incredible job there. This man looks very calm and collected. I wonder if he's heard the news about his teammate, that Leonardo Pipoli, who stopped at the side of the road and has been evacuated to hospital with a suspected broken collarbone, and that will put him out for a few months.
Oh, usually 3 weeks, but depends how well you can get back. Depends how bad the break is, of course, if that's what it is. This is the leading chase group now, Group 3 on the road, still looking for that banner. It's going up towards, there it is, so it's about 2:35.
Well, since the start of the climb, he's actually extended his advantage over this group. As you can see, Specialetti doing an incredible job, just as he did the day before. That's him on the front in the white jersey of LPR.
Now 2:35, but it's only about 1:40 behind those 4 riders, and they might have a difficult escape on their hands here. While the pink jersey's in desperate. I don't know where we've gone to find this, because he wasn't in that group.
A little bit further down the slopes, I think. It's a lonely day for him today, because he knows that his team have got a plan, and that plan is to put Danilo De Luca a little bit higher in the overall classification. It's tough when you're a domestique. It's tough when you're the overall leader of a race like the Giro d'Italia, knowing that your team can't help you on a day like this because they've got something else to do.
Well, I have to say, so far, wearing the pink jersey has not done the riders too much of a kindness, because they've really struggled to hang on to it, and that gap says it all. 6:28 to the leader. That puts him about 4:28 behind Contador. Contador can now think of pink.
Well, he can think of pink, but he's got to think about what are the other riders in this group going to do. A silent killer in the group is this man, Denny Menchov. He put everybody into difficulty yesterday because he was the best of the finishers of that leading group to the top of the climb. And a lot of people regarded him as a pre-race Giro d'Italia winner. 53 seconds between Sella now and the group of riders he was with. 2:35 to the group here with Alberto Contador.
1 3/4 to bring him back at least to 4 chasers by that chase group. This is the man who's setting the pace, and he's telling us he's going to win the stage. A little bit of information: 2 stage wins in the Giro. We've seen one already, pro since 2004, and about to be this year's King of the Mountains, the way he's riding, as well as a 2-time stage winner at least. Tomorrow it's a mountain time trial, a very difficult one as well, to the Plan de Coronas. The rest day will be welcome after that, and then we've got the run-in Wednesday through Sunday for the final stages.
Just looking here at the work that's been done, it's all really being left up to the rider from Liquigas to do the pacemaking. No work will be done by Fortunato Belliani or Julio Perez at all, and I think Joaquim Rodriguez is probably not in one of his best days.
Well, we're under another banner there. I'm not too sure whether it was a distance banner, but we didn't see what it said. Contador's looking a little bit better, Paul, and they're all riding on the big chain wheel. Have they just come inside? They've just come inside now, all of them.
Well, this is the part where the climb starts to get that little bit steeper. Yeah. I have a fear, just looking at that rider from Liquigas in the break, I think that was Vicente Nibali. Now, he's a rider who could take advantage of a breakaway like this.
It's right up overall.
And I think that's probably, Phil, why he's riding. Look at these beautiful gorges.
Well, Pelozzotti's in the break, and you're right, Nibali is in that group. And I think that's the only 2 of Liquigas. I don't suppose there's much chance of Daniele Bernardi being there.
No, not on a day like this. He'll be with all of the sprinters. 26th overall for Emmanuel Sella. He's still looking for a fair amount of time, and they can't really afford to give him too much advantage, because he's slowly but surely pulling himself up in the overall classification. And still that fixed face of Danilo De Luca in that group there, just wondering and waiting. He will know this climb. Most of these riders have been around here and checked out this course, apart from, of course, Alberto Contador, who didn't know he was riding. That's Silvestre Smid in the Lampre jersey there. And he's basically doing all of the work for Marzio Brusigin.
Yes, if Brusigin survives through these mountains, he's looking to a high finish. Mind you, tomorrow, the mountain time trial, he won't be his usual dominating self, I don't think, in the time trial tomorrow, but he's got the ability more than most to hold it. The Marmolada on the bands there, that's the other name for the Fedaya.
6.5 kilometres to go to the finisher. Amazing to think this man, there's Levi Leipheimer.
Where's that? He slipped through the back.
I don't think Leipheimer is in the group, because I had a feeling Alberto Contador was pretty much on his own there in that group. This is with Paolo Salvadelli. I think this is a group off the back of the main challengers, and I think that was also Andreas Kloden. Yes, it is. Yeah. So what has happened up front is, in fact, Alberto Contador, like a couple of the other riders and the major contenders, have become isolated on this big mountain stage.
These are the 4 chasers left by Sella. Rodriguez setting the pace, champion of Spain. They can't be that far ahead of that tempo group that's coming up behind, maybe a minute. And it's getting a little bit narrow and a little bit steeper.
A little bit complicated for the helicopter to get in there as well.
No, it's a beautiful scene, that. the snows turn to water. That's a lovely cascade. Just as well they've got somewhere for the water to go, rather wet.
Terrible road here as well as Emmanuel Seller seemingly trying to repeat the feat of yesterday and getting himself a victory, and he's looking here now at the possibility of back-to-back wins in the mountains, and that would be a phenomenal performance.
Schmidt still setting the pace for Lampre here. Bruchigine is still in this group, so he's playing the faithful teammate. You can see Bruchigine, centre of the line, same colours of course.
Cardenas at the back as well, having a slightly better day for Team Barlow World, the South African squad. But LPR really have turned out to be the solid team, I think, in the Giro d'Italia. They came here with one aim, and that was to get Danilo De Luca a repeat win. And if he wants to do that, he's going to have to do something on a stage like today.
Just look at the way this guy attacks this. The road surface is atrocious, but it catches the winter up here, of course. Snows are cleared now as he continues to ascend. There's Rodriguez. You can see the difference in the speed. These four are definitely slowing down. No signs of the road ahead. 8 minutes to Bosisio from Sella. And so we're looking at about 6 minutes the advantage Contador now. So there's going to be some big gaps in the overall tonight as well.
Some huge gaps in the overall, and bigger gaps will probably appear on the run up to the summit of the Passo Fadaya, because I have a feeling we will have a little bit of a move by Danilo De Luca here today. He really looks as if he's got the game head on. There's Emmanuel Seller on the left-hand side, 1 minute and 45 seconds. Now they're still not really chasing him as we look at this incredible waterfall that the riders just went by a few moments ago. They're not chasing him, so Seller is still not really regarded as an overall contender.
Well, they're dropping back, and he's added 1 minute since he started this climb to that chasing group of four, by a hatful of seconds. So it means to me that surely the chase behind is pulling those four riders back. But they're not pulling this man back. He just relishes these climbs, and he's really racing them. Meanwhile, back at the waterfall.
Well, it's a couple of hundred
It is
meters down there.
spectacular, isn't it?
It really is. The helicopter pilot doing a phenomenal job here. That's the chasing group of four riders. And it's Nibali in that group who's doing the majority of the pacemaking. He was looking at a breakaway group like this, Phil, I think, to maybe try and create a surprise and grab the Maglia Rosa on a day like this. Seller, 26th overall, 7 minutes 33 seconds down, but that was on Bosisio. And what he's doing now, he's starting to threaten the position of riders like Contador and Danilo De Luca.
Well, he was pretty happy when he won yesterday, and goodness knows how he'll react when he wins again today, because I can't see him not winning now. He's only got about 20-odd minutes to race to the finish, albeit uphill. But look at the cars and the people here as we head into the village halfway up the climb.
4 hours and 30 minutes in the saddle for these riders. He's got himself a pretty solid advantage. It looks like Joaquim Rodriguez has decided to come to the front a fraction. You get an idea, the way this man is styling on his bike here, it gives you an indication of just how difficult this ascent is up to the summit of the Fadaya. It's a very tough climb up here, and this man, I don't know how he recovered overnight, because he had an incredible raid through the mountains yesterday, and he's almost here on a repeat performance.
And the crowd are just willing him on. Tremendous atmosphere on the climb. His face just shows no effort at all. He's a true climber. Just keeps his rhythm. When he senses it slowing, he jumps out the saddle, revs it up, sits down again. There's the crowd, and that's all he hears now. With every turn of those pedal revs, he is inching closer to the finishing line. One of the revered climbs of the Giro d'Italia. Oops, the camera's pulling back. Are we going to see the four chasers? If we are, they are losing a lot of ground.
Just more than a minute back to the four chasers.
The helicopter's gone right back to the hairpin bend, and here they come. And we've left them. We didn't even get a chance to identify them, but I think there's still four riders there.
Well, this man is certainly proving to be one of the great climbers of the future. Number 61, Emmanuel Seller, slipping back.
Schmidt's has done his job, and I think he's going to hang on now. It's up to Bruchigine to stay in there.
And there's Jens Voigt over on the left-hand side. Now, Jens Voigt was in the early morning breakaway, and he's managed to survive, and he's probably looking here and saying to himself, what am I doing with the leaders of the Giro d'Italia? But he is a great character, Jens. You can see the battling style, and here he is riding in the mountains in the group with Alberto Contador.
This is Rodriguez down there at the moment, I think it was, and champion of Spain, and Perez.
And in fact, they've
so
distanced.
Split.
Yeah,
they're in trouble here.
They've distanced Nibali there.
Yeah.
So his hopes of the Maglia Rosa slowly disappearing.
Yes, and that group I think is going to probably sweep them up. This is the 5 kilometres, so he's halved the distance now. Last one we saw was 10. And he's still got himself going well. The rain has started again, light drizzle at the moment. It might get heavy as we climb up to the summit though.
Well, it's a strange style this man has, but it really does work when we get into the big mountain passes. He's out of the saddle, back in the saddle, just trying to keep the pace going forward. He's not riding very much more than 10 or 12 miles an hour on a climb like this. Vinci Brussegin. So all of the supporters, all of the tifosi, as they call them here in Italy, are out to support their own riders on what are starting to really be the crucial stages. A time check there on the right-hand side, 28 seconds since he went through the 5 kilometre banner. We'll get a chance to see just exactly what the race situation is, but he doesn't yet really seem to be losing any time on the men at the back, although Cardenas is.
He's just unhitched there. So Felix is finding the going, and Jens is going as well. I think the tempo is relentless at the front here. They must be picking up. That clock is counting still on the 5 kilometres to go, but I'm not sure whether the 4 chasers have gone through or not, because this clock is on this group.
There's Matty Lloyd. He's really learning how to get himself over the big mountain passes in a race like the Giro d'Italia. In a couple of years' time, we should see him vying for a top place overall in the Tour de France.
Senses is slowing again, out of the saddle. That's very nice of him.
Thank you very much. 1 minute and 20 seconds still. And we've lost contact with the 4 chasers, but I think the 4 chasers have split into 2 and 2. And there's still really not been very much of a reaction from the main field.
I think we've gone back to the 4. No, we've gone back to the main group here.
This is the Cloden
This is the group behind the main group.
Yeah, Cloden, Salvadelli, Levi Leipheimer.
Has he got back?
No, this is the group that's behind the group of Alberto Contador, third group on the road.
Well, this has been quite a decisive day, apart from the winner, which is going to be the same as yesterday. Again, it's been a real challenge amongst the big boys, and Contador looks to be up for this.
Well, if you want a split screen, we've got 4 for you here this afternoon. Sella, top left hand. The chasing group of 3 with Rodriguez, right hand. Down at the bottom, the big group of favourites with Alberto Contador and Danilo De Luca, and over on the right-hand side was the Andreas Cloden group, the 4th group on the road.
The image of the tifosi doing what they do best, shouting in the ears of a race leader in the Giro d'Italia.
Pelazzotti.
An acceleration from Pelazzotti. There needs to be a reaction.
And it's coming from Danilo De Luca there in the white jersey, not to confuse of the yellow jersey normally of Saunier Duval is Ricardo Rico, and he looks very comfortable riding across the gap here.
Well, Pelazzotti, he's looking on his face here. That was attempted just to test to see how they're all feeling. De Luca's made a little bit of a meal of it, but he's closed the gap down nicely.
Gilberto Simoni in the white jersey with the blue stripes down the side, and it's put 1 or 2 riders into difficulty here.
Yes, and that'll be Schmidt, I think. I don't think it's Bruchedin. It's got his style of riding, I must say.
I think it is Bruchedin who's just got
well,
off
if
the
it
back
was,
there.
that's not good news, because he'll lose his top over position there.
Bruchedin, another attack now. This is the one that we hope is going to be a little bit more decisive by Franco Pelazzotti. Looking over his shoulder to see if anybody's managed to grapple onto his slipstream.
Boy, these tifosi is really working hard out there today, and that's a nice little gap bridging. This looks like it's Domenico Pozzovivo again from Group Navigari, who's come up to Pelazzotti now.
Well, I've got to tell you, I don't know anything at all about this bike rider. I don't think I've ever really uttered his name before.
No.
He's one of the riders from Team Navigari who's pretty much on the way up. Navigari is a team that is riding currently on all fronts. They've got their man, Emmanuel Sella, off the front end of the main field, and there are 2 other riders in between. One of those is Julio Perez, the other one is Fortunato Baliani. So Simone setting the pacemaking. It was definitely Bruchedin, and Phil, it looks to me as if, I thought for a moment it was Contador going off the back, but in fact it was Maxim Iglinski, the Kazakhstan champion from Team Astana. He's just suffering trying to stay in contact. Next group on the road is this group a little bit further back, and this is the group with Andreas Cloden.
And he looks as though he's trying to get rid of everybody with him here and ride by himself. There's only 8 left in that very select group up front. So the Fadai is having a say, and are they bringing back the breakaway there?
Well, that was Pellizotti still.
Oh no, that's right. They're coming up to Pellizotti and Pozzovivo.
And that's Riccardo Rico making the effort to nail it all back, followed by Menchov, followed by Contador, followed by Gilberto Simoni.
3:33
to the Contador group. So Emmanuel Sella is still extending that advantage.
He is. And that's going to put him up into a nice position by the end of the day. He was 7 minutes down. I remember he's basing his gaps on Contador now. Just over 7 minutes down on Contador. He's cutting off almost half of his overnight disadvantage. So I think Contador now is the next man in pink with a week to go. So he's going to put a lot of pressure on his team.
Well, Brusagin now, he can just see the group that he was with in front of him at number 111, third overall at the start of the day. Now, if these riders are bearing in mind that there's an upcoming mountain time trial, they may want to put a little bit of time between themselves and Marzio Brusagin, because he is a very good time trialist, fourth overall for Riccardo Rico over on the right.
Well, now this is the creme de la creme. Menchov looks across at Rico. Rico looked across at Contador. There's only one big surprise, and that's him there, and that's Domenico Pozzovivo. Pellizotti is riding well above himself in this year's Giro d'Italia and riding very well. Race leader as well for a while.
He's always promised to be a great star in the Giro d'Italia. A number of years ago they thought he was the big star of the future. He's moved around a little bit, trying to find that form. Look how carefully Denny Menchov rode himself back into this group. Contador looks under pressure. He's looking over.
Attack.
Yeah,
Rico, and rapid acceleration to see who can follow, and if they all follow, he'll probably ease up again. But that Pozzovivo, no problem at all to react, and Rico looks over his shoulder. He split the breakaway here, but Contador, as calm as you like and pedaling a very nice low gear, has gone forward with him.
Well, Contador doesn't actually have to do anything dramatic, because I think he will pull an advantage for the mountain time trial. What he has to do is really keep a very close eye on the climbers. Gilberto Simoni in a little bit of difficulty. He's dreaming of another top 5 finish in the Giro d'Italia, and the man who's actually been caught out there by that acceleration, number 1, Danilo De Luca, but slowly clawing his way back to the group.
He didn't have the acceleration, but he's kept his head. He hasn't panicked. And Rico, when he saw he hadn't got rid of Contador or Menchov,
he's going again.
He eased up, but you're right, this is the way to do it. You've got to keep on hitting them until you hopefully open the gap. That's Nibali who's just come back, so he was up with the leaders, so they started to eat into that breakaway.
Nibali back in the fold. This is confirmation of the group: Contador, Pozzovivo, Pellizotti, Menchov and Rico, and it's Rico who is the man on the front.
3-6 riders. Where's the white jersey? Is the best young rider.
Strangely enough, starting to get rid of his former teammate Gilberto Simoni. There's a move going by Pozzovivo.
Well, this young man is freezing our pictures. He shocked everybody. Domenico Pozzovivo.
I don't think they're going to chase him, because I don't think...
They won't mark him, I don't think.
Any of the riders in this group regard him as a man likely to create any difficulty in the overall classification. In fact, he's just riding across to his teammate. That's why he made the move there. That's Fortunato Balliano. And he's seen his teammate coming across there, and that's always a good move. You can use your teammate as a launch pad. Balliani will lift up the pace a fraction here for 200 or 300 metres if he can, to try and give the advantage to his teammate Pozzovivo.
Meanwhile, back with the worker, and that's what he looks like right now as he gives every effort to the climb. Sella is not quite as smooth as he was yesterday. There's no doubt this is hurting him now, but he is still pulling away from the group because they've slowed again, you see.
Well, Nibali now is going to try and do a little bit of pacemaking for his teammate Pellizotti, give him a little bit of a break. That's the law of the mountains. So when you get picked up and you've been in an early breakaway like that, so you have to look around and see what the race situation is. Rico's going again.
Attack number 3 by the Cobra as he strikes for a third time. And he just keeps on checking who's coming with him, so he's still holding something in reserve here. This is his third attack, but it's not his final one. Menchov manages to get back. Contador, he just seems to dance on those pedals. He has such a relaxed appearance on his bike.
Well, I think he's pretty much on the defensive, Phil.
I think so.
This is not the Contador of July last year, when he could dance away from anybody on the big mountain passes. He may well be just a little bit short in his preparation. There is Joaquim Rodriguez. He's been back in the fold. They're passing all of these riders one by one. I haven't seen Julio Perez. He may still have survived. But I say for Contador, in fact, Contador is not having a good day here, Phil. He's in difficulty there.
Well, we're getting up amongst the start of the ski stations here now, an indication we're heading up. Menchov is in trouble, he's falling back. So Denny Menchov, this third attack by Rico has been sustained, and it looks as though he's beginning to get the best of it. Now, as far as I know, Pozzovivo is still in front here. I don't think he's come back. Is he still with Fortunato Baglioni?
I think he may well be still off the front there. A little bit confusing in the mountains, as it always is. Simone's riding himself back into here, but there you can see Alberto Contador, Phil, is in difficulty on this climb, and I'm not really surprised, because I don't think he was expecting to ride the full 3 weeks of the Giro d'Italia this year.
I thought he was riding himself in, but either way, if he keeps Rico in his sights, then he will pull on the pink jersey tomorrow. But he's got to keep Rico in his sights, because Rico's just about a minute behind him overall.
Menchov now getting into his rhythm, and he's trying to claw back the young Italian, the best young rider in the Giro d'Italia. Left-hand side, the best climber in the Giro d'Italia, Emanuele Sella, looking over his shoulder, trying to get some idea of what sort of advantage he's got. Well, the last official time check we got, it was up to 3 minutes advantage over the group of Alberto Contador, and I suppose we should say now the group of Riccardo Rico.
I would have thought that at least the forward breakaway is now chasing down Sella. They won't catch it, but they might close the gap a little bit. He's still looking very smooth, had no more kilometre sign since the 5 to go, but we must be getting very close to the top of the climb now. He's puffing and blowing, he's having a good hard look down the mountain there to see if he can see any cars, any riders. Well, he'll take a lot of confidence in that, because he won't see them. Rico trying to hammer home the nail in the coffin of the rest of them and become the challenger for Contador. Contador has been joined now by Menchov, and he's grateful for the following wheel.
Well, Contador, look at the way he's sitting right on the front of his saddle. He really is under a little bit of pressure, but he's a man of great courage. He's not panicking, and he needn't panic, because he knows with 2 kilometres to go for Emanuele Sella, he's got to keep himself in this bike race. He doesn't want to push himself into the red zone, and he can build on his advantage if he goes into the individual mountain time trial. That's where I think he will start to open up the gaps, but he's not enjoying this at all.
No, he'll be glad when it's over, but he knows how to suffer. Even champions suffer, you know, and Contador is showing himself to be a big champion here. I think he is coming into some good form. It's been a hard week for him, though, that's for sure.
Roberto Simone and Danilo De Luca are starting to drag themselves back into this group. You can see that Simone is using all of the experience of a very long career, not to panic, to ride himself up these climbs at his own personal rhythm, which seems to be a rhythm that's saving Danilo De Luca here, who was dropped a little bit earlier on.
1.5 kilometres to go to the finish, and Eduardo Sella, for the second time in as many days, is proving to be a real king of the mountains. King of the Alps, now king of the Dolomites, and almost unassailable as king of the mountains in the Giro.
Well, Rico has gone here, Phil, and I'm not sure whether he's second or third on the road at the moment, because it's always a little bit confusing in the mountains. Menchov is on the defensive. He's riding the tempo, and all that Alberto Contador can do is just sit there.
He's getting a fresh set of legs alongside him every 50 metres to keep on shouting him home. Must be very entertaining to have that cowbell in your ears when you're winning a stage of the Giro.
De Luca dropping off the wheel there of Gilberto Simone. He's obviously not having a great day. His face looked good at the start. It looked like he was... Well, in fact, I say that he's riding himself up to this group. Yes, there is Menchov and Contador. Simone's halfway across the gap. And De Luca, again, like a lot of these riders today, Phil, are really riding on sheer guts and courage.
Absolutely. And how often have we seen that with Danilo De Luca? He never seems to be quite on top of it, and yet he never, ever gives up. And he's forcing himself back into this. Rico is doing a great ride. As far as we know, Domenico Pozzovivo is in front of him. I'm not sure where Fortunato Baglioni is. But Rico is certainly riding well, and he's getting time over Contador, which is his object right now. Time over Contador could mean a pink jersey in a day or so's time. Tomorrow it's the individual time trial to the Plan de Coronas, and that is going to be a tough one and could be decisive on the eve of the second rest day.
Well, De Luca's got himself back onto the wheel of Gilberto Simone there, and still Menchov, using a slightly bigger gear than Alberto Contador, is trying to see whether or not he can pull back Riccardo Rico, who I think everybody now is starting to see as a possible winner of the Giro d'Italia. He's a young rider who's on his way up to the top, and here he's making no bones about this climb, and he knows This is the most important moment to try and put time between himself and everybody. I need a drink. Well,
no, he doesn't. He's fed up now. They're getting a little bit too boisterous up on the top of the mountain, screaming down his ears, trying to touch him. All he wants to do is concentrate and reach the finish.
Well, he's in the safety now of the barriers. He's not much more than 1.5 kilometres to go to the finish. A quick chat on the push-to-talk button to the team manager in the car behind. He wants to know who's chasing and how far behind they are.
Well, that's great riding by both Gilbert Simone and Danilo De Luca. They've rejoined Contador and Menchov. That means they're riding at the limits right now, as these two have come up like that. So there's 4, and there's 2 riders ahead, and then we get to Sella, and Sella won't be caught now.
Oh, look at, did you see
there he is.
Alberto Contador?
What's that, 1 kilometre to go?
1 kilometre to go. Contador, I've never seen him all over his machine as he was back there, Phil. He's really not enjoying the Giro d'Italia at the moment. However, Emmanuel Sella is. As we get a chance here to look back, we may well just see where the front end of that group is and how far behind Riccardo Rico is.
First over all of the climbs today and capping it off with a great victory for the 2nd day in succession. Rico knows with every turn of those pedals he is gaining perhaps a second over Alberto Contador. It probably won't be enough today, but tomorrow, who knows, he could be in the pink jersey.
That's the important thing for him today. He needs to put time between himself and these riders. And where is Contador here?
As he split off the back, I think the way the cameras are running ahead, he has. Yes, he has. I think he's been dispatched. No, he's gone off the front. And there's no reaction from this group at all to Contador, and that's a rider of pure class. Knows he's got to make a move here because his most dangerous rival, Riccardo Rico, is gaining time.
Well, 3 minutes and 6 seconds is the time between the leader of the race, Emmanuel Sella, and Riccardo Rico, but I think Rico will be eating into that advantage. Right now, I have to say, Phil, I think Alberto Contador is riding on only one thing, and that is absolute courage.
Yep.
He looked dreadful on his bike. It looked like he was suffering, and then all of a sudden he realised how important it was. Maybe he got the nod from Johan Brunel. Now's the time to go if you can.
I think you're absolutely right, and this has been a superb effort. I mean, we know that De Luca's absolutely on 110% effort here, so too Simone. So it was a matter of Contador. If he wanted to gain time or hold his losses, he had to leave the others behind. As you can see, the roads are damp up here. There's not much rain, if any, coming down right now. There is Contador. Just wondering whether he soon will be in amongst the barriers. We've never seen Pozzovivo, but they are saying he's up there, but goodness knows where he is. We'll see him at the finish.
Well, I think with the limited number of cameras we've got here, we've got to limit it to where the real race action is. It's on the left-hand side with this man, Emmanuel Sella, who's looking to get back-to-back mountain-top victories. But it's also there, the battle between Riccardo Rico just going around the corner there, the best young rider in the Giro d'Italia this year, and Alberto Contador, who's thinking that at the end of this stage, he's got a Maglia Rosa to put onto his shoulders.
Well, obviously by his face here, Rico knows that Contador has put in a counter move. He has his little earpiece, so he'll know he's being chased. He thought he was gaining good time there, and I think now he isn't, and he knows it. And so he really, there is Contador, free to fly if he can, and hold at least his losses here. He's the next pink jersey of this year's Giro. Gilberto Simone, Denny Menchov, Danilo De Luca. And slowly but surely nailing back Contador. I don't know who that rider is just in front.
That was Rico, Contador, and then
well,
the group
Rico
of 3.
has been caught back quite dramatically. And he knows that he's about to be joined by Contador, if that's the case. It looked like the white jersey, I agree.
Emmanuel Sella, the final few metres here as he sees the road still tilting up ahead of him, and he is going to get to the end of what has been, again, another crusade, I'd have to call this, for him through the mountains.
Well, the king of the mountains he certainly is now. All he's got to do is get to the finish in Milan, and that will be for him.
Well, Rico, in fact, has gone away again from Alberto Contador. Rico is still around the corner, still on his own, surviving. He will not give up, this man. You can't put him down.
And now, I think, again, a signal back to the car before he starts saluting the crowd. Oh, no, he's pointing to them. I think he's just saying, we've done it again, boys, as he continues to ride up to the finishing line. And this has been a unique weekend as far as Emmanuel Sella has been concerned. The Alps and the Dolomites are in his back pocket, the king of the mountains in his back pocket, 2 stage wins on consecutive days, And now he really is going to be welcomed over the line by his officials.
Well, I don't think he can believe it. He was absolutely wiped out yesterday. He got himself back into form overnight, and, well, he's kissing the jersey.
It's his now. I don't think he can be caught overall. He's swept everything before him. He's a true king of the mountains. Now the time will start, and we'll see what it will be here. Well, that's got to be a couple of minutes.
There he is, taken away by the soigneurs. They'll mop him down and get him dry.
Huge victory for the Group Navigare.
Well, they've pulled back here Alberto Contador into the fold, but still Riccardo Rico is in front of this group. And we do believe that Domenico Pozzovivo is still in second place on the road, although we haven't seen... Well, there he is.
There he is, at last. Well, the poor man's been riding his heart out and our cameras never found him. There he is now, though, and he's still in second place. This is going to be arguably the best result that Group Navigare have ever had in the Giro d'Italia, first and second.
Well, this young man here, Riccardo Rico, has based his approach to the Tour de France and the Giro d'Italia on Marco Pantani's style of racing. He's now about to get caught, though, because you can see the acceleration. And again, it looks like Danilo De Luca is taking off after Riccardo Rico, and Alberto Contador, Phil, he really is suffering today just to stay in this bike race.
At least he tried to grab the wheel of De Luca, but I think he just cracked.
He did.
I think he hit the wall there, and he's going back to Gilberto Simoni. These last few 100 metres to the line are very steep here, and Menchov also struggling now. The clock continues to count. The winner is in and being towelled down for his second trip to the podium in this weekend. And now we're looking for his teammate to take second place. But Rico, I think, might be closing in on with this acceleration.
I think that was De Luca. No, there's De Luca. That was Rico. Rico,
Yep.
In fact, is losing a little bit of terrain now to Danilo De Luca, who sees this as an important moment for him to put time between himself and Alberto Contador. Here is Pozzovivo finally in the finishing straight. There's Rico.
Right behind him. That's amazing. Pozzovivo, he's looked over his shoulder and he's found the strength to kick again. Well, that saved the day, didn't it? But it is a 1-2 for Navigare, and the clock says it's going to be about 2:05. First and second, Domenico Pozzovivo. Rico comes home in third place at 2:11, 2:12. And not very far behind, Danilo De Luca. He looked dead all the way up the climb. He got away in the end to take fourth.
And Gilberto Simoni is leading up Alberto Contador just behind there, and he's lost himself 2:26. I think he's done just about enough, Phil, to get himself the Maglia Rosa. There's
no doubt about that.
Big thank you to Simoni, I would say, though. Menchov in as well.
Yeah. And Rico only gained a few seconds, 7 or 8 maybe. So he's still quite a way behind overall. His time will tell.
This looks like Andreas Kloden.
So he rode away from that group in the end.
He ended up riding almost the whole of this climb on his own, and he's picking up riders one at a time. And that's Julio Perez.
Yeah.
He was in the breakaway at the start of the climb. Now he's been wiped away there by Andreas Kloden.
Former king of the mountains.
Brusegin has also recovered a fraction there as well, Phil. He'll be the next man to come around that corner. But this is Jürgen Vandenbroek, and that's not a bad ride by this young rider from Silence Lotto.
Another demonstration by Jürgen Vandenbroek that he's had a good weekend as well. Very few riders ahead of him. Menchov was just finished, so he'll be in front of him.
There's Brusegin. Saved the day there at 3:20. Keeps himself, I would think, high up in the overall classification. And I think that looks like the shape of Paolo Salvadelli just coming in.
That's right. I reckon that he'll still be a top 3 or 4 there, Marzio. But there's a look back at Emmanuel, I think he said Eduardo Eli, Emmanuel Sella, who kisses the green jersey. This time I think it's his. And there's the result as we saw it. His teammate Pozzovivo coming over second, Rico third, significant that, but in the end time gains were not. De Luca only 9 seconds back of him. And here's the man who held the jersey for a day, but what the heck, he's held the jersey in the Giro d'Italia. So Gabriele Bossiccio, while he knows Danilo has done the job for the team, he's happy to come in nearly 15 minutes back.
Well, as you say, Phil, that's not really important to this young man. At least he can write his name down in his history as having worn the Maglia Rosa. But this man can write his name down in the history books as winning back-to-back mountain stages in the Giro d'Italia and consolidating a very large advantage in the King of the Mountains classification.
Everybody looking on tentatively as to which way the champagne will go. Celebrations all round for Sella. King of the Mountains for sure. 2-stage wins for sure. How high will he get up the overall? Let's have a look. Contador is the new leader. 33 seconds, though, over Rico. He did close in a little bit. De Luca third. Bruchesine just in there with fourth. Menchov now in fifth. Are we going to go? Simone's up there now. Pelazzotti and Sella comes into the top 10. 4 minutes 41. Well, the way he's climbing these mountains, that's not an insurmountable gap. But there is the pink jersey from the beach to the podium in the Giro d'Italia. And Johan Brunel will be feeling very pleased with Team Astana right now.
E tra poco si brinda, si vede con Alberto Contador.
Onward now to stage number 16, the individual time trial. It will take the riders up to a finishing height of 2,273 metres here as they climb up to the Planta Coronas, and it is just under 13 kilometres, Paul. 156 riders still survive.
Massive test for all the men at the top end of the overall classification, Phil, especially after 2 very difficult days in the mountains. Early starter Jose Rullano is going to go inside the time of Julio Perez, and this is a phenomenal performance by a man who we've expected for many, many years to be one of the great climbers of races like the Giro d'Italia.
Well, the chance now is to show you this route because it has an unsurfaced section on it which is almost 25%. And this is where we think everything will be decided. There's been no complaints from the riders about it. They just say it is probably the hardest time trial in the history of cycle racing. And we're going to find that out today, I think. There's the situation at the moment. Perez there, now 2 minutes 7 seconds behind the new leader on the block, Rucciano.
Danilo De Luca certainly won't be enjoying this, Phil, because he's not one of the great individual time trialists, and you have to be a good time trialist and a good climber on a profile like today's stage.
Yes, well, the gravel section is just over 5 kilometres long. It's never been raced before. Here comes Jens Voigt bouncing his way over it. And again, Jens is finishing this race very strongly here through the mountains because this is a good ride. Perez, I guess because he's a good climber, sits pretty high overall, but Voigt just knocked him down a slot.
Well, you know,
average speed, Paul, 18 kilometres an hour.
That's around about 13 miles an hour. Alberto Contador, you can just see the injuries on his shoulder from a crash he had a little bit earlier on in the Giro d'Italia, and in fact a lot of people were saying that he may well pull out of that because of the accident, which I think has left a slight crack in his elbow.
Well, he's the last man to go over the field now. He's in the pink. Winner of the Tour de France, and now here he is on the Grand Tour and on course to win again. That's Pelazzotti on the right. His time checks are indicating as good, and it looks like it's him against Sella at the moment.
Well, Sella got the green King of the Mountain skin suit. He will probably put in a good performance here this afternoon, but surely he must be starting to get a little bit tired after the 2 long raids he's had through the Dolomiti, as they call these mountains, before we finish off in the massive Great Alps. Pelazzotti on the right-hand side for many years has been regarded as a top contender for the Giro d'Italia. Very comfortable here, and I don't know what this problem is.
A victim of the bad road, I would suggest. Just unable to continue the climb up the hill there, which is rather a great shame. Jürgen van den Broek just finishing, but his time didn't come up. Yeah, this is a tough way to ride any time trial here.
Well, Kirienka.
They're giving him a time, so he must have walked his bike over the finishing line.
They're giving him 15th best time there as he came across the line. He must have had a flat tyre on the run in towards the finish.
Oh, here we are. That's where it happened.
It wasn't a flat tyre, actually. There was another problem with his machine.
It's seized up. Oh, the gears are in the wheel.
Yeah, just at the top of the climb.
Yeah. They were putting gears on here that you would actually use on a mountain bike because of that steep section on the gravel, and he's tried to rush across to it and not correctly adjusted, caught the spokes and ripped them off.
Well,
Pelazzotti, kilometre 7.6, riding extremely well, best time. No, second best time.
Just 22 seconds adrift. A little bit further up the road, Marzio Bruchesine. 2-stage wins in the Giro d'Italia, and strangely enough, both of those were in the individual time trial. He's a great time trialist, and for him, a good performance this afternoon, Phil, could pop him right up in the overall rankings.
Well, on the metal surface here, he's looking pretty smooth here. Got a good rhythm going. He's got the big gear in, and he's rolling it very smoothly indeed. He's the man most likely to succeed, I guess. I'm not sure I'd like to ride with a full beard on, though. That must be rather uncomfortable, I would have thought.
Well, this is the part of the course you were talking about, and it really is only used during the winter, really, for getting people up to the top of this climb. And here it really is a little bit of a test for the riders. I suppose you could call this the Paris-Roubaix of the uphill time trial in the Giro.
Yeah, it's not easy. They've cut that road especially for the race. It's never been used or raced on before, of course. Riccardo Rico now up to second overall, looking for 33 seconds today to be the next wearer of the pink jersey. Is he tired after his ride yesterday? He's still got the bad road to come here with no time on him at the moment.
Really motivated. He knows that 33 seconds in an individual time trial like this is absolutely nothing at all. But Sella here has put in a sterling performance. He could very well challenge Jose Ruano.
Yes, so he's going to be the best time at the finishing line here. You can see little bits of moisture on the road, so it's not easy coming up to the surface. Got to hold in the saddle till the last minute. He's seen the clock now, and that's what's inspired him to a sprint, because the best time of 41.15 is about to be annihilated by the sensation of the mountains. Sella, is he going to win his third stage in as many days? Best time and in by 43 seconds, and he's just under 12 miles an hour average speed.
19 kilometers an hour. He's really raised the barrier for everybody. That is the time, I think, that everyone now is going to have to look at. No time checks yet for the man in pink, and this is Alberto Contador. Theoretically, I would always put him down as a great favourite here, Phil. Now, let's see the time here of Riccardo Rico. He's not going to be the best time. Second best time, 17 seconds adrift. But what's more important is his time compared to that of Alberto Contador.
Well, Simone hasn't finished. A brief glimpse of Simone there. Simone hasn't finished, and he was best time there. Pozzovivo, the sensation of yesterday. Another good ride by the Navigare rider as well. He's come in with the third best time at the top. Well, the surprise after surprise here coming from Team Navigare, but they've got first and third at the moment, split by Ricciano.
Contador, he's gone through there, he's gone through ahead.
Seconds.
He's gone through ahead of Riccardo Rico. That's the important thing for him. But this is the easiest part of the course. It gets a lot more difficult when we get further up.
He's still got that lovely low gear turning there, dressed completely in pink. And the good news, as you say, Paul, he's pulling a little bit of time out of Rico, but there's still a bit of climbing to be done here.
He's going to have to use all of his time trialling ability that he's learnt over the years, listening to the advice of one Lance Armstrong. You see the way he tickles the pedals. This is going to be a ride now by Franco Pellizotti. Now, this is a good ride.
Well, this could be the best time coming in here, Pellizotti, because Sella is in at 40.32. It's only just around the corner here. This is a new leading time. Franco Pellizotti, to the cheers of the crowd, has produced a time trial of his life there to go top of the leaderboard.
6 seconds faster than Emmanuel Sella. I tell you, this is a violent effort. The individual time trial is always a violent effort, but when you put it at the top of a mountain, here's a great ride here by Gilberto Simoni too.
Well, are we about to see it reshaped again here? Simoni, the crowd are loving this. But he's not going to make it, you know. He's going to be very close, but it's a little bit too far. Certainly more than 2 seconds away. There's the time gone by. Sella's time of 32. I don't think he'll get that one either, so it looks like a third best time for Simoni. And the time of Ricciano he will achieve. So Gilberto Simoni, who always rides well in the mountains, comes up with a third place finish at the moment.
It's a good ride by Gilberto Simoni, and that'll move him up in the overall classification. He is proving to be, even Phil, at 35 years of age, very competitive.
Well, this is Riccardo Rico, not looking quite as sharp as he did perhaps yesterday when he was trying to get rid of Contador. Might be paying the price. You've really got to just sit down and hope that you can hold on this gravel road. It's fairly well padded down, the hogging, but it's still a very rough surface. Denny Menchoff coming in. Again, a reasonable ride from him, but it's not a winning one. He's looking at Pozzovivo, who I don't think he'll get Pozzovivo because it's only just around the corner, but Menchoff will probably get 6th best time here.
It's just going to be inside the time there of Jens Voigt, so 6th best time there for Denny Menchoff. But it's a big battle between these two riders out on the road. There you can see Riccardo Rico. I have to give the advantage to Alberto Contador, who, although he's looked tired for the last couple of days, this is the arrival of Marzio Brusegin. He's not going to win this one.
No, he isn't, Paul. Pozzovivo, though, he should better his time. But again, it's going to keep him right up amongst the leaders. Should hold his 4th place overall for Brusegin. And fifth best time for him. It's not really a great time trial when it comes to the mountains, but don't forget we still have a final time trial to come as well, which might swing it back in his favour. Now, head to head, racing for pink. These are the two riders we're concentrating on. Alberto Contador slightly ahead of Rico as the killer comes up to the line again. Not where we expected him to finish, I suppose. 7th overall, yes, he's going to be 7th.
I don't think he'll be disappointed with that. He's ridden about the same speed up this climb as Denny Menchoff, so I think he'll be quite happy at the end of the day. Alberto Contador, he knows how to ride a good time trial, and I think that's the important thing. Ricardo Rico is riding this on enthusiasm. Not a bad ride, though.
These are roads that we might have seen at the start of the 20th century as Rico tops the top. Now we'll see what Contador can do there. He's 30 seconds off the fastest time. That's not the point just now. Big effort by the Cobra. Now, has he lost or gained time? That's the question to Alberto Contador.
Well, he slips into 4th place there. Contador looks as if he's going to put in a fine performance. He's not going to win the individual time trial here, Phil. He started the day with a 33-second advantage over Ricardo Rico, and I think what he wants to do is really try and build on that if he can, although he does know he's going to be challenged an awful lot over the next few days of racing.
Well, this has been a confirmation, I think, of the pink jersey. He's gained a hatful of seconds, perhaps, as he comes up. He's looking at not a winning time. Pellizzotti's got the win here today. There's Rico's time, though. He's got a little bit of time gained back. He lost yesterday. So that'll do him nicely. It's a bit more psychological than anything, and the race will remain a matter of seconds here. But there's no doubt Contador keeps his pink jersey after the first day of defence. There's the confirmation. A win for Pellizotti. His first win of the year. Remember, he led for 4 days earlier on. Now he's got himself a stage win. And in a time trial as well. That was extraordinary ride by Franco Pellizotti and a great result for Liquigas.
I think that's an indication of the form that Franco Pellizotti has got, because before the start of this day I certainly wouldn't have put his name down as one of the favourites to win an individual mountain time trial, but it's a good sign for him, and it's allowed him to move up into 5th place in the overall classification, while Contador now starts to stretch his lead to 41 seconds.
Not a lot of breathing space. Simoni comes in at a minute 21. Bruchagin holds 4th place, exactly 2 minutes down. Further back, De Luca's 6th. Menchoff 7th. Sela just continues to ascend from 10th up to 8th now as Pozzovivo appears on the top 10 at 5:25. There's the flag. I just wonder where the King Crown, which we normally give away here. I saw it being held. It may have gone over to the head of Pellizotti. He's conquered the Plan de Coronis. There is Eddie Merckx trying to get on the stadium, on the podium. 5 times winner of the Giro d'Italia. I wonder what he thought of that finish today. We move on 146 kilometres now to Locarno for the riders in the Giro d'Italia. Franco Pellizotti can take the rest of the day off.
Well, moving away to not too far away from where the World Championships is going to be as they come around Lake Como, through Lugano, and just on the border of Italy, and across to the finishing line in Locarno.
Joining the action here now, just the one Tinkoff rider who is clear of the field, and it's not going to be a case of change anything at all here overall. There's the big peloton who are looking to themselves, and Contador, a chance to stretch out the mountains in those legs.
Well, I think for a lot of the riders who battled through the mountains, they've been quite happy with the way the race has unfolded today. Pretty much everybody has stayed together, apart from this man who rode a sterling time trial yesterday, Big Jens Voigt. He's going for the counter move.
Well, we've had nothing in the way of mountain. We had one small climb at 112 kilometres. Francesco Gavazzi was over the top there. Mikhail Ignatieff from Tinkoff is the rider who was over in 2nd place. And Sella didn't even bother, and I wonder why.
I think he needs to rest and recuperate a little bit before we get to the next big mountains.
Ignatieff is the man who's still surviving, but only just here. As he continues to try, he's the last survivor of the breakaway, but I think the peloton have got themselves well settled in for a race to the line.
Well, they've pulled back Jens Voigt there into the fold, and I think we're looking at not very much more than about 5 or 6 seconds. There he is, he looks over his shoulder, sits up nose. It's all over for him now, and I think we're going to be treated, Phil, to a very fast bunch sprint.
Yeah, well, it's always a shame when that happens. There are 146 starters this morning in the race. Believe it or not, half a dozen riders were eliminated outside the time limit yesterday, which is arguably the slowest time trial we've ever had in an international Grand Tour. Anyway, they're all racing up towards the line, and it's going to be a group sprint now. And Paul, we haven't got many sprinters left in this race.
Now, there's a lot of sprinters have pulled out, but one sprinter who certainly still is in the race is, of course, Daniele Bernati. That's why Liquigas have come to the front, but lining up right behind them there, you can see the big train now of Team High Road. They won't want to take up the pacemaking just yet. I think they would want to wait until they get just a little bit closer to the finish. There is Bernati over on the right-hand side. There's Paolo Bettini. He's still looking for a win here in the Giro. And there you can see moving up on the left-hand side at Danilo De Luca and the Maglia Rosa.
Well, we still have Bernati in the race for Liquigas, hence the effort being made by Andre Noé. We do have Cavendish for Team High Road. Zabel is still in this race. He never gives up anything he ever attempts. And it'll give perhaps some of the second-level sprinters a chance to get through now, with many of the sprinters not joining in during the passage of the Dolomites. And Team High Road, really, it must be favoured to them now, because they've got Cavendish right up there. Bernati's going through. Bettini, why not Bettini in the World Championships jersey?
Well, Bettini's been looking for that win. Daniele Bernati's looking to get himself points in the King of the Sprint classification. That was how long, a brief glimpse of what it's like from the back to the front end of the main field.
Something happened to Bettini there.
Yeah.
Suddenly it wobbled and a gap opened.
A touch of wheels, and he was very easily supported there by somebody who just put their hand on his shoulder there to keep him stable. But I think he's okay now. There he is with the World Championship jersey on, with the bands right around the middle.
Well, that was a very fast straight there. You saw it was going gently downhill. It really did stretch out the peloton, but that was a bit of a speed wobble by Paolo. Anyway, Bernati has kept position. Team High Road are in the driving seat here. They've got their demon sprinter Mark Cavendish, who is achieving an ambition here by trying to get to the finish in Milan. Which is what he wants to do, because thinking long term, one day his competition will be for the points jersey of the Tour de France. Little reminder of the cobblestones of northern Italy, brief as they were, as the train Team High Road heads into town.
Well, they've got themselves in complete control, but if they fail, you can just see the pale blue jerseys of Milram right behind them, and they will be looking after, of course, Mr. Eric Zabel, who may well be racing one more year or may well not be. The rumours are rife about whether or not Eric Zabel will continue racing for Team Milram going through to the next year. But here you can see the job of work that's being done by Team High Road. They want to get their man. There he is, just over on the left-hand side, Mark Cavendish. But alongside him, Phil, there is, of course, the Mayo Ciclamina, the Ciclamin jersey of the points leader, Daniele Bernati.
Well, it looks like it's going to be Cavendish versus Bernati again, the way it's shaping up, with a slight intrusion from Eric Zabel. Still looking for that elusive victory and still in the sharp end of another sprint finish here. But Team High Road have got the firepower this time. They go into the last kilometre with three men in front of Mark Cavendish and Bernati, an awful lot of ground to make up. The sprint has started here now. There's still plenty of riders up front, as now it looks as though again Eric Zabel is trying to make a run. And there's a little bit of a move here down on the back straight, and it looked to me as though the rider there was Albert Ongarato. Well, a little out of position. He's looking for Eric Zabel.
Well, he's still a very good lead-out man. He's got the speed. That takes the pressure off him. In fact, he's swung off there. He says, where is Zabel? I've lost him. And he's given the lead once again back to the men in the white jerseys of Team High Road. There's Cavendish in third position. Zabel's up onto his wheel. In fifth position is Daniele Bernati.
Well, it's going to be left to Greipel to lead out Mark Cavendish. He's the second one now, and now he's got the head of the race. No, he hasn't. He's going to wait till he's around this bend. Cavendish, the long, a sprinter's delight as you look down that home straight here. And now it should be a chance. Greipel is leading out Cavendish. Cavendish holding second. Cavendish actually looking if Bernati is going to make a run, and if he doesn't, he's going to give it to Greipel. And he was waiting for Bernati. Now that's an unselfish offer for you, Paul.
Well, I think, Cavendish could have taken the victory there, Phil, but you know what? The best way to be a team leader is to offer favours around now and again, and Greipel, I don't think, can believe it. And there you go. Congratulations, 1-2 for Team High Road. That is a phenomenal performance by the man from the Isle of Man. That was very quick thinking too, because he was looking over his shoulder to see if there was any chance they were going to lose that stage victory, and once he saw that his teammate had it in the bag, he just backed off.
Well, that's how you return a favour. That, in fact, is Andre Greipel's first win since he won the Tour Down Under, where he got stages 2, 4, 5 and 6. He also won the pre-race down in Glenelg in Australia as well. So he dominated the Tour Down Under, and since then he's been racing in the service of Mark Cavendish. You see Cavendish just watching here to see if Bernati has got the speed, and when he realised he wasn't going, he said, why not give it to Andre?
Well, I really would like to know if that was preordained or not, Phil, because, you know, it's around that corner with 250 metres to go. That's a very clever move to have a teammate on your wheel. They had one man, led them into the corner, and I wonder if there was any communications at all. Cavendish looking around, very, very confident. He knows if his man was going to get challenged, he had the acceleration still in his legs to get the win. And look at the face there. That is joy. That is a great victory.
Yes, and I think it was a surprise, but I think Cavendish, I think he did absolutely the right thing there. He's made himself a great friend in Andre Greipel. A 1-2, whichever way you look at it, for Team High Road. They continue a most unprecedented season. And Usaf there in 6th place, Gasparotto, the Baller World, in 7th. And there he is. The big German rider is back on the table as a winner again.
So dominant in the early part of the year when he was all over the Tour Down Under. He really was a phenomenal sprinter there. And I think that was a very nice gesture by Mark Cavendish, Phil. And I wonder if Mario Cipollini would have done the same thing.
Yes, a good question. We'll never know the answer to that one. Overall, no change. They're all in there together today. So Contador keeps his 41 seconds. Simone's 3rd. Brusicin, Pelazzotti in 5th place. 2 minutes 5 across the top 5 riders here. There's still time for a change. And a good day for Alberto Contador. 3rd day as leader of the Giro. And looking a little bit more, I suppose, confident, happy. Signs he's enjoying himself now.
He could very well be riding himself into form this year because, you know, he started this, I don't think, with serious ambitions.
Well, he fancies winning the World Championship in Varese at the end of this year. Good chance to have a look at the route now, as the race covers much of it. 147 kilometres from Mendrisio to Varese. And a chance, perhaps, for another group sprint. There's not too many outstanding challenges on the race route at all today. Chance too, maybe, for a breakaway to make... Well, having said that, we join the pictures and Jens Voigt's ahead here.
Big Jens Voigt. He really is a tough character. He's had a very quiet early part of the Giro d'Italia this year, but now he's been looking for the breakaways for the last couple of days. And I think that performance, Phil, in the individual time trial has inspired him to greater things here.
Well, Jens Voigt is on his own at the moment. He's just nipping off the release on his brake, I think. Well, maybe it was rubbing slightly on the back wheel.
Probably something to do with the way that he rides his bike, because he was all over that machine, Jens Voigt. He's such a powerful character. And these are the chasers now, the Inseguitori. And they're trying to get themselves across. There's Giovanni Visconti, the former wearer of the Maglia Rosa.
Yeah,
now back in his Italian national champions jersey.
Bossiccio is number 3, and he's the rider who had his day in pink. Nice to see that the Italian champions recovered here. Visconti, from his early days of leading the race, he led for a week.
Pretty amazing to see that we've got 3 Italian riders who were in that breakaway, and they've been outfoxed and outwitted by a German rider. And that's not an easy thing to do in the Giro d'Italia, to outfox the Italians.
He got away from these 3, and if he's free to time trial Jens, then he's got a good chance, because he's not affecting the apple cart as far as the overall situation goes. Remember, he's still got some mountains still to come. The Garbia Pass still on the menu here, and of course the last day time trial.
In fact, in that chasing group there is Daniele Benati, so he's a sprinter turn breakaway artist this afternoon, and just tagged onto the back of that counter move there as well is of course Paolo Bettini, probably just trying his legs out, I would say, Phil, on this course here, because this is where he thinks he's going to try and get himself a 3rd championship gold medal at the end of the year when it's in Varese.
Bettini and Benati would be the men to go for the sprint there. Benati would take the chance, I think, to get points in the Ciclamino competition. Jens Voigt will just want a stage win, and this is his chance today, and this is what he wants to do. He's a rider of terrific ability, but he has to choose his days, and when he does, he's a very difficult rider to beat.
He's a strong beast. He's still got the power. You can see, even though his style is not smooth and fluid, it's one that really shows the power that this man is able to generate. This is Bossiccio there, followed by Nocentini, and this is Visconti, Italian national champion, and there's another group behind them at around about a minute and a half.
Well, I'll tell you what, Paul, when he did fall off there, he obviously hurt himself in the pink jersey, because now it's 10 days ago and he's still got plasters on that scar on his elbow, so it was probably quite a deep graze he received there, I think. Well, Voigt is ahead and he's got a chance here, and if he can hold on, it'll be a first-time win for him in a stage of the Giro. These boys were left by Bossiccio, Nocentini and Visconti, so I don't see them coming back.
Well, you can almost see the difference in the power that they're putting into their pedalling action compared to what Jens Voigt is doing a little bit further up the road. The front end of the main field is now being controlled by Team Astana. They're not really concerned, I don't think, about any of the riders in any of the breakaways up front, because none of those riders are really of any serious contention to them.
The pink jersey just caught a glimpse right up near the front of the peloton. This is a day pink jerseys don't attack, they just watch and consolidate what they've got and let the rest get on with it, and that's exactly what Jens Voigt is doing here today now. He's still one of the senior statesmen, 37 years of age. At least he will be in September this year.
All the way down in the overall classification, 49th for Jens Voigt, and around about 50 minutes lost so far. But he didn't come to the Giro d'Italia this year, Phil, to try and win it. He came to take advantage of a breakaway like this, and he's probably waited very long time to be in the right combination of move. And once he sees his chance of getting a stage victory, he's grabbed it by both horns.
I must say, the roads again not being the best, suffering from a hard winter perhaps. Voigt, he's won the best part of 80 bike races since he turned professional back in 1997. He does pick them well, I'll give him that. As he now heads up towards the finish, a little bit of a reshuffling of the pack here. We haven't had any indication of the gap, but it can't be more than a minute.
Well, it is.
Well, that'll be on the chasing bunch,
group,
though, I think, yeah.
It's 150 to this group. I think it's around about a minute, actually, you're right, to that chasing group of 3 riders. And actually, Felix Cardenas is in this group as well, the rider there from Team Bala World in the red jersey, just swinging off the front.
Meanwhile, up the road, Jens Voigt, his familiar rock and roll style, as he punches on those pedals. There doesn't look to be much action back here in Bernardi's group, I must say. And we don't know what's happening by that group in between, Bossiccio, Nocentini and Visconti.
These guys, I think they're just happy to get off the front end of the main field. It'd be a nice day for Daniele Bernardi to get himself a few extra points in that Ciclamino competition. And of course, Paolo Bettini was looking for the win here this afternoon, but he's not going to do that, because I'm pretty certain now that we're looking at the win here for this man, big Jens Voigt, because with a minute advantage, just look at the way that he's riding. He's not looking like a rider who's weakening as they approach to the finish.
Well, he's won 2 stages of the Tour de France. He's worn the yellow jersey a couple of times. He's worn the King of the Mountains jersey in that race, but he's never appeared in this race. And here he goes now, heading for a stage win. And this will be a very happy time for Jens Voigt. He knows now nobody's going to catch him. Those long legs are carrying him to another significant stage of his career.
Looks over his shoulder.
Yes, he says, it's ours.
Yeah, he knew that he'd got that one then. As he looks back to the team manager in the car just behind him, he knew that he'd made the right move at the right time. He's around about 500 meters to go now. One last check over his shoulder to see if there's anybody going to make that last minute comeback. But I can tell you, gents, with a minute advantage, you really are pretty safe.
And his team CSC getting something out of the race now. They just lost the 2 Australians. Stuart O'Grady didn't start stage 4. Brad McGee crashed out on stage 3. They're the only 2 to have gone from the team. And this rider now flies the flag proudly down the home straight. A pink jersey, not even in his wildest dreams. But the first prize on the stage of the Giro most certainly is.
Well, a great win by Jens, and I think a very popular win. He's one of the most popular riders. In fact, he's spent a lot of his career being the rider's representative to the International Cycling Union, and also he puts quite a lot back into the sport. Here's the next group on the road, the 3 riders, 3 Italians who've been outwitted today by the big, strong German.
Well, they've survived. Now, Visconti, when he's not winning pink jerseys, is usually a pretty good sprinter, so let's see if he can finish it off here. I don't think Bossiccio... Interesting, Visconti and Bossiccio both have held the lead in this race, and here they are in a 3-man sprint for second place. Must be quite a complex for Ronaldo Nocentini. The 3 Italians having a little dive, and there you can see the power of Giovanni Visconti. They're not going to get over the top of him. He's got a measured sprint here, long way up the straight, a little bit of a challenge, but not coming anywhere from Nocentini. And Bossiccio will be the 4th place finisher on the stage. Meanwhile, the sprinter of the race is in this group.
Well, Daniele Bernardi will be looking for a few points there. He's got himself onto the wheel there of Paolo Bettini. Bettini really showing off his World Championships jersey as the sprint starts over on the left.
Well, he's going to time it. I can't believe anybody's going to beat him, but he would be taken on by Bettini. But now he's showing his skill here as he gets to the front, shoulder to shoulder with Bettini. And he says, go on, you're faster than I am, and so he gets the points for 5th place.
But the man who got the glory on the day is big Jens Voigt. He really is a jovial character, and if you ever get a chance to talk to him, he's got the most Australian accent I've ever heard on a German.
So Voigt is in as he finally left his mark on the Giro d'Italia. Minute 7 he was ahead of Visconti, etc. 2 minutes 4 when Bernardi brought the boys home in 5th. And are we going to see where the peloton finished? It's really of no consequence, really. Oh, they haven't finished, that's why we haven't seen them. Here they come, and 7 minutes has ticked by.
It's Levi Leipheimer was on the front. Obviously now Team Astana have got to take this race very seriously. It's their responsibility to keep the race going along once the breakaways have gone clear. There's Leipheimer pulling off. He's done his job of work for the day, keeping his man Alberto Contador comfortably at the front end of the main field. And here's Contador leading him home.
Well, that is a cheeky move by Alberto Contador, as if he put the frighteners on everybody, and they come in at 7 minutes 53. And Contador is warming to the occasion. Well, tomorrow he's got a few mountains which might keep him warm as well. So Jens Voigt not really worrying about what's on the menu for tomorrow. He's going to enjoy the moment as a first-time stage win for him in the Giro d'Italia. Almost went off stage there.
It doesn't look as if he's spent a long day in the saddle here this afternoon, does he?
No, he never does. When you win, you feel good, that's for sure. There's the overall, no change at all. Rico, Simoni, Bruscigine, Pelazzotti. Still more mountains in a time trial to upset that order of finish as well. Alberto Contador will know. It's his 4th day as leader of the Tour now, heading into the middle of the final week.
Yeah, I think he realises, though, Phil, there's a lot of climbing still left to go in this Giro.
Stage number 19 now, and a long one as well. It includes the Passo del Vivione, the Passo della Presolana, the Passo Montepora. Those 3 climbs of the day. And they all come, taking us through near to the finish, as the riders will make the way to Montepora, 228 kilometres. And it looks to me as though we're back into the action here with the Tinkoff team.
Well, they've been a very aggressive team. Once again, this is Vasily Kirienko who's got himself into the breakaway. Not sure what's happening here.
Well, the rain is back, that's for sure, and there's he's shot totally wild on the cobbles there because they're so glacial.
Well, that looks like Danilo De Luca, who actually has made a little bit of a move here, but he almost lost it going around that corner. Touches the back of the rider from Liquigas. We're looking at inside of 5 kilometres to go here, and this is the big move by Danilo De Luca, trying to ride himself, Phil, back into this race.
Well, he's never stopped trying, and I'll give him that, and I also think he's ridden a superb race as a defending champion. He's really hurt himself to stay at the front end throughout.
Well, the man with him is Vincenzo Nibali as well, and he will cooperate with Danilo De Luca. And I think that will put the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit for Team Astana, because they can't allow little bits of time to be grappled away from them. There is Alberto Contador, followed by Emmanuel Sella. He's a fairly easy day today. He hasn't really had to defend his lead very much in the King of the Mountains classification. But for Team Astana, that move by Danilo De Luca has really put them under a little bit of pressure.
Well, the final weekend, which starts tomorrow, big mountain stage, and then the last day of the time trial, there's still plenty of room to upset the overall standings here, and De Luca's having a little dig today. There's Contador. Hasn't been a great day for Contador, though he's managed to marshal everything. This is Kirienko trying to give Team Tinkoff a second stage win.
Well, he's got himself at least a 5-minute advantage at the moment, Phil. These two riders I don't think are riding for stage victory here. What they're trying to do is race for a podium position, or at least definitely in the position there of Danilo De Luca. In Sugatori, they are the chasers at the moment. And you can see that although this has not been one of the most difficult stages, it really has split up the front end of the main field. There's Contador. Not a lot of teammates with him at the moment.
No, legs are getting tired. And by the way, Julian Dean of New Zealand didn't start today, so another sprint has gone, but there's no more sprints left now for them. There's no final day sprint this year. It's a time trial that will finish this race off.
Well, the man who has managed to stay in there to support Alberto Contador, in fact, is Andreas Kloden. He's just sitting on the front end of this group. I think he's enjoying riding for Team Astana here, especially when they've got the Maglia Rosa in the midst of the team.
Well, the weather hasn't been the best on this year's Giro, and today is no exception, I'm afraid. And these streets look rather narrow, and I'm hoping that centre of the road is not a trough to drain away the surplus water, because it would be quite dangerous if it is, but the riders are choosing to ride right down the centre of it here.
Well, that's the smoothest part of the road, I think, just moving up there. I think that was Ricardo Rico. He's wearing a yellow Sonia Duval jersey over the top of his white jersey as the best young rider.
Yep. Oh, there we are, he's taken off.
Thank you. On cue, just for me.
Now he's looking to throw it away. He wants to give it to the cameraman. All the bottles are being unloaded. They must know something we don't here, because they're lightening the weight for the ride to the finish. Contador working very hard, but I just have that feeling he hasn't had a great day today. His face doesn't look as cool as it normally does.
Well, it's a lot of pressure, you know. He's had to defend that jersey. Fortunately, it was a reasonably easy day yesterday. This is Gilberto Simoni.
And Cardenas, who's also had a good tour here in the absence of Juan Mauricio Soler, because he was to be their big man for the Giro. Never got a real look at it.
But this is a bit of a problem, because Gilberto Simoni, Phil, is not in the group. In fact, he's been left behind from the group, so he's going to take a real vault down the overall classification tonight.
Well, he's a past winner of the Tour, obviously, but he's done more podium finishes than anybody, I think, except Felice Gimondi. But he does make mistakes.
Well, do you think El Falco lives in this region?
He won't be far away by the look of it. Well, this is Simoni here. He's been unhitched because the cars are going by there, and Cardenas isn't going to be much help. Sella would like to get rid of his jersey. He's looking for a domestique to give it to if he can't find a team car. Oops, there we are, giving it to the boss.
Giving it to the race director.
Yeah.
Well, all of these riders now know there's a little bit of a nasty climb up towards the finish line, and they're just sitting on the front. Andreas Kloden riding away, ticking out the tempo for his team leader, Alberto Contador. There's the second group on the road. That's Danilo De Luca. He's looking for some time here this afternoon and maybe a podium position down towards the end. He knows he needs a lot of time to pull himself back into this race.
Well, there's Felix Cardenas sitting on the back wheel of Gilberto. And it looks as though Gilberto isn't quite as sprightly as he was now. Cardenas really doesn't care either.
De Luca's on his own.
Yes, and the rain is getting heavier.
It looks as if he's got rid of Vincenzo Nibali. Now he's taking off on his own, and I don't think there's any chance at all that he can pull himself back into this race, because he's looking to bridge a gap of around about 5 minutes to the lone leader Kirienka. But what he is trying to do is get himself time over Alberto Contador and the rest of this bike race. He really is a tough competitor. He really will fight, I think, Phil, right the way up to the end of this race.
This is a great move by Danilo De Luca here. 2:15 to the group Maglia Rosa. That is a significant time gain, they're saying now. That's right. He's free to fly here, and if he can build on this, he is back in this race as a contender again. It'll be an interesting overall with the final weekend to come, and I think Danilo De Luca, probably because of the mountains tomorrow, has thought, they won't watch so hard today, and he's giving it a go.
Well, it's a clever move as well. He's 6th overall. He's looking for 2 minutes and 18 seconds on the Maglia Rosa. I just noticed Vincenzo Nibali wasn't too far behind, but yes, Phil, today they are actually putting pressure onto the shoulders of Alberto Contador. Isolated here with only one teammate left to help him, and of course in that group a lot of Italians who I don't think are in a situation like this coming down towards the end of the Giro d'Italia are going to help a Spaniard to win their race.
All of a sudden, he is the virtual leader of the Giro on the road, and that is something I don't think anybody would have expected today. De Luca, last year's winner, is looking for pink tonight, and I think that journalist on the left of the road just realised it.
I think he's just given him that little bit of information that at 5 kilometres to go he's in a situation where he could be turning the tables now on Alberto Contador. He's a former winner of this race, and look at Contador.
Well, he should look concerned, and he is, because he's losing that pink jersey right now.
But he won't panic. You know, he's got some very serious team managers alongside him. Johan Brunel knows all about situations like this. He will be giving him good, sound advice, and I wouldn't be surprised to hear that Lance Armstrong is probably watching this live in the United States and offering his advice too. There's the team manager coming up alongside him, and if he needs to go to the front and do the pacemaking himself, I'm sure he will.
Well, this is the move which was planned by Danilo De Luca today, and it was a plan to try and surprise and steal the pink jersey in the Giro d'Italia. 3 kilometres to go. There's still time for more seconds to be added. This is the leader, let's not forget, Vasily Kirienka. He's still clear. He's a long way clear, by the way, best part of 5 minutes, so mind you, it's probably just as well. He looks rather tired right now.
Just going to say exactly the same thing. He's got himself onto the small chainring. He's obviously suffering after a long breakaway now. He should stay clear up until the finish, but you never know. The way he was riding there, he was going about half the speed of the man chasing him, Danilo De Luca.
2.8 to go, and they're rightly getting excited with the second stage win on the horizon. A reaction coming now. Contador, who's trying to put the pink jersey back on his shoulders, because moments ago it was switched over to the shoulders of Danilo De Luca, and he's got to react now because there's still time to save the day.
Well, you see how clever they were, Team Astana. They used Andreas Kloden right up to the maximum. Then all of a sudden, as a true champion in the lead in a bike race like this, Alberto Contador said, right, there's only 4 or 5 kilometers to go to the finish. I'm going to finish this off. And what he really has to do is take the responsibility of chasing.
Dangerous times this for Contador, because he's taking with him there the Cobra. Rico sitting on his back wheel. Remember, Rico only needs a hatful of seconds, just over half a minute, and he might jump him on the run-in and try and snatch a few back.
Well, that time gap of 2:04, I'd have to believe, is the time gap between Danilo De Luca and this group. None of the Italians want to work in this group now. They're leaving all of the pacemaking there up to Alberto Contador. Over on the right-hand side, Denis Menchov. They're leaving it up to the Spaniard to do all of the work. Marzio Brusegin put into difficulty from that attack now, Phil, clawing his way back into the group.
And with it holding on to 4th place overall, as Sella goes up on the inside, is there a chance of a reaction? That'll be something Contador wants to see this time, and this time he's not letting him go. He's going to use him, and that's a good move. He'd be delighted with that attack by Sella.
Well, every 4 or 5 seconds that he can pull back keeps him just that little bit closer to the regaining the Maglia Rosa. But Danilo De Luca today is absolutely on fire, and the big sprocket that you can see there just goes to indicate this is not a flat run in towards the finish this afternoon, and that may well turn the advantage towards the climber Alberto Contador.
Well, good for him. This is a great move by Danilo De Luca, and it's forced the Maglia Rosa of Contador, and Sella's going again, followed by Rico. Rico's looking for the seconds. Remember, Contador's alert and jumps straight into third wheel. It's hurt Jürgen van den Broek. It looks like they've uncoupled him.
Well, I'm not so concerned about Jürgen van den Broek. I think he's got an awful lot of Giro d'Italias ahead of him. He's learning a lot about how the run-in happens in a big stage race like this. This is the Gruppo Maglia Rosa. They're looking to try and reduce the deficit they've got on Danilo De Luca there on the left-hand side, who doesn't really look to me as if he's a man who's weakening. And if they start to mess around like that in the group on the right-hand side, Phil, I could see Alberto Contador losing a huge chunk of time.
Well, I'll tell you what, this climb is turning out to be a little bit of a brute. Pelazzotti is also in this group, just caught a glimpse of him. And
Sella's going again.
He's got to be tired by now, surely. Meanwhile, back at the front, we've got Kirienka here, who's very, very tired after his long breakaway, but nonetheless is still looking good for the win. An attack there, is that Simone who's giving it a go?
That's Sella going again, and Alberto Contador has seen that as a dangerous move. He knows that Sella is the closest man to him. But that's Rico at the front in the white jersey.
So Rico and Sella has tried to counter the move. This is where we expected Rico to put the move in, because a few seconds back would be invaluable now with the big mountains tomorrow. And Contador is being hit at all sides. This is turning out to be a very difficult stage for the race leader. And he's being hit from all sides, and he hasn't really got the response.
He hasn't got the response. He is very much on the defensive. Ricardo Rico is looking for just 41 seconds. That's Emmanuel Sella in second position. Rico has flown the coop.
Well, this had to come because he was following wheels and waiting, and now his plan is to snatch seconds. And if he keeps going like this, he's going to get De Luca in his sights as well. Kirienka, I still think, is nearly 5 minutes in front. We're only getting time checks on the chase.
Well, Kirienka is in fact struggling quite a lot here, but this is a great move by Ricardo Rico. There's somebody at the side of the road there, just looking to see what the position is of Danilo De Luca.
Take your hat off to him, because it's been a superb attacking ride by Danilo for a moment, and might well still be the race leader on the road. Contador relied heavily on the scurries there of Sella, who does look tired now. And I have to say that Rico's was a totally predictable attack, and it looks as though he might grab a few seconds.
Just in that group as well, it looks as if one man has disappeared once again, and that's Marzio Brusegin. There is Ricardo Rico. He's looking for the Maglia Rosa here this afternoon, just looking for seconds to pull away and see if he can pull himself that little bit closer to Alberto Contador.
He's got half his disadvantage back there, I would think. But it looks as though Alberto may be recovering again. He's waiting for another attack by Sella.
Well, I think he's riding a very sensible race here. He knows that this part of the course is to his advantage. He's not going to see this man again, though, because he's still hovering on around about a 5 minutes advantage, I think, over Danilo De Luca. It was 6.5 minutes advantage a few moments ago, but he's a man who's now just trying to survive off the front end of the main field, because at least he knows this is the Testa della Corsa, the front end of the bike race.
Well, Kirienka, this is Gilberto Simone, this is Enrico rather, and he's got the gap, but now I'm just wondering if he can hang on to it. 3 stage wins overall in the Giro d'Italia, had a couple this year, and a few seconds. It's a good move, probably hampered a little bit by the attack of De Luca.
There's the Flamme Rouge for Kirienka. He doesn't have to worry too much now, Phil. He's got that massive advantage, I think, over everybody else in this race. Danilo De Luca, though, is trying to ride himself back into the competition.
Kirienka came into the professional world back in 2004 with a small professional team, and then he lost his contracts for a year. He became just an elite rider, and now finally Tinkoff have given him a try. They used him last year, got a couple of wins last year, but he's never got any wins like this, and there's no way now he's not going to win a stage of the Giro d'Italia. Rico's still smelling pink, but I don't think he's got enough gap, and I think Contador's doing just enough on a bad day to hold his 2 major rivals within reach.
Well, Contador, I think, is pretty much controlling and orchestrating the situation here. I don't think he wants to give Rico any time, though, and I think he would be a lot happier if he pulled this all back into the fold. Looks like Van den Broek has got himself back into the group there, as well as Menchov.
Which is an indication they've slowed down there and eased back, so De Luca may be pulling away again. Rain at the top as he comes up towards the finish. This is the big moment then for Vasil Kirienka. Shortly to be 27 years of age, and finds his biggest success here on what is a semi-mountain stage today of the Giro d'Italia. No big climbs, but as so often happens, it's been quite a decisive day.
It certainly has. A little bit of help there coming from Pozzovivo, the rider from Navigari, who's turning out to be quite a revelation in the Giro, but nobody's taking the glory away from Team Tinkoff, looking at their 2nd stage victory in this year's Giro.
Very, very successful result for them. He's done it the hard way and the long way, 6.5 hours plus in the saddle today. He's been in the lead over the mountains, been riding well on the climbs, and now he's stayed and stuck to his guns and ridden home alone. Must be a wonderful feeling for him. The 26-year-old from Belarus gets the victory.
After 6 hours and 37 minutes in the saddle, that is an awful long day, on a day where behind him there's been some serious battles for the overall supremacy, but for him, he takes another win back to Russia.
Now, as he moves away and enjoys the await of handling that large bottle of champagne, this looks here as though De Luca has been caught here by somebody. There's somebody up the road.
No, I think De Luca is just about to catch one of the survivors of the early morning breakaway here. He's just coming around the corner. That looks very much like Effenkin. Yep, he was in the breakaway earlier on. So, in fact, what has happened here is that in fact, Steve Cummings, he was in the break as well. I think he's already been overtaken by Danilo De Luca.
Again, the camera's not covering all the breakaways once Kirienka went clear of them, but Steve Cummings, the British rider, doing a good ride here for Barlow. He was in the breakaway, as was Alexander Effenkin, the Russian on quick step this year, and De Luca has flown up from the back and has wiped them all out.
Everybody except one, and that's Kirienka, but he's not really concerned, I don't think, this afternoon, Phil, about the stage victory. What he's more concerned about is the time between himself and Rico, and of course Alberto Contador, and that's what he's going to look at when the clock stops.
He's racing for every second here. Every second could count. The clock starts now.
4:35 on the clock for Danilo De Luca. Now, how long is it going to take for the big stars, Rico and of course Alberto Contador, to come in?
Effenkin is in. Cummings will cross the line in 4th place, which is a terrific position there for the rider from Great Britain. Now, the next man in should be Rico, unless he's been swept up, but as we can see, he hasn't. And so the clock is counting now. De Luca will be moving up the overall classification tonight, whatever. Will he be in pink, or will he be just up behind Alberto Contador?
Well, Jürgen van den Broek has come to the front to do some pacemaking. This is Cummings just surviving there for his 4th position at 5 minutes and 16 seconds.
There's the face of Steve Cummings. Well done to Steve. It's a long breakaway and a hard-earned 4th place, but nonetheless he's got it. Now he's in. The next man in our picture will be Rico.
Alberto Contador now taking the responsibility. There's no help at all when you're the leader. There's Rico coming up to the line. He's looking for 41 seconds as well over Alberto Contador. So 5:44 is the time when he crossed the line.
Well, now it's up to Contador. He's got two of his main rivals in the overall, and they're so far ahead that they've been in the pink at one stage. De Luca, look at the face of Contador. He's got to forget where he finishes. He's got to drag these boys up. It is going to be very, very close between Rico, De Luca and Contador for pink. This race on a day it wasn't really expected has really bit back at Contador. You see, he can't even go with the sprint for the line now. He's got to hold on to the group to get same time. 6:17. It's going to be close in the favour of Rico as he comes up to the line. 6:21. Well, I reckon Contador will have kept his overall lead by 1 or 2 seconds and no more. But we'll find out first of all the result. Kirienka gets the stage. De Luca second. Efakine Cummings and Rico in at 5:44. Well, we'll have to wait and see what they work out here, but it's going to be very, very close indeed. Give this man his due and give Tinkoff a second stage win.
Well, I tell you what, on a day when we were expecting a breakaway to succeed, it did, but I don't think anybody expected this. And it's only, Phil, 4 seconds that Alberto Contador keeps over Ricardo Rico.
Well, that is terrific now. 3 riders as close as that. Throw a blanket over them all. A mountain stage to come, a time trial to finish. What a weekend now for the Giro d'Italia. Give us a smile, Alberto, yes, because you did ride hard to hold even 4 seconds of your advantage over Ricardo Rico. And that's the way it is today. Now the weekend lies ahead of us. A massive penultimate stage from Rovetta to Tirano, over 230 kilometres, and it includes the climbs of the Gavia Pass, the Mortirolo, and those 2 climbs could decide this year's Giro d'Italia. I say could because there's still a time trial to come tomorrow. But what a vicious final weekend, Paul.
Well, that's what the Giro d'Italia, Phil, is really very much all about. And have a look at this for the weather conditions when we get up to the summit of the Cima Coppi, the Passo Gavia here in the Giro d'Italia. The weather is atrocious.
And this is Julio Perez as we look here at what happened after the start. He comes up over the top in atrocious weather, and he's even going to bother to stop to put his cape on here. It's too dangerous to start riding no-handed. And so Julio Perez wins the prize of the Cima Coppi in this year's Giro d'Italia, former king of the mountains. And he doesn't care how much time he takes here. That was the situation over the top of the climb. Fortunato Balliani was second, and Colom was over in 3rd place. When he gets going, we'll catch up with the day's action before we get to the final climbs.
Well, there was a big rumour they were thinking about cancelling this stage, but they've let it go on because this is really, I have to say, Phil, I think this is L'Etapa Reina, the queen of stages. There's Alberto Contador, happily ensconced at the front end of the main field. What atrocious weather conditions.
Well, I must say, it makes you think, doesn't it, whether you want to be a professional cyclist. Look at pictures like this. There are brave lots as they've climbed up there into disastrous conditions. It is the highest point of the course, and as you can see, we've come down now. This is the Mortirolo, which is a very hard climb itself. Conditions greatly improved.
Just having a look to see where this acceleration is coming from. This looks like Fortunato Balliani. You can tell by that smile of his.
Is it a smile?
Well, it's a grimace, I think, on this occasion. This is Antonio Colom, and he's pretty much caught in no man's land, and I wonder if he's not been sent off the frontier to be an ally a little bit later on to Alberto Contador.
Well, once I get to the top of this climb, it's at 175 kilometres, still a long way to go to the finish, but Balliani is trying to snatch the points. Notably, we haven't seen anything of Emmanuel Seller today. Certainly on the first climb, he was not in the results. Colom was 3rd, Oricano was 4th, Petrov was 5th, and Charlie Wilgalius, the British rider for Liquigas, a magnificent 6th there for Charlie.
This is Danilo De Luca. I'm not quite sure where he is either at the moment, because this looks like Fortunato Balliani looking to kind of get himself a few more points. So
that's Seller with him.
That would indicate to me that Danilo De Luca, Phil, is in a spot of bother there.
Well, that's Seller who's come up with him in the red racing cape, so he has now put in an appearance, the King of the Mountains Virtuel, as he goes up over the top there. Now the time gaps will start. It was Colom, Balliani, Seller, Rico was in that group, and has gone over in fourth.
So was Alberto Contador. This is Marzio Brusegin with Jürgen van den Broek, but the big loser is the man who climbed up into third place overall yesterday, and that's Danilo De Luca. I think he's hit a bad spot.
Well, he gave it everything yesterday, and I think the Mortarolo is probably a bit too tough for him. Here he is trying to get back into contact. Plenty of time to get back into contact. It's a long way to run to the finish.
It's Pelizzotti. And still looking back down the road to see what is the position of Danilo De Luca after an incredible performance yesterday, riding right up high. And there he is. Well, he's still got the chance, Phil, to make a daredevil descent and get himself back into this race.
You would expect to see him come back once he can get the climb behind him, but you see the clock counting. Now the clock is counting on the first riders over the top, which are Colin Baglioni and Sella. Rico was already up there, so too was Contador. Everybody else trying to reach them, so a bad day it may have been yesterday for Alberto. Looks like he might be on a good day today.
Well, he's keeping a very close eye, I think, of course, on Riccardo Rico, because he probably feels he's got the measure of Riccardo Rico in the final individual time trial. He's a very good time trialist, Alberto Contador. This is really, I think, the last chance that men like Riccardo Rico have got to attack the Spaniard.
Oh dear me, that was a bit too enthusiastic, and I don't think he was too impressed with that, Danilo De Luca. But De Luca here now has got to bridge 2 minutes up to the leaders. Not an easy call.
Well, this is Colom, and he's a teammate of Alberto Contador, and I can only believe that this move, Phil, has been to lay down the foundations of him getting caught a little bit later on and having a little bit of an ally for Alberto Contador, because everybody knows that on the running towards the finish yesterday he was slightly isolated, and that's a situation you don't want on a massive mountain stage like this.
Well, that was the result over the top of the Mortarolo there. As you can see, we've dropped down off the heights now, and the sun has come out here after those dreadful conditions on the Gavia Pass.
This is Sella.
This is Sella, and he slipped away from that leading group. There was 4 of them there. I don't know where he went. The camera didn't show us him going. He must have gone on the descent.
I think he will have taken a daredevil descent. He's got absolutely nothing at all to lose. This is Gilberto Simoni.
Yeah.
Once again on a mountain stage, very difficult to try and figure out exactly who is where. As far as I know, Antonio Colom is still in the lead.
I've got a feeling it might be Sella who's in the lead now, Paul, and Gilberto Simoni is chasing him because they've come together on the descent. We are hearing that, in fact, Andries Kloden has retired from the race, so he must feel his job's done for Alberto Contador because he's packed in. Won't be in the time trial tomorrow. There is Contador down there.
And Colom. So
yes,
Colom must have sat up.
Places. Yep.
I think he must have sat up once he'd seen that he got himself over the Mortarolo and waited for his teammate, knowing that he would be a great ally. And yeah, now we are looking at a situation where I think we have Emanuel Sella in the lead, with Gilberto Simoni trying to get across.
That's right, and we're just inside 5 kilometres to go, and the gap there is 1:10, and it'll be counting on the 5 kilometre banner.
Brusegin,
he's had a great tour, Brusegin.
He really has had a great tour. He's ridden very solidly in the time trials, and he's defended well in the big mountain passes. As we get that little bit closer now towards the finish line, I think Alberto Contador must be starting to feel just a little bit more confident. I know there's an individual time trial to come, but I would have to say, Phil, that going into that time trial with the Maglia Rosa on his shoulders, he's got to feel quite confident.
Well, this has been potentially a really difficult day, but it hasn't really come out that way at all. The bad weather on the big climb rather neutralised the affairs. All of the dominating riders over the past 3 weeks were all together, more or less, and they got rid of De Luca. And so it's working out well today for Contador.
Benchoff is prepared to come to the front and do plenty of pacemaking. They're all fairly well organised here. The man off the front is Emanuel Sella, who's really creating a little bit of a surprise here.
I'm just looking to see if De Luca has got onto the back of this group, but he hasn't, has he?
No, I can't see him there. There's Riccardo Rico.
Riders.
There's Rico in the white jersey, and Alberto Contador sitting at the back.
From the big winner yesterday to the big loser today, it looks like, for Danilo.
This man here, Gilberto Simoni, is looking for around about a minute on Emanuel Sella if he's going to try and get himself a stage victory. I think this may well be the last Giro d'Italia for Gilberto Simoni as well, Phil, and what a way to go out. He's battling on one of the last mountain stages.
Well, he's gone a day early for the time trial, I must say, because that'll wrap it all up tomorrow. And Simoni chasing Sella, 2 Italians one-on-one and not very far behind. We've got Rico and that group of riders, which includes Contador, it includes Baglioni, Brusegin, Valjevec, Pelazzotti, Denny Menchov, this group here, 10 of them. But not Danilo De Luca. He has not come back on the descent.
Well, in the back of that group, I have to say, is the major revelation for me, Pozzovivo, in about third position from the rear. He's one of the Navigari riders who really has ridden an incredible Giro d'Italia. Here's the Maglia Rosa, looking a little bit more confident and not under the pressure that he was under yesterday.
No, he's come through what I think was his bad day yesterday, and in fairness, he's ridden through it well. He knows when to suffer, Contador, and he can suffer when he has to.
Well, there was another rider in front there as well. That was Joaquim Rodriguez, the Spanish national champion. So he's currently in third place on the road at the moment, and he's trying to get himself across to, of course, Gilberto Simoni.
This is the Premier group here, with all of the podium in, except De Luca, who is going to slip away here. He could well put Brussigin up into third place overall with the 1 day to go on the eve of his favourite event, the time trial. He's heading for a podium finish if it stays this way.
Well, Sella, in a not very conventional style here at 1.8 kilometres to go, is really using a massive gear to try and keep himself off the front of Gilberto Simoni. This man, it looks like he's going to walk away with 3 stage victories, and isn't that funny? He's on the left-hand bank and the chasers are on the right-hand bank.
Well, I must say that Sella has had an incredible Giro d'Italia here. If he gets 3 stage wins and the 3 most difficult stages of the race, second on the mountain time trial, which was probably the other difficult stage, and naturally enough, he's the king of the mountains as well. What a race that man has had.
Brussigin, not scared at all. I think Brussigin, Phil, may well be riding because he knows that Danilo De Luca is not in the group, and he will mainly gain himself an extra place in the overall classification.
Emmanuel Sella is heading in towards the finish now, and he's got himself the race lead again, not overall, but the race lead on the day that will lead to victory for him. He's won a couple of stages already. He won stages 14 and 15. Here we are now on stage number 20.
And he's going to walk away from this race with the King of the Mountains title as well. That's the green jersey. He's into the finishing straight. The ultimo kilometro, he's got his hand in the air. He's starting to celebrate very, very early on this occasion because he knows he's got around about a minute advantage over Gilberto Simoni, and Simoni's not going to wipe that away in the last kilometre of this race.
Another wonderful feeling for this rider. This Tour of Italy has been one exceptional race for him. Nearly 7 hours, the longest day of the race. Shakes his head in disbelief. He can't believe he's about to give us his kiss of the ring finger again and pointing at the green jersey, but I reckon he will be in a second or two as he races up the home straight, and the 3rd victory for his group Navigare as well. Tremendous result, a massive crowd here cheering him all the way home. And there's Simoni. He's in the same, almost in the same straight, but he's not going to catch him.
Well, no, he's in the same town at least.
Yes.
A great finish for Gilberto Simoni, who's going to make a little bit of a leap up the overall classification here this afternoon, and he'll try and defend that in the individual time trial tomorrow. But Sella now inside of about 30 seconds from getting himself his 3rd stage victory.
I can't see him up the road, but we probably could. There he is. He's approaching the finishing line. Gilberto Simoni's under the kilometre kite. So we're just about a 900-metre advantage, I would say. And big smiles. I think the smiles might be tears a little bit there. He can't believe he's got 3 in a row.
Yep, I think
quite in a row.
No, well, in the mountains anyway. 700 metres to go for Gilberto Simoni, who's still riding at an exceptionally good pace. What he's trying to do now is this is Joaquim Rodriguez. He's in 3rd place on the road, and he's looking to see whether or not he can get onto the tail of Gilberto Simoni. I think Simoni, Phil, has done this to try and consolidate his position in the overall classification. He may well have thought, though, early on that he was going to get himself a stage victory.
Well, that would have been something he would like to have done. He's lost all hope now. He won't win the time trial tomorrow, that's for sure, but he's going to hang on for a 2nd place here. He's being chased all the way by Joaquim Rodriguez. There he is. About 10 seconds back of him, but that'll be enough with 150 metres to go. So Sella home first, and then Simoni comes home in 2nd place for Serramenti, former winner of the Giro d'Italia a couple of times. In fact, Rodriguez, the champion who's been in our pictures really from day 1 of this year's Giro coverage, and he gets a deserved 3rd place finish.
There's the big sprint behind there. That's Marzio Brussigin on the front. Rodriguez looking over his shoulder. He's comfortably going to get 3rd place and honouring his national champion's jersey.
Rodriguez only just got in there before the sprint started. Let's see, and this is Rico is launching, and Contador locks on limpet-like. Everywhere Rico goes, there'll be no... Oh, and there's been a crash there too. I don't know what happened. Should never have happened in a small sprint like that, but 2 riders down.
That's Pozzovivo and Vandenbroek.
Vandenbroek not too happy with the young man, Pozzovivo. Well, they'll have time to get in. They'll get the same time anyway. They're trying to...
A little bit of inexperience there, I think, and panic at the end of a long mountain stage.
Well, his bike's obviously done for, so he's got to get in. Well, there's his teammate. He's happy enough.
Well, he certainly should be happy with 3-stage victories to his credit, and the King of the Mountains classification, and a high finish in the overall standings. When you think, as we went into the mountains, Phil, he was 24 minutes behind, and slowly but surely he climbed up in the overall classification.
Yes, a terrific result for him. Sella getting his 3rd stage win of this year's Giro. Simone at a minute 4, Rodriguez at 1:22, Rico and the group at 1:30.
That leaves it all now very much, as the celebrations are happening here with Emmanuel Sella. It leaves it all very much now down to the final individual time trial, and I wonder if Alberto Contador has got it in his legs to extend his lead in the overall competition.
This is going to take us into Milan in time trial formation this time. 141 riders are making the journey. Contador is looking to hold that 4-second advantage. I think it's gone back advantage Contador now at the time trialist. De Luca slips to 7th place now overall, and so that's a little bit sad, I think. Menchov 6th. Vandenbroek, he wouldn't have lost any time in that crash, holds on to 8th, and Pozzovivo equal for him, he's in 9th.
Alberto Contador now knows he's going to have to count on what brought him the victory in the Tour de France last year, and that's a sterling final individual time trial. He, I think, over the years has improved in that discipline of the sport, and tomorrow he knows he needs more than 4 seconds.
Here we go, 28.5 kilometres, the individual time trial from Cesano at Moderno. We head down to the finishing line in Milan itself. There's no hills now, it's a flat test of truth. And 4 seconds, boy, I'd be very, very nervous going out last man, but at least you're going out last man.
I think that's the big advantage that he's got. We're looking here at Marco Pinotti. He's one of the riders from Team High Road, and he's riding right down the middle of the road there. This, in fact, is Tony Martin, sorry.
Tony Martin, 3 seconds best time at the moment, 32.52. He's in the finish, Martin. And what we're doing is we're just showing you the early starters here, and Tony Martin has produced a very good result. Team High Road continuing their great Giro, and so too is Mark Cavendish, because he will finish this race now, and he's proved to everybody he can go the distance.
Yeah, I think that's what's important for the Giro d'Italia for Mark Cavendish. It was to get himself out there. Marco Pinotti, now we're looking at Marco Pinotti. We're just taking an early look there at the performance of Tony Martin, who really did set the banner extremely high.
And now we're down with his teammate here, who is Marco Pinotti. 2¼ hours behind overall, but still a very good time trial rider.
Pinotti is the national time trial champion of Italy. He knows exactly how to perform well in this discipline. It's a difficult discipline because it's a fairly short individual time trial. There's the arrival of Marco Vello, and himself a former time trial champion of Italy, and he's lost an awful amount of time.
Yeah, no big performance there from him. That's a situation then when we wait for the big boys to get underway. Danny Pate is in there. He's sitting in 4th place at the moment, just 17 seconds off the pace.
It's a good ride by Danny Pate, a former world champion at the under-23 level of the sport.
Especially at this stage of the Tour, because it means he's finishing strong.
It means he's finishing extremely well. Bradley Wiggins also posting a pretty fast time here down towards the end, but all the big boys will be trying to win. Now, this is Daniele Bernati, and I was going to say I don't expect a good ride from him, but this is not bad.
This is very, very good. Well, there's points to be had for that Ciclamino jersey, but I don't think he needs them too much, but even so, Bernati is inspired. He's had an excellent Giro, and he's bringing the points competition to a close here. One day Cavendish might rival him, but not this time. Look at that, 5th place for Bernati. Yes, he'll move down a little bit, but that's still a great ride.
I'll wait for the arrival here of Marco Pinotti. The best time on the board is that of Tony Martin, his teammate, 32.52. And he may well push it extremely close. He's gone around the corner just outside of 32 minutes.
Well, he won his national title after the disqualification for drugs of Luca Ascani last year, but he's proving himself that he's a deserved national time trial champion, that this could be the best time of the day so far. He comes up the long home straight, former pink jersey here in the Giro, and they were wanting a good performance from him on Team High Road for this 3 weeks, and he's given them one. He's going to sit and wait it out. Best time so far, 52.2 kilometres an hour, 7 seconds quicker than his German teammate Tony Martin.
Well, that's the barrier now that everybody's going to have to look at. Ignatiev of Team Tinkoff in 10 seconds in arrears, Wiggins 13 seconds in arrears, Danny Pate still up in the top 5, and he's around about 15 seconds back.
Calm, cool and collected. Alberto Contador, the 4-second gap. Already underway now is Ricardo Rico. There he is, in fact.
If you look at the position of Rico, he's sitting up fairly high there. He won't be as aerodynamic as Alberto Contador, and I think Contador has the slight advantage, Phil, of starting behind him on the road. He can judge. He really, I think, only has to judge his time trial on one other rider in this bike race, and it's that rider right in front of him, Ricardo Rico.
Well, he's underway now, the rider in the pink jersey. If he wins today, he's led it for a week. It was a Sunday when he pulled it on, and now he's finishing here in Milan. And Rico is thinking just 4 seconds. That's all I need, just 4 seconds. We won't know exactly how they're measuring up till we get a time check.
Well, he's sitting up pretty high on the bike there. He's not one of the most aerodynamic riders. Here's the arrival of Jens Voigt. He's not going to win this individual time trial this afternoon, but once again, he's going to do a sterling performance.
He's given it, as always, 110%. There's Danny Pate's time. It's in danger now, but I think he'll beat that. Yes, Voigt has gone out to A. McGarren Thomas's time now of Team Barlow World. As he comes up to the line, he'll slot in 8th place, but there's still a few riders to come home.
Well, Jens doesn't care, does he? He'll fight all the way to the finish line, whether it's for 1st place, 10th place, or whether it's for 25th place. He really is a warrior.
Still Pinotti and Martin, the Team High Road, riding high. 1st and 2nd at the finishing line. Emmanuel Seller here, the king of the mountains, at the 10-kilometre check.
Well, he's a long way down there, Phil. He's
anymore.
Lost himself 1 minute and 18 seconds. But I think what's more important to me is the time check of this man against the time check of Ricardo Rico. As you said, separated at the start of the day by only 4 seconds.
Frightening. But he's got his rhythm going now. He's a pretty good time trialist, Alberto Contador. And when you're in the pink, you're going to stick to it. Here's Brushigin. Well, he's a rider who might well be the only man who can upset Pinotti today.
He could upset the apple cart as well. He's looking to keep himself in a podium position at the end of the Giro d'Italia, and he knows a great ride by him this afternoon is going to be extremely important. Probably the most important individual time trial of his life.
Well, he's on a podium finish, and that's pretty important for him. 3rd place would be magnificent in the Giro.
This is not a great ride by Ricardo Rico. He's probably going to be inside, well, it looks like he's going to be outside of the top 60 at the 10.9 kilometre mark, and that will give us the first indication of just how Alberto Contador is going to do. There he goes through. He's lost 1 minute and 16, but what's more important, Phil, really is not that 1 minute 16 on the leaders at that point. It's his advantage or disadvantage over this man.
I just can't see Contador, and we're going to find out now, going down to the depths that Rico's gone. This has been a good ride by Contador. There he goes, 15th place, and that is an excellent situation. 14th place for him. That is meaning he's riding to victory now in the Giro d'Italia, because Rico is probably going to get Rico in his sights if he keeps slowing at this rate.
Well, this is the virtual pink jersey classification at the moment, of 55 seconds between Alberto Contador and Ricardo Rico.
Menchov coming in again, finishing with thoughts of the Tour de France in his mind, I think, as he slips up into the final gears for the line. Vladimir Karpich, pretty good time trialist, he's 21st. Menchov is going to be slower than him. As he races now for a 34.11, he might just sprint over the line and snatch 22nd place. Yes, he does. Does he? No, a bit further to go.
It's a long way up to that line.
Huge effort, and I don't think he'll do it. He'll slot down 1 more place to cross in 24th.
But still just about 50 kilometers an hour, the average speed. At the moment, Alberto Contador is riding himself more solidly into the Maglia Rosa. He's already pulled back almost a minute on the man in front of him on the road, Riccardo Rico, and I'm sure that he will be very happy about that. I would say he's not actually even riding this time trial to win. As we look here at the arrival of Emmanuel Sella, he slipped dramatically down the overall classification, but does he care with 3 stage victories in the King of the Mountains?
Listen to the crowd. They've appreciated his 3 weeks around the mountains of Italy. And that is a fine result for the King of the Mountains. He's smiling his way home here. Time is of no longer any import to him. The battle remains, but look at the gap now, Paul. The gap overall, 1:26. Contador is aiming to try and catch Riccardo Rico here. Pelazzotti, the shock of the mountain time trial. No, it's all gone, but he needs a good time for a top 3 finish. It all depends on how Bruchagin goes.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that I'm seeing here. I think the result of this time trial, Phil, is down to the rider who's recovered the best from what has been a very difficult ascent of all of the mountains. And all of these riders are not riding as fast as they might have done if there'd been one easy day before the final individual time trial. It's all really about recuperation from that massive day yesterday.
First, second and fourth in the finish at the moment with Bradley Wiggins, Team High Road. And that's how it's staying just now. Now this will be an interesting one. We haven't had any checks on it, but it's not really a winning one, is it? He's racing for Paolo Sabadelli's 21st place going down. Well, this has not been the day, and again another point, and maybe you're right, Paul. Bruchagin, for him, is an absolute flop in the time trial today. This is not the man we normally see. But is he doing enough to hold on to a podium finish in the Giro, which is all he cares about? And it's him or Pelazzotti, and it's going to be very, very close here. He's got to stay better. 34.16, he's in. He might just about hang on. There's Pelazzotti. He knows what the time means. It means he doesn't get a podium finish.
Well, he was waiting there. He was hoping that that was going to be the situation. Bruchagin, although he didn't have one of his great individual time trials, Phil, I have to say he rode a solid individual time trial, especially after the day that he rode yesterday. He's hanging tough in the mountains.
Well, they're nearly all done now, but the 2 senior statesmen who have done battle throughout 3 weeks and started this day separated by 4 small seconds, it's all changed now. It's going to look in the record books in 10 years' time quite a convincing victory by Alberto Contador, and not the battle we thought it was going to be at the start of this day.
Well, Riccardo Rico now getting himself into the finishing straight. He's been a great man in the mountains, but I think he's going to be a little bit like Marco Pantani, a great mountain man, but his Achilles heel is always going to be his individual time trialing performance. Just slipping inside of the top 70, 67th place for Rico. He's lost 2.5 minutes.
That's a lot of time he's lost there to Marco Panotti, who's looking set. He's just got to worry about the arrival of Contador, but I think Panotti may have won this, and that'll be a considerable victory for Team High Road as well. There is Contador, and you see he's coming up the straight here with a good finish, but way outside the time of Panotti. But he's coming up to win the Giro d'Italia at his first attempt. He tried the Tour de France at the second attempt. He won that. Now he's won the Tour of Italy. And his 2-arm salute. He has won the Grand Tour. The man from the beach has just won in Milan the 91st Giro d'Italia.
And a pretty solid performance after his mountain escapes of yesterday, Phil, considering he really managed to finish inside of the top 20. And watch this victory salute, because this is one you're going to see an awful lot of, I think, over the next few years.
Yes, that's his custom salute. He fires the pistol, and he's got 2 Grand Tours out of 2 attempts. Time trial first. High Road had a brilliant day. First, second and fourth in the result. Ignatieff of Tinkoff, who had a good tour, third. Van der Velde, Slipstream Chipotle, should be pretty proud of that as well. He started this race in the pink jersey. He finishes the last time trial in 5th place. But Marco Panotti was the man to do it. Danny Pate, another Slipstream rider, in 6th place. Bernardi, a sprinter, finishes 7th. Steve Cummings, an Olympian Brit, has taken 8th. But there is the winner, Marco Panotti of Team High Road.
Well, a great performance by that team to cap off the stage victories of Cavendish and of Andre Greipel. They get the final stage victory as well in the individual time trial by the man who is the Italian time trial champion.
And there is the final overall situation. Alberto Contador, just short of 90 hours here, wins in the end by 1:57. Bruchesine gets third, and there was virtually nothing in it. Poor old Pelazzotti finishes in fourth place, but he did lead the race for 4 days. Sella climbs up to finish in sixth. Van den Broek, who crashed also there, is in seventh. Nibali in the end cracked a little bit, dropped to 11th. Leipheimer, we didn't see a lot of Levi, but he was very consistent to come home with an 18th overall. But Team Astana, banned from riding the Tour de France because of past demeanours not caused by any members of this team, are not able to ride the Tour de France, so they thought they'd win the Giro d'Italia instead.
Well, they've done no politicking at all with the Tour de France organisation, Phil, but I have to say I think their legs are doing the talking.
And the points race, there really was only one man in this, 189 for Daniele Benatti ahead of Sella, a climber who got 3 stage wins and a second in the mountains. But at the end of the day, the white man wins. It's supposed to be a sprinter's competition, so a sprinter should win it.
And he was a consistent sprinter as well, and I think he's going to be the new man on the block for Italian sprinting. He's going to get challenged, I think, by Mark Cavendish. Sella, unbeatable.
No, there's not much. It wasn't a photo finish there, really. 136 place, 63 points. Manuel Sella, one of the most dominant kings of the mountains we've seen for many years in the Giro d'Italia. Yes, he says. 3 wins and a second, and a King of the Mountains jersey to take home, and in the end 6th place overall as well.
Best young rider competition, Rico winning that by 4.5 minutes over Jürgen van den Broek. Vincenzo Nibali in 3rd position there.
Yes, and let's not forget Rico, of course, finishing 2nd overall in the race as well. So he's another man for the future. He rode a good attacking race. Perhaps his young legs didn't have the strength to finish off some of the moves he made, and they managed to claw him back. But there's considerable consolation in being best young rider and finishing 2nd in the Giro.
Well, he's got a lot to do in his time trialling ability, but you can't have everything as a professional bike rider.
Oops, daisy.
Well, sorry about that, madame.
Yes, new dresses for next year, I think. And this is Bruchesine. He's very proud of that 3rd place, and well he might be, even if we do feel sorry for Pelazzotti. But Alberto Contador claims top spot. He must have had a shock 2 days ago when De Luca launched that attack and Rico followed him. But in the time trial, there was only one winner of the race this year, and it's Alberto Contador. 1:57 over Rico, 2:54 over Bruchesine, and then right up behind came Pelazzotti, just 2 seconds off the podium.
And amazing to think that just a few hours ago it was the closest Giro in history, and now all of a sudden it isn't.
And there is a magnificent trophy. If there's one thing I'll remember the Giro d'Italia for, it's the size of its trophies. Time to have the foundations in the house rebuilt. Well, that's about it. The 91st event is finished. It's the 92nd next year, but it's also the 100th year since this event began. So we should see some interesting thoughts and ideas coming out of the organisation. Alberto Contador gets the phone call. I'm on the beach. Well, get on your bike, says Johan Brunel. You're riding the Giro d'Italia. The result now, he wins in Milan. The Giro d'Italia is again history. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Phil Liggett alongside me, Paul Sherwin. We'll be back and we'll see you soon. Goodbye.